Paiva at the line. Paiva with a great finish, just running out of racetrack as he winces, realizing he came a stride away from the gold medal. Michael Brannigan ran out hard and ran to an America's record at 4:04.32, winning by just 2/100ths of a second ahead of Luis Arturo Paiva of Venezuela. And Venezuela's Jovito Gutierrez winning the bronze medal for third.
You know, all of these Parapan athletes deal with the same technical elements in their respective events. So if you're running a 1500 or a 5000, you have to go in and out of turns, you have to run your lane, you have to deal with the pace, and then the disability adds a specific layer of complexity to those elements. This particular category, athletes with intellectual disability, will be facing things like having difficulty judging pace, judging when to launch an attack, and that may be exactly what we saw last night.
And in the case of young Michael Brannigan of the USA, his impairment is autism. And so he's managed to overcome that, and he's got a very bright-looking career ahead of him. And was a little fortunate, almost misjudging his kick and going out so hard so early and nearly got caught. There's the bronze medalist from Venezuela, Jovito Gutierrez, with a 4-minute 12.39, clocking a personal best last night to finish third in the T20 men's 1500. Venezuela well represented on the podium for bronze and silver. The medals being presented by Mr. Ryan Montgomery, head of IPC Athletics, and Mr. Tariq Sue of the Asian Paralympic Committee. Silver medal going to Luis Arturo Paiva, who had so much left, but left it maybe a stride too late as he came roaring down the straight and finishing second to the American Brannigan by 2/100ths of a second.
They really ran diametrically opposed races where, Paiva had all of, there's such a magnificent sprint left at the finish, whereas Brannigan, you say it often where, they used everything they had, they gave it their all, but it really was true in this case.
He gave Brannigan about a 40-meter lead and looked like he was not panicked in the least, but didn't begin his push, his kick, until it was a little too late, as Brannigan paid a dear price. I mean, he was in agony down the straight. He could hear the footsteps of Paiva, but he managed to gut it out and cross that finish line first. 4:04.32, a new America's record, and a gold medal for Michael Brannigan of the USA. A glorious moment for the Parapan Am champion.
Himno nacional. Damas y caballeros, el himno nacional.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America.
The medalists in the men's 1500 meters T20 classification. Michael Brannigan of the USA for gold, Venezuela's Luis Arturo Paiva and Ovito Gutierrez for silver and bronze, respectively. Next up, the victory ceremony in the men's 100 meters T54, and what an amazing finish as Cervantes of Mexico looked like he had the victory. It was a dead heat as Lopez of Colombia was awarded the gold despite the fact they both finished with identical times of 15.19 seconds. Colombia's Rojas Diaz, finishing third for the bronze medal, but that was a spectacular finishing push by Cerro Moises Fernandez Lopez of Colombia as he came from behind and snatched victory in that dead heat.
And of all the races last night that were affected by the weather, I think this one may have been, or had an athlete in it that was individually affected the most. Eric Hightower going in with a PB this season of 14:14, finishing result of 18:93, and it was so obvious right from the gun that he just had absolutely no grip whatsoever. He was not able to contact and make his gloves and his push rings connect, and was just not able to put any power into his wheels.
That was so unfortunate. I mean, you made the point. You could see his first 4 or 5 thrusts. It was just, he was slipping. He had nothing.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, this is, sometimes guys will say that they were slipping as an excuse, but this was absolutely obvious. 4 seconds almost off his best time this year, and just had nothing for that race.
Yes, Hightower a distant 7th going in as one of the prohibitive favorites in the men's 100 T54 as the medalists wheel their way out towards the podium. Colombia with gold and bronze, and Mexico with the silver, as Cervantes had that gold medal until it was decided by the thousandths of a second. And Lopez tops the podium. Medals being presented by Mr. John Peterson, Paralympic Committee Governing Board member. Ryan Montgomery will accompany him. He's the head of the IPC Athletics. The bronze medal going to Colombia's Javier Rojas Diaz. The time of 16.10 seconds. A little more than 0.2 of a second ahead of Mark Braun of the United States in a close race for third after the dead heat for first and second. Rojas Diaz of Colombia, the bronze medalist. Juan Cervantes of Mexico wheels up to accept his silver medal flashing a smile here to this crowd in Toronto. A day later, easier to accept, but the silver is often the toughest medal to take.
Sometimes is, but what a fabulous finish. What a fabulous race last night.
A dead heat. Cervantes and Lopez at 15.19 seconds. But Cervantes has to settle for silver as they broke the tie in the thousandths of a second.
Parapan American. Medalla de oro. Campeón Parapan Americano.
Gold medal and Parapan American champion representing Colombia,
Well, the rain beginning to come down as the gold medalist from Colombia, Saro Moises Fernandez Lopez, moves up onto the top of the podium as the Parapan Am champion, the men's 100 T54.
It is a little odd that we don't see in the results a differentiation in time. Normally what they would do is they would bring it out to the thousandth of a second, let us know who was the actual victor. And we saw this in the Pan Am Games at the track cycling, where there was a dead heat in one of the women's races, and they co-awarded the gold medal.
Well, they broke the tie despite the dead heat between Lopez and Cervantes as we await the Colombian national anthem. The medalists in the men's 100 T54 final. Lopez for gold in Colombia, Cervantes for silver in Mexico, and Rojas Diaz for bronze representing Colombia. Still to come, the medal ceremony in the men's 100 meters in the T47 classification. This was a thrilling sprint as Brazil's Patricio Ferreira dos Santos held off the bigger, rangier Cuban Gonzalez to win in 10.77 seconds. These athletes overcoming their upper limb deficiencies, and an America's record for Dos Santos of Brazil, the only man to break 11 seconds in the final, ahead of Raciel Gonzalez of Cuba, and then Brazil's Johansson dos Nascimento Ferrara with a seasonal best at 11:12 for bronze.
And some of the additional technical elements that their specific disability would bring to this event would be an imbalance of power. Because they are missing one of their upper limbs, you weigh more on the side that you have the limb. And there's also an imbalance of power, especially in the 100 meters. You really do you create a lot of drive using your arms. So if you're missing one or part of one of those arms, you're just not creating the same sort of forces on each side of your body. So it's really difficult, much more difficult to go straight down your lane, to make sure that your shoulders are even, to make sure that you're driving equally with each side of your body.
It really is impressive to watch these athletes hit top speed at 50 to 60 meters and maintain their lane and their presence and their balance, because you can see that their upper body is wanting to go off balance. And they managed to hold it together, as Dos Santos did of Brazil, down the straight to clock that 10:77.
Very difficult to not have that upper body sway and that imbalance that can sometimes cause you to either go out of your lane or not be transmitting the power in exactly the right way for the 100 meters.
And the presentations being made by Mr. John Peterson, Paralympic Committee Governing Board member, and Ryan Montgomery, the head of the International Paralympic Committee Athletics. Bronze medalist from Brazil, Johansson do Nascimento Ferreira, with a seasonal best performance, 11.12 seconds. The bronze medal.
And Ferreira standout at the 2012 Paralympic Games in London. Cute moment on the track where he proposed to his wife via a note that he had tucked inside of his singlet.
Many of these athletes in this category also have to make amends for getting out of the blocks. I mean, in terms of putting your hands down at the start line when you don't have hands. Some use the aids of raised blocks. Some will have one block, with one limb being amputated. And it's just impressive how they managed to overcome that.
And it's not just learning the skill of starting using these blocks, it's fabricating them. You know, they just don't exist. You can't go out and buy a set of blocks like you do a set of running spikes or a singlet. You have to fabricate these things. They're all custom made, and they're all very specific to the specific disability that these athletes have.
Now the gold medalist from Brazil, Patricio Ferreira dos Santos. The 10:77 clocking for Dos Santos. Much shorter sprinter than the Cuban, who is a great accelerator, but Dos Santos had just amazing turnover last night.
It really was a stark difference in the size of these two men. It's always interesting when a much smaller athlete goes up against a much bigger athlete. It always turns into an interesting race.
The medalists in the men's 100 T47 final.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Brazil.
Mesdames, Messieurs, vos champions panaméricains.
The Parapan Am Game medalists in the men's 100 T47 final.
messieurs, nous sommes prêts pour la première épreuve de la journée sur la piste. Chez les hommes, le 5000 mètres, catégorie T12.
First up on the track here on day 2 of athletics competition at the 2015 Toronto Parapan Am Games, the men's 5,000 meters in the T12 category. This category for the athletes with visual impairment, and in the T12 classification, they can be accompanied by a guide runner, but that's just up to them. There's no requirement for that in the rules. And we will see two athletes, two favorites actually in this race. Ortega Jacques of Brazil and Serna Moreno of Colombia using guide runners. In fact, Ortega Jacques has listed 2 guide runners here today. So it'll be interesting to watch how they do the exchange when they decide to do the exchange in this 5,000 meters. There's Yeltsin Ortega Jacques of Brazil, was a silver medalist at the World Championships in the 1,500 meters in 2013, and a bronze medalist at 800 meters. So moving up in distance here to the 5,000. The American Charles Davis with a best of 16:09, so about 21 seconds slower than the Brazilian from Colombia, Herman Angarita Otero, 25-year-old, making his second appearance at the Parapan Am Games. From Ecuador, this is Sisto Moreta with a best of 16:51.11. Moreta with a silver medal in the T12 1500 last year at the Paris South American Games. Running in lane number 5, this is Roger Rodriguez from Venezuela. He'll be accompanied by a guide. A best of 15:44.12. And out in lane number 6, this is Elkin Alonso Serna Morena of Colombia. He is the defending champion in the T12 5000 from the 2011 Parapan Am Games in Guadalajara, and was Colombia's flag bearer at the 2012 London Paralympics opening ceremony. So 12.5 laps of the track, men's 5,000 in the T12 class.
These athletes are dealing with visual issues, of course. Less than a 5% or between a 5 and 20% field of vision. And they would be recognizing objects at 6 meters that people with 20/20 vision would be seeing at 60 meters.
So 3 of these athletes, half of the field, choosing to run with guides. Davis of the USA, Angarita Otero of Colombia, and Serrato of Ecuador running without guides.
And interesting to know, we often see guides running on either the left or the right. There is an advantage to having the guide on the outside because the guide ends up running the longer distance. The further outside you are on each turn, the longer the distance, of course. So all of these guys running on the inside, or sorry, all of these runners running on the inside of their guides.
Now, in terms of the Brazilian, Yeltsin Ortega Jacques, using 2 guides here, and we'll be waiting to see how he makes that changeover. The America's record holder in this event, Oder Santos, was disqualified last night after winning the T11 5000, and Jason Dunkerley of Canada was promoted from second to gold, and that was because Oder Santos declared he was going to use 2 guides, and then in the end decided not to and stayed with his original guide.
Yeah, a bit of an obscure rule. The rule does state that if the guide is, or if you nominate 2 guides to be used, if you declare that you're going to use 2 guides, you must use those 2 guides. And if you don't, the rule is very, very clear. If both guides are not used, the athlete must be disqualified. So there's no discretion in that rule. You know, it's just, it is what it is.
Right now, at a rather pedestrian pace, it is Colombia's Elkin Alonso Serna Moreno in the lead, just ahead of Charles Davis, the American. And then back in third, one of the favorites, Ortega Jacques of Brazil, running with the guide.
And Sarah Marino takes the field with that Charles Davis, the athlete running second. Ortega of Brazil is the...
And, you know, looking at these guides running with their athletes, I can't see them using tethers here, Jeff. We often see tethers that will connect the guide with the visually impaired athlete. But it looks like they're using verbal communications running side by side here.
And there's nothing in the rules that makes a tether mandatory. It is the norm. Most athletes will use that, but we see in some of the winter events, like cross-country skiing, where a tether would be very, very difficult to employ. We see guides that are using either verbal cues or you know, some other form of some other way to make sure that they're guiding their athlete through the proper course.
Actually, the Brazilian Ortega Jacques has a fine tether. I can just make that out now with his guide. And it is Ortega Jacques who has declared that he will use 2 different guides. What's the purpose of that?
Well, I guess we've seen in the past where an athlete, a very, very strong Paralympic athlete, may have difficulty finding a guide who can keep up with them. And there's been examples in the past where, you know, we've seen athletes who are really being slowed down by their guide. And so they brought that rule in a number of years ago to allow for an athlete to bring in a fresh guide halfway through a race, particularly on these longer ones. And it's used most often in the marathon event.
So still a rather leisurely pace, championship racing here today in this men's T12 5000. On a 3:06 1,000 meter pace right now.
It will be interesting to see if the athlete knows of that rule, because if the guide doesn't feel like he needs to be switched out, we may see a similar situation that we saw last night.
So right now, it is Serna Moreno of Colombia in the black vest leading the way, just ahead of the American Charles Davis, and behind him Yeltsin Ortega Jacques of Brazil. Jacques has the best time in the field coming here this season, 15:39.24. Serna Moreno has a personal best of 15:27.97. And if these athletes were going to be on a pace to be in the 15-minute range, they'd have to be running about 72-second laps and maybe close with a 32-second 200 meters.
You know, given the pace, it really does seem odd that the Brazilian athlete would have chosen to nominate 2 guides, and I wonder whether they have, you know, they decide which guide they're going to use on the day of, depending on which guide is feeling better. But, you know, with a season's best in the, you know, high 15s, and given this pace, it seems odd that they wouldn't be able to find a guide that could endure this kind of a race pace.
So Ortega Jacques now of Brazil deciding to front run, trading places with Serna Moreno of Colombia. The American Charles Davis right behind him. Serna Moreno is also a road runner. Won the silver medal in the T12 marathon at the 2008 Beijing and the 2012 London Paralympics. As I mentioned earlier, he is the defending champion at the T12 5000 from the 2011 Parapans in Guadalajara. But a 2-time silver medalist in marathon competition at the past 2 World Championships as well. So mainly a road runner. Right now, leading the way on the track.
And making the decision to either lead or to run in the pack, you know, it's a decision that each athlete makes for different reasons. Leading is more difficult because the wind affects you more. But running in the pack can sometimes cause problems. So the pace is being dictated to you if there are surges and if people are speeding up and slowing down.
Look at the pack here, Jeff. I mean, this is a situation where bumping and pushing can be a factor as they got very tight.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that when we're in a situation like that and you're running in the pack, as it slows down and speeds up, you get contact. And if you can't see that contact, if you can't see the person speeding up and slowing down, it could really affect these athletes much more than an able-bodied.
Venezuelan athlete Roger Rodriguez now taking turns leading this pack, just ahead of Serna Moreno of Colombia. 6:15 through 2,000 meters. Right now on a projected pace of about 15:42 in this T12 5000.
The other sport-specific, I guess, or disability-specific thing that's happening here is that you've got a pack that's very tightly bunched, and you've got a bunch of guides mixed into that pack. So you've got additional bodies in there that wouldn't normally be there, and these athletes are essentially twice as wide as an able-bodied athlete would be. So if you're trying to block or you're trying to, you know, execute a strategy and you have an extra body there to help you, it really can play into the results.
Now the American, Charles Davis, moving up. He's just 21 and coming here to Toronto with a new personal best of 16:09.71. Based on his times, he is not one of the fastest runners in this field. Serna Moreno moving up in behind him with his guide, and at the back of the pack now it is Ortega Jacques of Brazil. So clearly a championship type pace here as these athletes prepare themselves in what should be an interesting finishing kick. Nobody yet willing to put a surge into this race. Pretty well everybody's had a chance to front run here, Jeff.
It's hard sometimes to get everybody to share the pace making, but it's nice to see a pack step up and do the work that they should be doing.
The defending champion from Colombia, Serna Moreno, leading this pedestrian pace now through the bend. Davis, the American, just outside of Serna Moreno's guide's shoulder. Blocked along the rail is Germán Angarita Otero of Colombia. Now a bit of a surge being put into this race as Yeltsin Ortega Jacques and his guide take off with 5 laps to go in this men's T12 5000. So tactics employed now as Ortega Jacques says he's had enough of this, and he opens a 10-meter lead on the rest of the pack, and really no response from the defending champion Serna Moreno or the American Charles Davis at this point. That lead has been built to 20 meters. 9:32 through 3,000 meters as that last 1,000 meters slowing down, and the projected pace down to 15:55, with the surge now being put in by the Brazilian Yeltsin Ortega Jacques.
And honestly, he really isn't, he doesn't have his foot fully on the gas. He went through the 200 after that initial surge, his first 200 meters of acceleration in 34 seconds, which isn't, he's not breaking any records at that pace.
And no response from the rest of the pack as Ortega Jacques' guide, Nascimento, has a shoulder check and looks back 50 meters to the rest of the group behind them.
That was a 1:10 lap.
So nothing spectacularly fast, but enough to open a big enough gap, which shows you just how slow this pace is, with the rest of the athletes here trailing by about 40 to 50 meters through the bend.
But the pack really didn't seem interested in responding at all, which is unusual given that at least one, you'd think that at least one of them could have chased for a little while. But they may have decided that they're conceding the gold and they're all playing strategic games looking to win a silver medal.
Well, this might be all part of Yeltsin Ortega Jacques' plan, as he has indicated he will switch to his second guide in this race, and there's been no indication of that guide yet, but a big 50-meter lead by the Brazilian on the rest of the field. So it looks like the Brazilian has a guide who will have a pretty powerful kick, a shorter distance guide to give him that finishing kick, as Ortega Jacques is about to lap the Ecuadorian Sisto Moreta. But again, no movement from the rest of the pack. Charles Davis leading this other group of 3 athletes and the guides.
Ortega slowed down on that second lap with a 1:15 clocking.
The defending champion, Serna Moreno, sitting in 3rd place, second man back in that chase group, as Brazil's Ortega Jacques continues to hold that 40 to 50 meter advantage.
The pack's beginning to split up now. A little surge being thrown in there.
Yes, as Serna Moreno is now falling a little further back from Roger Rodriguez. Rodriguez now showing a sense of importance in this gap and trying to move back into the race as the Brazilian Ortega Jacques runs down the straight with 2 laps to go. Still no indication of a change in his guide. But the rest of this group now has picked up the pace. The defending champion, Serna Moreno of Colombia, with his guide running in behind the Venezuelan Roger Rodriguez. And looks like we've lost a guide. Roger Rodriguez started the competition with Jordan Camejo Martinez as a guide. And that looks like his guide way back around the bend as they head down the back straight. So Rodriguez running without his guide now. Looks like his guide is out of gas.
It doesn't look like he's injured. That would be another reason for the guide to not be able to keep up, but he really does look like he's just gassed out. I don't think I've ever seen this before. The guide is basically jogging along the home straight.
Down the straight comes the Brazilian Yeltsin Ortega Jacques. And that is the guide, Roger Rodriguez's guide, who's about to be passed by the front runners, Yeltsin Ortega Jacques. And we've yet to see this guide change for the Brazilian as he runs past Rodriguez's guide through the bend on the bell lap.
And there doesn't seem to be a guide on the back straight, which is that you must exchange guides on the back straight. And I don't see one available.
Wow, this could be interesting if there's no exchange made of guides. Remember, last night in the T11 5000, Odair Santos indicated 2 guides on the start list and didn't change and was disqualified. And the other rule in this event is, like for Rodriguez, the guide has to finish or they're disqualified. So maybe that's what's happening. This guide is no longer able to keep up with his athlete, and so he's going to finish it in a jog. Great race for 2nd and 3rd now, as Rodriguez has been passed by the American Davis. Davis with a great finishing kick, but nobody's going to touch Yeltsin Ortega Jacques of Brazil as he strides across the finish line first, 15:42.77. A flourishing finish for Charles Davis of the United States for 2nd. And then it's Roger Rodriguez of Venezuela without his guide, the defending champion. Serna Moreno does not have it today as he pulls in 4th. Back behind, you can see the guide for Rodriguez laboring well behind his athlete, but must finish in order for Rodriguez to get credit for a medal here today. The day belongs to Yeltsin Ortega Jacques of Brazil.
It's very difficult to believe that these athletes would be doing this on purpose, nominating 2 guides, and it's clearly they're ignorant of the rule. They don't know that that it exists.
Day 4 then of wheelchair rugby at the Mississauga Sports Centre. You are watching Argentina battling with Brazil, that South American rivalry. We are early in the first quarter, and Brazil with the early advantage. And that is Matias Cardoso, who's been one of the stronger players for Argentina, coming through to reduce the arrears to 2. Each of these 6 competitors play each other in the preliminaries. And when the points are all added up after tomorrow's play, we'll play for the semi-finals. Losing semi-finalists play for bronze. Winning semi-finalists go on to play, of course, for gold and silver. Nigel Reid alongside David Legg. We were just briefly touching on the sport classification. Just finish your point there for us.
So the way the classification system works is players are assessed based on their functional ability. Those with the most functional ability are given a score of 3.5. Those with the least are given a score of 0.5. The 4 players on the court must total less than or equal to 8 points.
So as David explains, it's not just about putting 4 random players on the court. You have to do the math and make sure that those sport classification between the 4 players add up to no more than 8.0. Timeout here, that's another thing that comes into play in terms of the number of timeouts over the course of a game.
So there is a total of 6 timeouts. 4 can be called by players while on the court, and they must have possession of the ball to do so. And then there are 2 that are allowed by the bench during a stoppage in play. Most normally you will see timeouts called when teams are being pressed and they're unable to get the ball over half court before the 12-second violation.
Cardoso hemmed in by Giriato.
And you just saw an example of that right there. Argentinians were recognizing that the 12-second shot clock was about to wind down, called a quick timeout so they could reset.
And what we've seen as a feature of the weaker teams, if I can put it that way, is that they tend to burn those timeouts pretty quickly, but Juan Herrera is off to the races here, and the score for Argentina.
That's right, Nigel. You need to be very careful with those timeouts because they're extremely valuable, particularly when a team is pressing.
Just to remind you, there are 6 timeouts per team per game, 4 from the court. But when you've burned those timeouts, they are gone. Taniguchi looking to get over halfway. Remember, he only has those 12 seconds. He finds Hoffman. Stays inbound, back for Taniguchi. Another feature is the dribble. When you are in possession, you need to dribble once every 10 seconds or offload to an opponent, as Taniguchi does to Giriato. And Brazil up by 3.
Returning to classification, Taniguchi number 5 is classified as a 2.5, but what makes him extraordinary is his ability to play perhaps above his weight, punch above his weight, so to speak, and he makes tremendous passes, is quick and agile beyond his 2.5 classification.
In goes Cardoso, making those hard yards and finding the gap for Argentina. There are goals for Cardoso, who's shown very well in this tournament, particularly in the one win the Argentinians had over Chile, where he had a 16-goal game.
This goal by Taniguchi was set up simply by his positioning after the last goal. So if you were to return, you would have seen him posting up his player, blocking him. As soon as the ball was inbounded, he took off like a shot, knew that the ball would be passed to him. Easy score. So watch how the players circle around. There's no contact allowed before a whistle. They're trying to get position so that they can easily convert a pass into a goal. Perfect example right there.
Cardoso again, over halfway. They're trying to block him off.
So in that particular instance, Taniguchi did not do an appropriate job of blocking off Cardoso as they were circling around, almost like sharks baiting their prey, and Cardoso was able to score easily.
Now at the other end, the same job for the Brazilians. Giriato manages to find Hoffman on the bounce, and away goes Taniguchi. Great flowing movement from the Brazilians there.
What may be interesting to watch as well is a number of these players, because of their spinal cord injuries, may not have excellent dexterity within their fingers, and so they need to catch or corral the ball using their forearms or wrists in order to catch it and then use their hands to then propel the wheelchair forward.
The rectangle there in front of the goal area is known as the key area, and there are one or two specifics as far as that is concerned as well.
That's right. So on defense, you're only allowed to have 3 of your players in that key area, so 1 must be up top. And on offense, you're allowed to have all 4 players go into the key area. However, none of them may be in the key area for more than 10 seconds. Much similar to a basketball violation of 3 in the key. In this case, it's 10.
Substitutions being made for the Brazilians as they adjust their lineup with an advantage of 3 points. Just over midway point of this first quarter. So in comes the first look at Jose Raul Gunter. Taniguchi stays on. First look at number 7, Bruno Damasceno, who's done plenty of damage throughout the week, and Hoffman is still with us. So some fresh wheels on court. Damasceno showing his agility and his speed.
Damasceno following his blocks perfectly, looking for the corner. He followed 3 different players and 3 different blocks on that play.
Damasceno certainly one to watch out for, had his most profitable game so far as Brazil beat Colombia.
That's the second time Herrera was unable to corral in a pass and go forward. He's going to have to be better than that in order for Argentina to be competitive in this game. The referee giving a warning as far as contact prior to the whistle. Next time, it'll be considered a penalty.
So inbound from Brazil.
And there's right there. Warning is given. This time it's a penalty. Oh, my apologies. That's the second warning now for each team. Next time it'll be a penalty.
Damasceno takes it from the inbound. Hands off to Hoffman. Force wide by Herrera. Big hit from the Argentine. Hoffman still in possession.
So in that particular instance right there, the Argentinians are protesting. They thought that the Brazilian player was pushed out of the baseline prior to the penalty against number 7.
Into the penalty box until the next goal is scored comes the Argentine captain, Matias Cardoso. A change for the Brazilians, and in comes Davi Abreu, wearing 9. And straight over to this inbound for the Brazilians, finds Damasceno, twisting, turning. 2 to his left if they can be found. Damasceno may go all the way himself, he will do. And makes the score for Brazil. 5 the margin in favor of the Brazilians. 3:02 remaining in the first quarter. Comes in Colombo. Finds Canyamil. To get out of his own key. And a fumble.
The matchup between Canyamil and Taniguchi is an interesting one. Canyamil, the stronger player. Taniguchi, the quicker player.
Argentine inbound from that far side. Comes in Colombo. He's the oldest member of the Argentine squad at 46 years of age. But they also have a 20-year-old, and that is, again, indicative of this sport that there are players of vast age ranges. And, of course, it is a mixed gender sport as well, although we've only got 1 female competitor in this entire competition.
You'll certainly see a range of ages, although primarily they tend to be in their mid-20s, and in part that's a result of the acquired disability. That's a very typical age in which the spinal cord injury that results in quadriplegia is sustained. After a couple of years of rehabilitation, they may be ready and able to play wheelchair regularly.
Look at Juan Herrera, look at the burst of speed that he has. We've seen this throughout this competition. The Brazilians are quickly on him, but he manages to offload to Cardoso. And a timeout called.
The reason being is they again recognized that the Brazilian press was so tough that the 12-second violation was.
We've seen throughout this competition that Herrera, when he gets his head of speed, he's pretty difficult to close down and prevent. But again, there's the illustration that Argentina realized they were going to run out of that 12-second block to get in over half court and into enemy territory. Herrera takes it down inside Abreu. And again, sheer persistence from Herrera. He's a terrific little competitor. We've said it more than once, but he really does catch the eye.
Agreed, he really is a fun player to watch. You can see how he protects the ball there at the last second and is able to turn on a dime and get himself back into position to defend against Brazil.
Abreu takes the hit from Cardoso, but it's not enough to stop the Brazilian Davi Abreu scoring. 4, 5, and 6 goals for Abreu so far.
We were talking about classification earlier. Brazil employs right now a more balanced lineup, so no player over 2.5, whereas other teams will employ what's called a high-low, where you would combine a 3.5 with a 0.5 player.
Reminding you that the quartet on the court at any time must not exceed that limit of 8.0 for the entire 4 players. So Brazil now inside their own territory. Again, the 12-second rule applies. It won't bother Damasceno. Offloads and Taniguchi. Johnny on the spot for the Brazilian captain.
What allows Brazil to do that is that man right there, Taniguchi, because he plays beyond his classification of 2.5. For the novice, you might guess he was a 3 or a 3.5 just based on his abilities that he's displaying on the court.
Canyu Mill being hammed in, needs to get the ball away. And into the back of Cardoso, and a turnover for the Brazilians here. Damasceno waiting for the cavalry to arrive. Minute and 33 left in the quarter. Just taking their time. 40 seconds down to 20 now. Plenty of time to run in for the score.
So Taniguchi there, running the play like an option quarterback on the football field. He could keep it himself and score, or dish. He chose the latter.
Slowly but surely, the Brazilians beginning to ease away from Argentina. Timeout is called by Argentina. Remember, they are only allowed 6 in total in the whole game. I guess Brazil, in these early stages, would be fairly satisfied with that platform that they're beginning to build, David.
I think so. They've played their game that we've seen the last 3 nights. Nothing unusual, very businesslike. They seem to be taking care of the ball with very few turnovers, keeping the penalties to a minimum.
The important point that you made, although Brazil lost their opening 2 games, they were the 2 most difficult games against Canada and the US, who were expected to play for gold and silver. Now they have their other South American rivals to play against. They won their first game against Colombia. They would expect to beat Argentina. They would expect to beat Chile as well.
Correct. The disparity between the 2 North American squads and the 4 from South America is significant.
Cardoso takes the hits from Taniguchi. Offloads to Canyu Mill. They've got to get it out quickly. Just those 12 seconds. Whistle beats them.
So Argentina, already having blown so many timeouts already, was hesitant to call one. And so they weren't able to do so, and it's a turnover. This is our first example of an equipment timeout. So there's 1 minute for the equipment staff to come on, make whatever changes are necessary. And if they can't do it within the 60-second time limit, then they have to substitute another player.
Some duct tape to the wrist of Davi Abreu. It's not always the wheelchairs themselves, although, as we've said repeatedly, and it bears repeating, the chariots themselves take one heck of a pounding.
Well, Nigel, you and I had a chance earlier today to talk to the equipment manager of the Canadian team. He was sharing with us just the number of inner tubes that he has to carry with him for every player. So they have 1 or 2 extra wheels, but then an additional 20 tubes for each player, recognizing that they could puncture that many in a game.
They blow early and often. The equipment managers, as David has been explaining to us over the last couple of days, are in some ways the most important members of the team. To keep these guys mobile. Taniguchi looking for the gap. Taniguchi will go around the side and scoot in at the corner for the Brazilian score.
And you can see just the coloring, or the discoloring on the wheels themselves. They didn't come looking like that. They started off with a very nice red sheen to them. Doesn't take very long to look like that.
Juan Herrera with the speed over halfway, takes the knock and the dribble. Forced backwards, and it's given the Brazilians a chance to regroup. And Herrera will come back for more. And inside Taniguchi, and again, the persistence of Herrera is a real sight to see.
Herrera reminds me of one of my favorite running backs, Jerome the Bus Bettis from the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think I'm going to start calling Herrera the Bus from now on.
Abreu offloads to Taniguchi. Further wide. In goes Damasceno.
That was an example there where the defensive player was out of bounds. The referee called the penalty, but then awarded the goal regardless. So the penalty didn't count.
Drawing the press, and the end of the first quarter between the South American rivals Brazil and Argentina. And it has been a profitable first period for the Brazilians, outscoring Argentina 2-1 after one. Brazil 16, Argentina 8. David, Brazil off to a fast start, as we expected they would be. Scored in the opening seconds, but Juan Herrera certainly kept it interesting at the other end.
Herrera displaying the same sort of skills that you expect out of the great running backs: speed, power, quickness, agility, and also willing to put a big pop into a block.
Not too many equipment issues in this first quarter. So, as we expect, Cardozo catching the eye for Argentina, but it has been a display of some dominance by the Brazilians in this first quarter, and they will take a healthy lead into the second period, 16-8 Brazil. Second quarter underway, an all South American rivalry between Brazil and Argentina. Day 4 of competition. Wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan American Games. If you've come for the big hits, you're in the right place. There'll be plenty of them as Brazil and Argentina do battle. And once again, catching the eye, the Argentina numero uno. The bus, as David Legg calls him, it is Juan Herrera. We just go through the adjusted lineups for you at the start of this second period. First look for the Brazilians at number 11, Moises Bautista is on court, wearing 11. We also see a first sight of Jose Higuino as well, and right on cue, Higuino in to score for Brazil.
And Higuino and Batista, you and I have both enjoyed watching those two individuals play these last few nights. Number 6 in particular for Brazil you don't seem to notice it much, but he ends up being the second or third leading scorer each night.
Well, he's been consistent. 5 goals in the opening game, another 2 in the second, and he had his best night last night in that Brazilian win with 8 goals against Colombia for Aguino, and already on target today.
Batista reminds me a little bit of, I saw him in the crowd the other night, Mike Pinball Clemens, the way he can change direction on a dime, moving up and down the court.
Well, you were talking about the state of the wheels as we see a technical aid coming for Herrera there. And everybody else has got these battered wheels, but not Moises Batista. Look at the white wall tires that he has. Takes a brave player to come on the court with those. Tells you all about what he thinks about his ability, and we've seen it over recent nights that he rarely fails to impress Batista. There he is, number 11 with the blue headband. Batista draws it in, turns away from Cardoso.
There's his Pinball Clemens move right there. The Argonauts could use a player like him.
This is Batista. 4 goals in that win over Colombia. And also on the scoreboard against Argentina. Bound. Well, they almost managed to make it work.
I can't believe he got in bounds in time for that.
Well, Canyamil and Herrera made a bit of a mess of that. So it'll be Brazil ball. Aguino will inbound. Outscoring Argentina 2-1 at this stage. Damasceno. With some help, then the ball forward for Aguino, and just manages to scoot in.
Damasceno is so strong. Damasceno, when the ball was inbounded to him, got absolutely popped by Herrera, and he didn't budge.
Canyamil bringing it forward. They have 12 seconds to get over halfway. Canyamil forward for Herrera. Can't draw it in. Stopped by Aguino. Damasceno picks up the loose ball for Brazil. Away from Herrera. Damasceno as well. There's the dribble. Must be done once every 10 seconds while in possession. And finds that little gap at the far post. The far pylon, if you like.
And to clarify, any 2 wheels must cross that goal line for it to be counted as a goal. Yeah, look at the turnovers. Obviously indicative now of the score.
It's the sort of errors that Argentina simply can't afford to make against the stronger Brazilians. Herrera trying to time the run. By the time the ball had come, it had just been bounced away by Damasceno.
They were fortunate that that wasn't another turnover right there. So we talked about earlier the contact before the whistle. Both warnings were given. This time, penalty was called.
Jose Aguino is the man penalized. Makes his way to the penalty box. So Brazil short-handed for the time being. Usually gives the opponent a golden chance to score. And Argentina need all the help they can get at the moment, trailing as they do by 11. Canyamil inbound. Has 3 teammates to look for, and over the top is Herrera. He's going to run all the way away from him. Mistake from Canyamil.
And those are the kind of mistakes, particularly on a power play, that you cannot afford to make.
So Brazil will inbound from the same spot.
So you'll notice the Brazilian players circling, and they immediately tried to position themselves to enable an easy inbounds pass.
But all locked up there is Damasceno.
Canyamil making a silly error, a reaching in foul. They had the advantage, and now they've lost it.
When you talk about reaching in, and there are times when you can reach in and legally flick the ball away from your opponent, and times when you can't. I mean, is it referee's preference, or is there a hard and fast rule as far as that's concerned?
Well, it's similar to a basketball ruling. So you can take the chance and try and reach in and flick the ball away. However, each player is given their vertical space, and reaching into that, if you are touching the other player, that's your foul.
In goes Damasceno for another goal for the Brazilians. His personal tally is now up to 5. Brazil by 12.
Foa, who just inbounded the ball, is a great story. He's a tremendous leader within the movement itself and is the president of the International Wheelchair Rugby Federation.
A lot more than just an administrator. Didn't get it out in time. A legitimate player on this team as well. Scored goals in the opening 2 games. Generally seen as more of a defensive player. There he is, the Argentine co-captain.
And you can sometimes tell as far as what type of position they play based on their chair. So those that are longer in the front are seen as more defensive chairs. Those that are smaller and a bit more streamlined are seen as offensive chairs, allowing them to just perhaps sneak through some of those smallest of holes.
Batista is an example of that, but this time manages to regain possession, does he? Ball's going to run out of bounds. It will be an Argentina inbound. For over, just in front of the penalty box. Cardozo, the captain. Locked off by Damasceno, reaching in.
And he's tight in that corner. He can't go out of bounds, and he also can't go over the center line.
Manages to find Daniel Viegas. Quick maneuver by Viegas. Now he's got a little bit of room, but across to challenges Aguino.
There's still 15 seconds left on the shot clock, so they can be patient.
It's running out quickly. We're into single figures. Remember, there's only 40 seconds. We're down to 5.
Oh, he sees Foa.
Need to get across, and they do.
Great play, great play.
3 seconds left on the shot clock. It is a goal for Foa.
Just over the shoulder, Foa, who is a lower class player with a 1.0, is an example of one of those players who perhaps doesn't have the finger dexterity, but was able to corral the ball with his forearms.
Meanwhile, at the other end, it's a one-horse race for Jose Aguino. Brazil once again by 12. So all the way back to inbound from behind his own goal line. This is the moment, remember, when the Brazilians are looking to lock the Argentinians in their own half of the field. They've got 12 seconds to get it into enemy territory. The clock continues to tick.
So a reach in there by number 11 for Brazil. Batista. He impacted on the arm of the Argentinian. Something I want to spend a little bit of time talking about is the classification. A lot of people seeing the game for the first time just assume that those with the higher classes are the better players. They may look that way on the court initially, but what classification does is it makes every player important. And so sometimes the best player in your team is the one who's classified as a 1.0 and may not necessarily be the fastest or quickest player, but because of the classification is the most important.
Changes at the stoppage for Brazil. Here comes Anderson Kais. Hoffman is back with us.
And so there's a perfect example. Foa having a class of 1.0. Many players with that level of classification aren't able to make that type of pass. Foa is.
The speed of Hoffman from virtually the entire length of the court for Rafael Hoffman to open the game.
Number 8 Hoffman for Brazil, just going around players like they're not even there.
We've spoken out about it before, but Hoffman again an illustration that speed, like in so many sports, is often a defining quality in players. Wheelchair rugby is no different in that respect.
Canumil making a tremendous block on that play, allowing the player to score easily.
Cardozo, his personal tally up to 4 now. Started the game, Argentina.
Hoffman being called for contact prior to the whistle. Foa nodding enthusiastically. I think Foa actually coached the referee on that one.
Hoffman into the penalty box.
Hoffman's still sporting those scars on his forehead from a tumble he took the other night. This is not a game for the faint of heart.
So Brazil shorthanded for the time being until the next score. He will inbound with Anderson Kais.
Foa, who is bilingual, speaks fluent English, is constantly politicking the officials, I'm noticing.
Argentina, Cardozo, and the simple lob pass to Canyamil.
And that goal simply being the result of the Argentinian players positioning themselves well before the whistle blew.
Midpoint of the second quarter. 8 minutes per quarter.
So it's a, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, if it was a turnover. And they run the exact same play.
Once again, Cardoso to Canyamil.
They are getting tight with their calls as far as contact before the whistle. This time, Foa, for all his politicking, had the call go against him.
Well, the politics don't matter on the court. You're a player, and if you get penalized by the referee, you're off to the penalty box. So now it's Argentina shorthanded. And Chiriato with the quick pass forward. Find Hoffman. Time to just saunter his way over the goal line.
Hoffman trying to cajole one of the Argentinians to foul him prior to scoring the goal.
Cardozo hemmed in deep inside his own half of the court. Just to find Villegas. Still not over halfway it is now, but another giveaway by the Argentines, and Hoffman in possession.
The hitting appears to have intensified these last few minutes.
And Hoffman got a problem with his left wheel. Signal to the referee, who brought everything to a halt. Remember, when these technical timeouts occur, as David was explaining, you've got 60 seconds to right the ship, so to speak, or the player himself has to be substituted. Usually, these running repairs are done within a matter of 10 to 15 seconds.
We've likened it over and over again to a Formula One race pit crew.
It's a pit stop, that's exactly what it is. Chance for everybody else to catch their breath. New wheel for Hoffman. Banged in place. And that took, what, all of 15, 20 seconds perhaps, so well inside the limit. Brazil were in possession. Uriato. They come down the right-hand touchline. Finds Hoffman. His wheels are working just fine now, thank you. Hoffman with a little bit of speed, away from Foa, and over for the Brazil score.
And then the players will circle, trying to get position on one another in order to receive the ball. And here's Hoffman. You'll notice Hoffman's gloves that allows him to get a good grip on the wheels, perhaps even with that finger dexterity we talked about earlier, and all the players have different preferences.
Hits all over the court right now as you hear them banging into each other. These wheelstairs take one heck of a battering. They stay in one piece, and Canyamil over for the Argentine score. We have seen already in this tournament a game temporarily suspended while the volunteers come out and literally clear the debris off the court. It does happen.
Yeah, we've seen shrapnel all over the court.
In case you were any doubts, before any of the games are played, we get here a couple of hours before play is due to commence, and my familiar sight is to see the orange-shirted volunteers literally covering every inch of the court with the cleaning fluids, just to make the court as clean and as smooth a surface as it can be, and they literally cover
Nigel, I think
every piece of wood.
I think you tweeted a picture before the game today of one of the volunteers cleaning the court. The court looks immaculate compared to what it did an hour ago after 3 games last night. So you'll notice when we come back to the court that the Argentinian players, prior to the ball even being thrown in, have already lined themselves up into the key in order to receive the ball to score. There they are. Brazilians won't have any recourse other than to stand around and watch them score easily.
And Canyamil will do exactly that. Cardozo's inbound.
They had no choice. The challengers of calling a timeout.
Inside the last 3 minutes of the first half. Brazil by 11, soon to be 12. As number 12, Giuriato, crosses for another score for the Brazilians.
That last pass to Giuriato, it makes it look so easy to catch a ball in stride, but it's like a quarterback hitting a wide receiver. Boa was finally given a technical foul this time for his badgering and not listening to a referee's request to stop hitting prior to the whistle.
Shake of the head from Foa. But he, like everybody else, is not above the law. He has to play by the rules of the game. Canyamil, the big hit, comes in from Hoffman. Canyamil over halfway, reaching in with Giuriato.
Canyamil did a very smart thing there. It's a bit like watching a great basketball player. James Harden comes to mind of the Houston Rockets as they're going in for a layup, almost baiting the other player to reach across to try and strip the ball, and then just simply raising the arm and forcing the penalty.
Substitution for the Argentinians, and the familiar, formidable frame of Juan Herrera is back with us. Meanwhile, Giuriato serves the penalty. Herrera reaching down but can't gather it in.
As soon as he touched it with his chair, that constituted over and back because he received the ball in the forecourt.
So Brazil will pick up possession just inside Argentine territory. Hoffman with it. Offloads to Kais. And then the turnover. And Herrera making hard yards. This time he is seen off by Hoffman, but Herrera is back for more. Look at the wiggle, look at the hustle, look at the persistence of Juan Herrera.
He couldn't go in the one side, so he came all the way around to the other.
What an athlete.
Watch this. First of all, it was a great pick. Thinks he's got it. Hoffman hustles back. So he says, okay, if I'm not going in this side, I'll just come around on this side.
Backing in will be Giuriato out of the penalty box and over the goal line.
Displaying what, Nigel, you and I have been told is the Michael Jackson moonwalk
Maneuver
technique.
That's it. Foa is back with us. Trying to find Viegas. Does so successfully. Remember, Viegas takes a tumble. The hits came in from Giuriato.
And there's an example of the spin being called. So he hits him behind the axle, causes the spinning action, and the fall.
So that is considered a dangerous play. Is that an automatic penalty?
It is an automatic penalty. And you're right, it is a dangerous play.
Vegas upright, and back into the penalty box goes Giuriato.
But Nigel, as you and I have noticed, Vegas takes that hit, pops right back up like nothing happened.
And like nothing happened at all when Herrera in for the Argentine score. Often the way when your opponents are short-handed. And Herrera reduces the arrears to 10. as we approach half-time. Hoffman away from Villegas. Offloading, Herrera busting a gut to get there. But he can't stop Giuriato from crossing the goal line.
You'll notice Cavalli knew that his partner was right behind him and would be the player that the ball was intended to. So Cavalli just simply set the pick, set the block, let his partner score the easy goal.
Herrera takes the block from Kais, but the maneuverability of the man is quite sensational. The press
takes the hit and keeps going.
Still in bounds. The referee has brought it to a halt. But the sheer persistence of Herrera.
So watch as he takes it, and then he ends up getting over top of the other player's chair. Now, the number 3 for Brazil was called for a penalty, but that was an inadvertent issue as far as getting underneath his chair.
Kais in the penalty box. Brazil a man short as Foa prepares to inbound for Argentina. Quickly for Herrera. It comes in from Giuriato. But there's little you can do to stop Herrera when he's in the mood. And my goodness, he's in the mood. 10 points the deficit. And Argentina get it into single figures in the final minute of the first half. Picked up by Giuriato.
Oh, perfect pass.
Quick
Look at that.
pass away.
Right on the money.
Nice. Straight out of the penalty box.
From half court, 2 bounces, right on his lap.
That's how quickly the game can flow from one end of the court to another. As we say, it's not unusual to see a game approaching 100 points. Herrera punches for the first time. That's a maneuver we've seen before from the Argentine talisman.
Nigel, you and I have chatted about it. It reminds us of an Aussie rules football player using a hand pass down in Melbourne.
Or as many refer to it, Aussie no rules, and Herrera can't get there this time.
Which
He was
perhaps,
just blocked off by Kais.
perhaps that no rules moniker would fit well in murder ball, or wheelchair rugby as it's now called.
Inbound from Cavalli. Manages to find Giuriato. Over half court, so that's the first part of the equation completed.
You can hear those wheels just snapping up here in our booth. Timeout called to fix said wheel.
Inside the last 30 seconds of the first half is Cardozo, who needs the attention. Quickly on the equipment manager. Just a few seconds to make those running repairs on court. Maximum of 60 seconds, but Cardozo doesn't need anything like that. So Brazil will pick up possession and inbound midway inside the Argentine half. Now, can they score a goal in these closing seconds of the second half? They will take their time if they can. Try to run the clock down as close to 0 as they can. Hoffman, Herrera all over him, and Herrera takes a tumble.
So that penalty there was because Herrera was riding the back of Hoffman. Inadvertent as it was, still a penalty.
Well, I suppose that's one way of stopping Juan Herrera.
So you'll see here how he gets on top of Hoffman, creating an advantage.
Once the balance goes,
Down he goes.
Herrera will take the penalty as a result, which may take us all the way to half-time.
And so Brazil will try and score with 2 or 3 seconds left, which then will allow them to retain possession for the next quarter.
Nice does, with just 3 seconds remaining in the period.
Thinking being that Argentina will not be able to score in the remaining 3 seconds, but they will have had the last possession, which then switches for the next quarter.
And there is the buzzer indeed for half-time, so the Brazilian ploy works. Argentina, no time to score. Brazil will pick up possession at the start of the second half. And at half-time, Good consistency from the Brazilians. 16 points in the first period, added another 14 in the second. And at the interval, Brazil leading their South American rivals Argentina by a cushion of 12 points. It is 30-18 for Brazil. Match statistics at half-time. Brazil leading by 12 goals. And almost always, David, we look at the number of turnovers and look at that. Argentina 14-3.
Over and over and over again. If you're leading in that turnover category, and particularly as much as Argentina is, clearly you're not going to be scoring.
And both teams have conceded 5 penalties as well in the first half of the game. A game that has been back and forth, as you would imagine, as this rivalry evolves between these two South American teams. But generally speaking, Brazil have always been one step ahead of Argentina.
Well, certainly that has been consistent for the last number of years as well. Argentina having won the bronze in the zonal championships in 2007, and since that time, it's always been Brazil.
Well, it is not beyond the bounds of possibility. It's not that the Brazilians are yet over the hills, and it's not an unassailable lead. But Argentina obviously need to cut out those turnovers to get closer in the second half.
For Argentina to make any kind of run to win this game, that's exactly it, Nigel. They just have to cut down on those turnovers, and the silly turnovers in particular.
And we just wish that every member of the Argentine team had the sheer persistence and desire that Juan Herrera has. He's a joy to watch.
A true pleasure. He really is. If you haven't had a chance to get down here, particularly if you're in the Toronto area, you really should come out and check out a game.
Third quarter on the way. It is Brazil by 12, 30-18 over Argentina. Welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre, just a short drive west of Toronto. It is day 4 of competition in wheelchair rugby. Preliminaries, you are watching Brazil in those yellow vests against Argentina in the dark blue. Brazil with that 12-point lead at half-time. Quickly it is 13 with the return to court of number 5, Alexandre Taniguchi. Brazil generally seen as the best of the South American teams. David Legg, it's not just about this tournament, it is all a building process for Brazil and at the 2016 Paralympics as well. That's a real showcase for them.
Oh, agreed. And Brazil gets the automatic entry into the Paralympic Games as host nation, but that doesn't deter them from wanting to declare themselves a medal potential for those games in 2016 in Rio de Janeiro.
T.S. Cardozo took the tumble.
So Taniguchi showing a rare example of lack of judgment, perhaps.
Ill discipline.
Exactly, coming in a little late on that hit and being penalized for it.
Taniguchi, you see there, sent to the penalty box. The sin bin, if you like, his second penalty of this particular game. As Cardozo backs his way, then turns. Needs some help, he's boxed in at the moment. Comes from Herrera. Herrera, we've already extolled his virtues on many occasions. Here he goes again.
Oh! What a goal!
There's just no stopping him. Interesting to see here now. He almost, well, he did move the pylon as he came in for the score. Now, sometimes that's legal and sometimes it's illegal because it's essentially the goalpost, right?
That's a very difficult call for that official to make. He has to determine if those front two wheels crossed the goal line before the larger side wheel hits the pylon. And with no replay, it's just a quick second judgment.
The referee calls what he sees, and what he sees now is another goal for the Brazilians, courtesy of Bruno Damasceno. He has 6 on the night. There's Juan Foa, legendary Argentinian, on court at the start of the second half with Ferreira, we've mentioned. Cardozo, Canyumil, wearing 24. Here's Cardozo, who could afford to just coast in, unchallenged this time for Argentina.
Herrera, without the use of hands, being able to make that shovel pass.
And the hard yards for Brazil. That'll help for Taniguchi. Herrera bothering him, trying to put him off, trying to push him away from goal. But not even the great Herrera can deny Taniguchi on this occasion. Inbound from Foe, uses the punch, but Herrera managed to find a teammate.
Foe was hoping to go long on that play. Saw Herrera breaking, wasn't able to get it over top.
So inbound then for Herrera. He's boxed in. It'll be a Brazil ball, I believe.
Herrera went out of bounds before he was able to try and get the ball away.
Now we see Gunta inbound. Damasceno backing out of that box. Taniguchi. Still Taniguchi. Then off those very nicely, very quickly for Davi Abreu.
You know, with the exception of that one penalty, Taniguchi doesn't make mistakes. Oh, here's another example of Foa using that bat pass to go long. Will he be successful this time? He is.
That's what he was trying a moment ago. This time The tactic from Foa works, connecting with Matias Cardozo.
What makes that play so effective is that a bit of an analogy using football again. If you want to run the ball, you need to pass, and if you need to pass, you need to run. So what Foa is being able to do is by showing that he has the capacity to make that long pass, they can't guard only against the short one coming out of bounds.
Does also, of course, take the 12-second limit out of the equation if you can punch long and find a man in transition. Not this time from Foa.
Exactly.
Cardozo managed to stay inbounds over halfway, took the big hit. Cardozo is upended. Hit coming in for Abreu. Got the pass away.
I'm not exactly sure what the call was there. Regardless, Cardozo took a huge hit, but still had the courage and the wherewithal to get away the pass. Nonetheless, it's a turnover. It'll be Brazil's ball.
And if David Legg isn't sure what the call is, then I'm telling you, nobody knows what the call is. Because David, amongst many other roles that he has performed over the years, is as a wheelchair rugby referee.
Although the players didn't think I was particularly good as an official.
Well, I didn't say that. Brown going forward. Loose ball picked up by Damasceno. Twisting and turning away from Canyamel. Carrera stop him, he can't. And in for the score again, Damasceno.
Damasceno's done that a couple times tonight, where he's just able to weave his way around players. And those that he can't zing around, he just goes right over.
Leads all scorers, Damasceno, for the Brazilians. He has 8. The other end, unchallenged is Cardozo for the Argentine score. 14 points the difference as we approach the midway point of the third quarter. Not unusual for a game to total 80, 90 or 100 points. So there's plenty more goals and thrills and spills and rolls and hits to come in this one yet between these two South American rivals. But the Brazilians just keeping Argentina at arm's length, which is exactly where they want them.
Exactly, and this is an important game for Brazil. This is not just a run-of-the-mill rugby match. The rivalry between these two countries is immense, and I noticed that the president of the Brazilian Paralympic Committee has taken his time to come here today and cheer on his team.
Cardozo needs to get it over halfway quickly. Finds Foa, the fumble. Taniguchi picks it up for Brazil. Just buys himself a little bit of time. Taniguchi, there's the dribble. Will he go alone? He may go all the way alone, Taniguchi. Gets those wheels just across the end line for the Brazilian score. An illustration there that once he makes his mind up what he's going to do, Taniguchi, he's usually successful, and as you say, very rarely makes mistakes.
With only few exceptions. And in that particular instance there, he thought holding on was better than passing, and he was right.
Herrera, can he pull it in? He can at the second attempt. Big cheer around the arena. Looked like he was going to fumble it, but if you know Herrera's tenacity, there was no way he was going to let that chance go. Have another look.
Watch Herrera here, being able to wheel, then pick up the ball, all in one fluid motion.
Substitutions coming in for Brazil. We'll see the return, among others, of Rafael Hoffman. So it looks like Anderson Kais is back with us. Or is that Lucas Junqueira, I believe it is.
Junqueira doesn't get a lot of playing time, so perhaps Brazil is starting to go towards their full bench, get all their players some playing time.
Just to confirm that Brazilian lineup, Junqueira is now on court. Taniguchi, Hoffman, and Giuriato in possession now. Giuriato, a quick Forward pass for Hoffman. In clear water, there are no blue shirts in that part of the court. Picked it up on the one bounce. And in for the Brazil score. 15 now the difference between Brazil and Argentina.
So the players circle around. Canyumil called to inbound the ball.
What little magic has Herrera got for us this time? Watched by Taniguchi. He's perhaps the one man who can stop him. Well, Giuriato's doing his best. Offloads for Canyumil, who started the play at one end and finished it at the other. Off the back of Hoffman.
Hoffman didn't see the pass coming, and it bounced off his shoulder. Lucky for Brazil, Taniguchi picked it up.
Taniguchi drops in.
So because of the quick spin, Taniguchi's one wheel entered the forecourt, and the rest of his chair was then coming back into the backcourt, over and back.
Over and back, and that is a violation. And therefore, Argentina will pick up possession. Villegas. Hit on Canyumil. Manages to find a little gap. And through for the score for Argentina. 7 for Canyumil, who's quietly effective. Not the fastest, but he's often in the right place at the right time.
Look at that pass by Taniguchi. Just threads the needle.
Hoffman the beneficiary. The lead back to 14 for Brazil. 3:22 remaining in the third quarter. Equipment timeout for chair of Juan Foa.
We were laughing last night about Foa's wheel exchanges. He's not quite close to where he was last night. By our count, I think he had 6 different wheel exchanges last night.
He was certainly in the wars on that occasion, but underlining the point you've made on a number of occasions, David, about just how important the equipment manager is, how quickly he can get on court, diagnose the problem, and repair those wheelchairs, which are specialty wheelchairs, and they don't come cheap, and they take one heck of a hammering.
Penalty being served here is for contact before the whistle. I blame that solely on Foa's politicking again.
Penalizes Giuriato. Wearily makes his way to the penalty box. He'll stay there until the next score. May well come from Juan Herrera. Speed, dribble, the offload, terrific stuff. And Villegas scores. And look where Herrera is, face on the court. But he was not going to be denied. Once again, look at the hit he took, but offloaded just in time for Villegas to run in the score for Argentina.
The Argentinians were upset about that hit. I saw nothing wrong with it, but it certainly is a good indication of the level of courage that you need to have to play this game, knowing that you're going to get just popped, but still have to make that pass.
Speed from Giuriato. Nobody anywhere close to him as he crosses for another Brazilian score. So all the way back behind his own goal line to inbound for Argentina. Lead 14 points.
Canyumil's getting boxed in. He's only got those 12 seconds to get this over half court.
Juan Herrera knows it. Can he beat the clock? Oh, of course he can beat the clock. Herrera away again and over.
Another tight corner score by Herrera.
Is there nothing this man can't do?
He really is a joy to watch.
Every time I see him in possession, the one word that pops into my head is inspirational. It really is.
He's an outstanding athlete. And he certainly has all those characteristics that any coach would look for. Aggression, tenacity, toughness.
Speed and great skill as well. Great maneuverability. For a double amputee, it almost beggars belief how he manages to maneuver his machine.
He certainly has adapted very well.
Quite remarkable to watch. Argentina might not win a medal in this Parapan Am Games, but Juan Herrera will most certainly be a candidate for MVP. It's got to be part of the conversation.
Your comment about inspiration is interesting. I think a lot of athletes would push away from wanting to be considered inspirational simply because of the disabling condition. But he's not inspirational for that. He's inspirational for being a great athlete.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the point I was making. I hope I'm not making any comments that will be looked on in the wrong way. I mean, just in terms of his tenacity, his will to win, if you like.
Agreed.
That was the point I was trying to make. Taniguchi, another of those never say die athletes. And the forefront of most of what Brazil does right as well.
So time running out here in the third. I think Brazil clearly has this game well in hand. Argentina will now want to prepare themselves for a potential bronze medal match against Brazil. Think about ways that they can improve and get better.
Diego so for the Argentine score. Canyamil is going to need some running repairs. Wheel change for the Argentine.
Looks like the Argentinian service crew went on a shopping trip to get some new Blue Jays paraphernalia during their time here in Toronto.
And why wouldn't you? They're the hot team in the Major League Baseball scene. Also needing some repairs on their new right wheel. It's Herrera. You get the feeling that, you know, he could do it on one tire. He doesn't need the full complement sometimes. But he's good to go. So the repairs are done. And we're back underway with Chiriato breaking out of defense and over halfway.
Nice pass.
Hand off to Taniguchi. Brazilian lead back up to 15 goals now. Herrera gathers it in, takes the hit over halfway, spins away from Taniguchi.
Taniguchi got called for a spin on that one.
Flying smile from Taniguchi.
On the arm, my apologies, correction.
Makes his way to the penalty box. He knows the job is almost done. Brazil heading for their second consecutive victory. Inbound is Brian Nascimento wearing 13. Also back with us, Matias Cardoso for Argentina. Quickly into the action is Cardoso. Floating to Canyamil, looking for the give and go.
Brazil's defending this rather well with only their 3 players.
But in the end, the gap opens up and in scoots Canyamil for the Argentine score. Can they get closer? Can they really pressure the Brazilians? 9 goals now for Canyamil. It's very much tit for tat, and Taniguchi hands off. Easy score for Chiriato. And the gap back up to 15. Chiriato into double figures. And with Taniguchi leads the Brazilian scorers.
Giriato is classified as a 3.0. Going back to that conversation we had about classification earlier.
The last touch.
Giriato right there, able to deflect the ball off of the Argentinian player and out of bounds. You're not allowed to do that purposefully. And the official's opinion right there was that it was an inadvertent tip.
Giriato skating away unchallenged, away from Cardozo, over the Argentinian goal line. You get the sense that Brazil know the job is done, and they won't exactly take their foot off the pedal. I'm sure their coach wouldn't allow them to do that. But they can just breathe a little easier in the final minute of the third quarter. Another score, another turnover, and Giriato is the beneficiary again. Mill inbounds, stuck inside his own key at the moment from Taniguchi, tips it away. It will be Argentine possession. Mill for Cardozo, tried the quick give and go, but that one didn't work. Mill had already started to make his way down court and couldn't gather it in when it came back to him from Cardozo. Another turnover, which again have been very costly for the Argentinians.
And certainly indicative of the score, with Brazil being up by 17.
Giriato knows the clock is ticking down.
So Brazil will try to score with, as we noted earlier, with 2 or 3 seconds remaining on the clock, so that then they start the fourth quarter with possession of the ball.
23 seconds left in the quarter and on the shot clock as well. So they'll just take their sweet time to approach the line. Taniguchi ups the pace a little as the seconds tick away, and then finds Hoffman with maybe the final meaningful pass of the quarter. Still 8 seconds left. And the Argentinians get up the court quickly. We'll get over halfway first. Taniguchi trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Clock's going to beat them. There is the buzzer to end the third quarter. Third quarter in which Brazil has outscored the Argentinians by 18 goals to 12, and piling on the misery for their South American rivals. After 3 quarters, Brazil 48, Argentina 30. Big hits, as you would expect. Throughout the game, Herrera managing to get in at the corner. Taniguchi as well, 2 of the featured players we've enjoyed watching, not just today, but throughout the course of the competition, David.
They really are fun players to watch. And as you mentioned earlier, there have been some huge hits in this game. Certainly harkens back to the origins of this game being called murder ball.
With 3 quarters done, 75% of the way through. Is there some legs in the tank of the Argentinians to mount what would be a sensational comeback? Trailing by 18 after 3 quarters, 48-30 Brazil. Fourth quarter coming right up. penultimate day of the prelims at the Mississauga Sports Centre. Just about a 20-minute drive west of Toronto on a good day, if the traffic's with you, and sometimes it isn't. It's always rush hour in this city, as they say. You're watching Brazil against Argentina. Battle of the South Americans. Brazil not only wanting to medal here, but to underline their strength among the rising South American teams. So they prepare to host the 2016 Paralympics in Rio de Janeiro. And comfortably in charge of this, having dropped their opening 2 games against the big 2 in the north, Canada and the United States, then bounced back to beat Colombia for their first win. And now Brazil well set at the start of this 4th quarter, David Legg, to make it 2-2.
Yes, I think this is setting itself up that Brazil will win easily and certainly position themselves as the front runner for the bronze medal match.
And Nascimento for Argentina needs to get over halfway within 12 seconds or the clock will beat him. They're over comfortably this time. Fernanda Canyumil showing a decent turn of pace and some decent mobility. And inside and outside. Another goal for the Argentine cause. But the deficit is 18 and each quarter is only 8 minutes. It's not an impossibility, but it is a very tall order when you've got players of this quality on the court. In this case, it's Moises Batista across for the Brazilian score, a score that will take them to a half-century and into the 50s. As they managed against Colombia, 53 in that opening win last night. They should comfortably surpass that total here against Argentina in the next 7 minutes or so. Canyumil being hunted down by Batista. Can Batista get there? Can't quite.
I wondered if Brazil was going to be tired having played the last game in last night's 3 games.
And then the first one
and then
of
the first
today.
game today, but they have not appeared that way. And as you alluded to with the driving, we're far away from the athletes' village, so they would have gotten back probably close to 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning after last night's game.
And hopefully the traffic is a little lighter, but you never know in this city. You just never know. Many of us who live in and around the Toronto area know just how soul-destroying the traffic can be at times. Away at pace comes Moises Batista. The dribble comfortably in for the Brazilian score. But it's something, as I walked out of the building last night, I just glanced at today's schedule and thought, oh, the Brazilians just played and they're first back on court in an earlier start today. So they've shown very good energy and good discipline to come out and get this far ahead, nearly up to 20 points now against the Argentinians. And what appears to be a locked-on victory now for Brazil. Higuino on halfway.
One thing I've noticed in every game that you and I, Nigel, have called is regardless of the score, there is no let-up. And there's certainly no letdown by either teams in any game that I've called so far this week.
Yeah, I haven't seen one team, one player mail it in, regardless of the position. And we've seen some very one-sided games as the competition goes on. Those one-sided games will disappear. And they will become truly competitive nail-biters in the last couple of days of competition. Friday, the medals will be presented. Tomorrow, the final day of round robin. Canyumil turning away from his key area, takes the big hit from Batista. Tries to go the other way. And Higuino, the hit this time, manages to offload, but the giveaway. And Damasceno, he can't control it. And Cardozo finally takes control and in for the Argentina score. Inbound from Higuino for Damasceno. has 8 goals on the day. The whole of the wheel of Batista comes adrift, that white wall tyre, just lying on the court after the hit coming in from Cardoso.
As I said at the halftime, we've seen some big hits in this game. That was no exception.
No complaints from Batista. No apology offered from Cardoso, and that's just the way they like it.
There are some other sports that could learn some things from wheelchair rugby players in that regard.
No argument from me on that one, David. None whatever. Backing away, Damasceno looking to force his way through that Argentine goal line. Again, denied by those blue shirts. Cardoso reaches in. Referee's whistle will bring it to a halt. And the Argentine wall of defense did its job. Back with us, Juan Herrera for Argentina. 21 points the deficit. Cardoso picks it up. Herrera is back on the field. Nice shimmy by Cardoso. Then loses control as he's hit by Batista.
Equipment timeout called by Batista after that hit. So just had a new wheel put on. It means the second time.
Might be it's the left wheel this time. I think it was the right one that ended up on the deck last time out, if I remember correctly. But the card is. I mean, look at the marks on that. Those white wheels there. They're increased by the color of those wheels.
Battle.
Battered left, right, and center.
There is battle scars.
Herrera couldn't gather it in this time. The pass was just a little short for him. From Gastaldi. So the turnover, and Brazil inbound with Aguino.
We've spoken of this in other games, but it bears repeating. This game was created primarily for athletes with spinal cord injuries that then resulted in quadriplegia. However, as the game has evolved from the late 1970s, they encouraged the participation of those with other disabilities that were similar to a quadriplegia, such as cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy, and those athletes that have amputations. And the classification system allows all of them to compete in an equal foothold on a team sport.
Dashing over halfway is Bruno Damasceno. As Herrera takes the big hit, the goal will stand. And Herrera, not for the first time, finds his nose touching the floor. Dino with the hit.
Again, a good clean contact. Just a tough hit. Herrera pops right back up.
But look at the number of goals he scored at the same time. Pops straight back up as the Brazilians change 3. Only Aguino left on the court. Back with us is Cavalli. And also Kais back on court.
Herrera certainly takes his licks. But as you noted, doesn't seem to slow him down with his scoring.
Takes the hit this time, Herrera. Fumbles the ball after the hit from Giuriato. This time the turnover favors the Brazilians. So Kais here to inbound as they look to stretch that lead. Giuriato surrounded by 3 blue Argentinian vests.
Oh,
Still manages to get the pass away. And they may well score here. Kais turned around as he got the energy, the determination. Hands off. Giuriato has got speed. Thought about the fake. Now trying to back in and does so. Well, sheer persistence got them across the line in the end, David.
Yeah, that was a good play. Earlier on, you saw that he wants to run the option, but what he did is he went too far to the right, but he was able to correct that and make the best of it and just pivot and score.
Good skill from the Brazilians as they stretch that lead to 22. Herrera took the hit, popped the ball forward for Cardozo, who's driven wide, and then the turnover. Trying to play in Viegas before he reached him. A Brazilian hand was in to just leverage it away. Turnovers again, 22-3.
Wow.
It's not a statistic the Argentine coach will want to look at, but I'm sure he will draw his players' attentions to it once this game is over.
Yes.
As Aguino comes in to score leisurely for the Brazilians. Credit also, I suppose, we talk about the downside of it, but just the 3 turnovers by Brazil is a testament to their skill and their discipline throughout the course of the game.
Yes, it's usually a combination of the two, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Both the pressure that's exerted on them by their opponent, but also the lack or your ability to remain calm and patient and make the smart play.
Herrera in to score on the short-handed Brazilians.
That was a really nice block by Viegas. Watch this come over. Boom! Freezes man.
Did really well because he was closing in. Viegas took out the opponent, allowing Herrera in round the back. Just a shade over 3.5 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. 22 points the margin in favor of Brazil, closing in on their 2nd consecutive victory, having beaten Colombia late last night. Kais, one-handed, great take-in by Giriato. Blocked now by Cardozo. Leaning in is Gastaldi.
Nice outlet
To still get the pass away for Aguino. Kais has made his move forward, bumped from behind by Cardozo, but can't prevent the score.
This Brazilian team is the exact same team with only one exception, that which played in the last zonal championships 2 years ago. So they've been together for quite a while, and they know each other's tendencies, where they're going to be in space, and you can just see that by the way they pass and know.
Another big hit from Viegas to allow Herrera the time to get forward.
Yeah, Viegas certainly willing to throw his weight around. It's the 2nd big hit he's made in the last few minutes.
Nice though. Right way up again. Mats are withdrawn. Play will continue almost immediately.
We have wheels being replaced, players being lifted up. It's carnage.
Giriato, I think, is getting his left wheel replaced there. Once again, well amongst the goals. Giriato leading the Brazilians with 13 of their 57 goals. Only outdone by one by the wonderful talents of Juan Herrera, who leads everyone with 14 goals. They're most likely in a losing cause for Argentina. Aguino using the speed.
Big breakaway speed. No one's going to catch him.
Noticeable as well the way he popped the ball in front of him with a little bit of backspin. So by the time he caught up with it, it was traveling back towards him.
That was just a referee's error in passing the ball off, and they'll reset.
Lucas Camusi inbound for Argentina. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Villegas, about Cardoso. He has some speed, but not enough the way to get away from Higuino. And the turnover from Cardoso.
That play right there, just indicative of the entire game and how the score reflects that. Argentina turns the ball over. Brazil quickly turns that into a goal.
This time through Cavalli. Brazil approaching 60 points for the first time in this tournament. Best total before this was 53 against Colombia. So they're going to get past 60 here, and we expect them to do much the same, if not better, against Chile in their final game. Higuino finally manages to gather it in. Kais making himself available on the left-hand side, but will go long for Giuliotto.
Very nice pass by Higuino. You'll notice these sport chairs, the backrests are considerably lower than everyday chairs, and it allows a player like Higuino to reach back like that and make that long distance pass.
So they're specifically designed with that in mind, to give the player more forward and backward mobility and flexibility. So if the pass is behind them, they can reach back, gather it in.
And at the same time, then most players, you'll notice, also have significant strapping around their midline, in part because of that low backrest, and also because the spinal cord injuries that they have typically reduce their trunk musculature and therefore their ability to remain balanced.
Brazil timeouts. Some refreshment for the athletes. We are very close to the end of this fourth period, just 1 minute and 42 remaining. A 25-point lead now for the Brazilians as they take the courts to complete the formalities of their second victory. Outscored Argentina 12-5 in this fourth period. So back to that scoring superiority that the Brazilians showed at the opening quarter of this game. Inbound from Camusi. Heller to find Cardoso on the second bounce. 12 seconds to get over halfway. Cardoso manages that. Swerve inside. That's good movement from Cardoso. Could go all the way himself here. That's a sweet move from Cardoso. No huge pace involved, but just great maneuverability of the chair, keeping control. And over for the Argentine score.
Cardoso has a classification of 2.0, so within that mid-range of functional ability.
Higuino half stopped by Villegas. Higuino has the strength to move and then find the pass for Abreu. Brazil handily into the 60s now. Lucy finds Villegas again. Has some room on that far side.
No one will catch him.
There's the dribble. A good movement from Villegas.
This result clearly separates Brazil from Argentina and Colombia as a favorite for the bronze medal. Either of those two nations is certainly going to have to go back to the drawing books, think about ways by which they can reduce the numbers of their turnovers in particular.
Abreu in again, spin for show. But as you say, it's not just this victory and the 2 points that comes with it, but it sends out a clear message, doesn't it, to all their other rivals that, fine, we may not be able to beat the Canadians, we may not be able to beat the Americans, but we'll beat everybody else, and we're not going home without a medal.
No, I think the Brazilians have certainly positioned themselves as far and away the front runner for the bronze medal.
Higuino, move inside, the dribble. He pass off, he's got Hoffman alongside him.
Having said all that though, Nigel, that's one of the things we love about sports. You have to play the game.
Well,
you never know what's going to happen on one game.
I'm a great believer in there's no such thing in a favorite in a two-horse race. Eno taking his time as the clock winds down. Over for the score. Just 8 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. And what is going to be a comprehensive Brazilian victory over a game Argentina who've given it their best shot. No question of them giving it up at any stage as the hit comes in from Hoffman, the final buzzer. Nice to see a hit right on the buzzer. That's what wheelchair rugby is all about. But Brazil has their second victory, having beaten Argentina 63-37.
Yesterday we saw a lot of Brazilian sprinters sprinting to the top of the podium, and there aren't many sprint events tonight, so the Brazilians may not have as much power, but they've still got a very strong team at these Parapans, and we expect to see them on the podium many times.
And we'll get another look at a young man from Colombia who has become a star here in Toronto, Nelson Crispin.
Nelson Crispin has a tremendous resume to the stuff that he's been able to accomplish in the pool. Every time he hits the water, it looks like he's going to be able to win a gold medal, and tonight should be no problem. He's favored to win the 200 individual medley in the SM 5-6 category. He's coming off already 2 gold and a bronze at this competition, so he'll walk away from Toronto with a nice haul of medals, probably 5 or 6 medals by the time he's finally finished, the 23-year-old from Colombia.
The men are coming on deck for the first event of the night, the 100-meter breaststroke SB8. There's the start list for the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB8. Facundo Lazo of Argentina will have lane 4. He won a gold medal in this event way back in 2003 with the Pan Ams.
Lane number 1 is Jesus Sanchez from Venezuela, 21 years of age. He swam earlier in the competition, finished 9th in the 50-meter freestyle. 2 will be Agustin Orellana from Argentina, only 18 years of age. Pan Pacific Championships. There are many different championships for both able-bodied and para-swimmers, and there's a Pan Pacific Championship held last year in California. Armando Luis Andrade from Mexico, gold and a silver medal already this competition. 3 of them, 3 medals, 4 years ago at the Parapans. He's an Olympian from Mexico. Facundo Lazo from Argentina, 32 years of age, a Paralympian. This is the first time we've seen him at this competition here in Toronto. Lane number 5, Lopes Maciel from Brazil, 37 years of age. He also was at the Paralympic Games in 2012 in London. He was 6th earlier in the 100-meter butterfly in Toronto. Canadian Zach McAllister, 21 years of age, from the University of Lethbridge, Alberta. A member of the Paralympic team and the Parapan team 4 years ago. His Canadian teammate Chris Sargent from Kingston, 2011, he won a silver medal and a bronze medal at the Parapans in Guadalajara. He's already got a bronze medal in the 50-meter freestyle here in Toronto. The 8th person in this 8-person field, Pedro Davaneta from Peru. Very interesting story. He won a bronze medal in the Para Badminton World Championships. That's him way up at the top. You can see him in lane 8 loosening his arms. But there's no badminton at the Olympics, and he wants to go to the Olympics. So he switched to swimming last year, and here he is in the final at the Parapans.
2 lengths of the pool. This is the final of the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB8. Facundo Lazo of Argentina has lane 4. He did a 1:19.07 in prelims, gold in this event back in 2003 at the Parapans.
And the start is obviously important, but more importantly, it's a question of who's got the better timing of their stroke and how they can get their rhythm going. And right now, you've got lane number 4. The yellow lines indicate lanes 4 and 5. Lane 1's at the bottom, lane 8's at the top, and they delineate lane 4 and 5, so it's really, in essence, easier for the viewers. It doesn't mean that make any difference for the athletes, but for the viewers, you can now see the middle of the pool. The fastest qualifier is always given lane 4.
Good battle between Lazo, Lopes Maciel of Brazil, and Zach McAllister of Canada as they touch, turn over, have less than 50 meters to go. It is Lazo Andrade of Mexico and Lopes Maciel of Brazil.
At this particular point now, you'd have to say that the favorite in lane number 4 is probably going to be able to win because he was behind at the 25, caught up and started to pass the other athletes by the 50 meter, and now he's starting to extend. The only one really has a chance to catch him maybe is Lopes McNeil in lane number 5 on the left of the leader, on the top of the leader right there, because he's starting to pick it up, but I don't think he's got enough room left.
Just under 10 meters to go in the men's 100-meter breaststroke, and it is Facundo Lazo of Argentina, 5 meters away from a gold medal in this event. He was gold back in 2003, and he's gold in 2015, and touching for the silver, Andrada of Mexico. And the winning time for Lazo, 1:18.85. Second place to Andrade, 1:22.02. Third place to Macia of Brazil, 1:22.26. 2 swimmers coming in to touch to make this race official. Jesus Sanchez of Venezuela gets 7th, and Pedro de Venetia of Peru goes to 8th place. There's your gold medalist, Facundo Lazo of Argentina.
Right off the bat, it was really nothing between the top 3 or 4 athletes. A good one by lane number 3, actually. All right, and that is Andrade from Mexico. But he couldn't translate that into a big lead at the 50-meter mark because Lazo, your eventually gold medalist, was already in the lead in the 50. Had a really good pull-out. Now watch him as he drives. He's got a real good drive from his kick to the wall. Good body. And now watch the touch at the wall. You're going to see lane number 3 right at the bottom there. He's going to come in. That's Andrade from Mexico. He gets the silver medal over Lopes from Brazil, who gets the bronze medal. But the happy man is Facundo Lazo, Argentina, new games record, 118 plus.
Good swim from the Argentinian to take the gold in the men's 100 breast. Argentina picking up gold in the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB8, the silver to Mexico, and the bronze to Brazil.
What a start, a record in the very first race. Last night it felt like there was a record fell in every race. I wonder if we'll carry that on.
Katarina Roxon of St. John's, Newfoundland will be swimming in lane 4 in the women's 100-meter breaststroke. She is the America's record holder in the distance. She set that record in winning bronze at the World Championships with a time of 1:21.97. The women are coming on the deck for the 100 breaststroke SB8. And Roxon of Canada will have lane 4.
Should mention the different categories. SB stands for swimming and breaststroke. It's a different designation, and I'll mention in a second exactly what that means. Lane number 1, Imelda Gonzalez from Mexico, 21 years of age. Already finished 5th place in the 400-meter freestyle here in Toronto at the Parapan Games. Next to her in lane number 2 is Karina Lopez, 17-year-old. Her teammate has already swum 3 of the races here, a 5th, a 6th, and a 10th place, so see if we can get a little bit closer to the podium in this one. Lane number 3, Gabriela Cantagello from Brazil, 23 years of age. 4 years ago, won a medal in the breaststroke at the Parapans, this very event. She'll try to get back to the podium, but the odds-on favorite has to be the Canadian, Katarina Roxon, 22 years of age from Newfoundland, attends Memorial University, coached by her dad, 2-time Paralympian. Won 4 medals at the Parapans 8 years ago. Anna Johan from the United States, born in Kyrgyzstan, adopted and moved to the United States when she was 2 years old. She's from Chicago area now, attending DeVry University. She won 5 gold medals 4 years ago at the Parapans in Mexico. Abby Tripp, the Canadian 14-year-old, second youngest member in the Canadian team here from Kingston, started swimming at age 7. She has cerebral palsy, was in the 50 freestyle earlier and finished 4th. And there's Valentina Munoz from Chile. She also is only 14 years of age. She swam in the South American Games last summer and picked up 2 bronze medals.
7 swimmers on the blocks for the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB8. Katarina Roxon of Canada is in lane 4. She won bronze at the World Championships. Currently holds the record, the America's record in the event. 121.97. Two lengths of the pool, the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB8.
Tremendous start by lane number 5, Anna Johannes from the United States. She is expected to be able to give Roxanne a bit of a push, and I should mention, Steve, that the S categories are 1 through 10, and the lower the number, the higher the number of disability, but there's a unique little twist with breaststroke, and that is the fact that because it's more difficult, some of the swimmers that are S9 for the other events can actually be an SB8, and that's what's happening in this one.
We expected the battle between Roxanne of Canada and Johannes of the United States, and that's exactly what we've got. Roxanne leading the field to the wall. She'll touch, turn over, and have less than 50 meters to go in the women's 100-meter breaststroke. Johannes of the United States is currently sitting in second, and Cantaglio of Brazil is third.
This could easily be a new America's record for Katarina Roxanne. She's already had a very good meet with a couple of silver medals in the 400 free. Big upset, actually, winning the silver medal in the 50-meter freestyle. She is certainly way ahead of the field. Her first 50-meter split was 38.3, so she could come back in about a 42. She's going to get under her America's best time of 121.97. Watch that clock down in the bottom right.
She already has a couple of silvers. She's about to get her first gold. Katarina Roxanne of Canada in the women's 100 breast, touching for gold. 122.18 her time. And coming in for second place and silver medal, Anna Johannes of the United States. And in lane 3, Cantaglio of Brazil will touch for the bronze medal. Time again for Roxanne, 122.18. For Johannes, 129.30, and for the Brazilian, 138.96. Lopez of Mexico touches, and this race goes into the books. It's official. Smiling Katarina Roxanne of St. John's, Newfoundland. Her first gold medal of the Parapan swimming here in Toronto to go with her silver in the 50 and the 400 free.
And there's your bronze medalist. Gabrielle is in lane number 3. She ended up with the bronze medal behind Roxanne and Johannes. Off the block. Look at lane number 5, the second of the 2 yellow lanes higher in the picture. Johannes has an amazing start. Beautiful glide, beautiful kick to the surface. But that would be about it in terms of leading the race, because Roxanne quickly passed her by the 50-meter mark, came back with a very strong swim in the second 50 meters, just slightly over her best time in America's record of 121.9, missing it by a tenth. But she was able to get out in front, get the gold medal, and then the battle really was a question of who was going to be second or third. And that's your third place swimmer right there, Cantaglio from Brazil.
Some of the best atmosphere we've had here in these first 4 days. People were stamping on the floor, stamping on the medal steps as well. Really was a thunderous atmosphere as they came down.
Katarina Roxanne of Canada wins the women's 100-meter breaststroke. 122.18, a games record. Anna Johannes of the United States gets the silver, and the Brazilian picks up the bronze.
All you need to do is make sure the hashtag TO2015 is in your tweet. Put the word swimming in there somewhere as well, and we'll try and read out the best ones that we get throughout the course of the evening. You send us your tweets, then you might end up on our big screen like these people here. Pictures from right around these Parapan American Games. So 2 races down, 2 games records have tumbled already. We're ready for a next one.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 400 mètres libres S10 pour les hommes.
The men are coming on deck for the 400-meter freestyle, S10.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the
And we
athletes
get our first look at a Canadian para-swimming legend, Benoit Huot. And Huot will be in lane 5. His teammate Alec Elliott will have 4. Isaac Bootley wearing the maple leaf will have lane 3.
In lane 2, representing Venezuela.
Only 5 men in this field. Feeling pretty good about himself. Sergio Liberati from Venezuela will have lane number 2, 20 years of age. He was 7th earlier in this competition. Isaac Bootley was a silver medal earlier in that same race that Liberati swam, the 100-meter breaststroke. He is originally out of Oshawa, now training in Montreal. He's 21 years of age. The favorite to win the gold medal, which is hard to say when you're considering that the next person after this is Benoit Huot, but Alec Elliott's been swimming on fire for the last 12 to 18 months. He's out of Kitchener, now trains with Mike Thompson. His first national team was just last year, already a pair of bronze medals. There's Benoit Huot, great ambassador of the sport, 19 Paralympic medals to his credit. 31 years of age, out of Montreal. As we said, he gave the athletes oath at the opening ceremonies. Bruno Lemaire, the 30-year-old Argentinian, will have lane number 6. He won a bronze medal 4 years ago in this very event. 5 medals in total to his credit at the Parapans in Mexico 4 years ago.
8 lengths of the pool. We're getting set for the men's 400-meter freestyle S10. Canadians in lanes 3, 4, and 5. Benoit Huot, 4-time Paralympian with 19 medals, will be in lane 5. The men's 400 free. Byron McDonald, always a race in which a great deal of strategy takes place. You can't take out too fast, but if you're too slow off the top of the race, you could be in trouble later.
Well, and the athletes have to do this, have to figure out how to do it and train with their coach on how they want to do this. It's an 8-lap race. As you say, he's got to pace it very well. I think what Benoit Huot is going to do here, you see he's at the top. That's Benoit Huot at the top. I think what he's going to do is try to use his press clippings a little bit here and try to say, you know what, I'm going out after this, try to catch me guys, and whether or not he's good enough to be able to keep the other guys at bay for the entire 8 lengths, I don't know, but I like his strategy. I like the fact he's going for it. This is pretty cool.
And we don't say that in a negative way for Benoit. He's just simply been around so long and done so much in the sport that, yeah, he deserves that.
Deserves that kind of credibility, and that kind I've seen this happen in able-bodied swimming as well. With one of the great models, Vladimir Sanikov, he did the same kind of thing. And he intimidated the opposition, and even though he hurt a little bit at the end, the opposition couldn't catch him. That's what Benoit Huot's going to have to hope that happens in this one.
Less than 300 meters to go now. The men's 400 free S10. 3 Canadians, Benoit Huot, Alec Elliott, and Isaac Bootley racing 1, 2, 3. Bruno Lemaire of Argentina is swimming at the top of your picture in lane 6. There's one other swimmer, Sergio Liberati of Venezuela. He is in lane 2.
And he's a fair bit of a ways behind. This is really a 3-horse race for the medals at this particular point. I don't see it changing. Canadian fans in the stands, of course, are getting a real treat because they're going to, a lot of them are obviously Canadian. They'll be cheering for the big sweep. So the question we're talking about pacing with Benoit. Has he gone out too fast or hasn't he? The good news for Benoit is if you notice how he's kicking, he's not kicking a lot. That takes a lot of extra oxygen, and it looks like he's going to have a little bit in reserve if he keeps this up.
Coming to the wall, the touch turnover. We're at the halfway point of the men's 400-meter freestyle S10, and Canada's Benoit Huot is in the lead. He won gold in this event, the 400 free, at the 07 Parapan American Games in Rio. Of course, he's won 19 Paralympic medals, and just coming off the World Championships where he was silver in this event in Glasgow, Scotland, with a time of 4:11.55. And right now, he's got a big lead on his 2 teammates, Alec Elliott and Isaac Bootley.
And based off the performance in Glasgow, he's using that to his advantage to basically say, I'm the guy, try to get me if you can, but I'm going to go out pretty quick on this one and see if you can come and get me. He's had a very difficult last 12 months in the sense that somebody broke into his home and stole 7 of his Paralympic and and Parapan medals. Just recently, it was actually, some of them were restored to him and returned to him.
It is Benoit Huot of Canada leading the way to the wall. He's going to touch, turn over, have less than 100 meters to go now in the final of the men's 400 free S10. Isaac Buckley sitting in second position and Alec Elliott in third.
Benoit told me that he would come to Toronto because he is such a good ambassador and he'd be meeting corporate sponsors. He'd say, could I please come and swim in your pool? And I go, Benoit, you're an institution. Anytime you want to come into the city and need a place to train, don't hesitate to ask. And he said, I'm still swimming because I want to compete in the home games, and that's why he's here.
Huot off the wall, less than 50 meters to go now. The men's 400 free S10. And Huot has a commanding lead on his teammate Isaac Buckley, who is swimming in lane 3, and Alec Elliott, who is in lane 4. Huot, silver in the 400 free at the Worlds a couple of weeks ago in Glasgow, Scotland. He's going to make it gold here at the Parapan Games in Toronto. Gold for Benoit Huot of Canada. And coming in to touch for the silver will be Isaac Buckley from Montreal. And touching for third place will be Alec Elliott, the third Canadian in this field. So it's a 1-2-3 finish for the Canadians in the men's 400 free. Just coming in to touch now in lane 6, Bruno Lemaire of Argentina. He gets fourth, and we still have a swimmer heading back up the pool, Sergio Liberati of Venezuela. He will still have about 60 meters to go.
Certainly well. The other athletes obviously still in the water awaiting the arrival of Liberati as he turns now to come back on his final length of this one. While he's swimming, we'll just comment on Benoit Huot. That was a brilliantly tactical race. Went out very strong, quickly distanced himself from his competitors, but paced it very, very well. He went out in 2:04 and came back in 2:05. I mean, that's a very even split of a very fit young man. Even if he's 31, I'm still going to call him a young man. He was performing like a young man, like he has when he's won those 19 Paralympic medals. So Benoit Huot, certainly a brilliant performance in this 400-meter freestyle gold medal effort, as everyone here now is cheering for Liberati to finish the race.
Liberati with just a few meters to go to make this race official. The men's 400 free. Liberati charges for fifth spot. A 1-2-3 finish led by that man, Benoit Huot of Canada. Isaac Buckley, his Canadian teammate, gets the silver, and Elliott the bronze.
Towards the end of the race, just watch now, he's using his legs more. He's got more kick. In the beginning, we commented that he was letting his legs drift a little bit behind him. Wasn't kicking hard. He's picking it up, head down, drive to the wall. As I said, he was out in 2:04 at the halfway, back in 2:05. That's brilliant swimming, brilliant swimming, and you've got to be in shape to be able to do that. And Benoit is obviously showing he's come to these games with a mission, shaved his head for this competition to make sure he's putting the icing and making sure he's totally committed, and he is committed and swimming brilliantly.
Like it was nothing.
Like a log in a stream, nothing was going to stop him. He was away. I'll tell you what, I don't know what you thought was going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. You left your house earlier on, you were like, I'm going after the swimming. It'll be
Gold,
good
silver,
for sure.
bronze for the Canadians in the men's 400-meter freestyle S10. Benoit Huot leading the way, followed by Isaac Buckley and Alec Elliott.
More of those tweets coming in. Shoddy says, start of the Canadian sweep. A picture on Thunderous Tuesday. Yeah, the hashtag's catching on. Get in. Keep them coming. TO 2015. TO swimming. Or hashtag swimming, should I say. And keep you waving. More 400-meter action coming up in just a moment's time. Women's event, and they will appreciate just as much cheering as we had there in the men's event as well. There's another opportunity, a real opportunity to make it a hat-trick of gold here for Canada.
Within the first 4 events.
Within the first 4 events, wowzers. Antonia, the furious bird, he's up there. Says Canada's men, 400, it's a sweep. Keep them coming in. Hashtag swimming, hashtag thunderous Tuesday. My City, My Star also tweeting it as well. So too Ted Wheatley.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve des 400 mètres libres S10 pour les femmes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Mujeres, 400 metros, estilo libre, S10.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for our next event. This is the women's 400
The women are on deck for the 400-meter freestyle, S10. Canada's Arlie Rivard will be favored in this one. She is the world champion, and she will have lane 4.
Carril 2, Colombia.
There's Guerrero Zapata, youngster, 13 years of age. She's already had a couple of swims here, and I keep mentioning how amazing it is that she swam last year at South American Games as a 12-year-old. Serafina King will have lane number 3 next to her, 17 years of age. The American's out of Santa Monica, California, learned to swim at age 7. Was at the Parapan Pacific Championships last summer in California. Arlie Rivard, the Canadian, already a pair of gold medals to her credit, 19 years of age, from Montreal, is the world champion in this race 2.5 weeks ago in Glasgow, Scotland. Ruby Cristino, 18 years of age, from Mexico, a silver medal in the shorter 50-meter sprint freestyle earlier in this competition. See how she can fare in the longer 400-meter race. Samantha Ryan, the second Canadian in the field, will have lane number 6. She's from Saskatoon. 2014 last year was her first major national team. She already has a silver medal in the 100-meter butterfly. And the 6th woman in this field, Javier Figueroa from Chile, will have lane number 7. She's 21 years of age. This is her first race, 2015 Toronto. Lane 1 and lane 8 are vacant.
6 swimmers getting set for the women's 400-meter freestyle S10. And there's the favorite, Arlie Rivard, the 19-year-old from Canada. Gold in the 50 free and the 100 flies, silver in the 100-meter breaststroke. She's the current world champion in the women's 400-meter free. And she won that gold and that title at the World Championships with a time of 4:33.06. 8 lengths of the pool, the women's 400-meter freestyle S10. Guerrero Zapata of Colombia has 2. Serafina King of the United States in 3. Arlie Rivard of Canada in 4. Ruby Cristino of Mexico in 5. Samantha Ryan of Canada in 6. Figueroa of Chile is in lane 7.
This basically looks like, or should play out, that it's Arlie Rivard against the clock, because she is definitely way better than most of the other athletes in this competition based on best times. So can she push herself without anybody there to push her and try to get under the time? She said, my goal after winning the World Championships, I feel so confident now. I've been trying to do that for 3 years to win a gold medal in this event. I won a silver medal at the Paralympics in London. Now I've got it. I've got a lot of confidence, and I'm going to use that to try to go even faster at the Parapans in Toronto.
Ruby Cristino of Mexico, the 18-year-old who is swimming to Rivard's right, is not going to give it to her. They'll come to the wall, touch and turn over, and they have just completed the first 100 of this 400-meter freestyle for women, S10.
Well, I like it. Don't back down. Go for it. All right. It's a great way to get into the race for Cristino, the Mexican 18-year-old in second spot at this. It is an 8-lap race, however, so we're going to be able to see if that early move by Cristino will keep her in the race or maybe cost her enough that she could even drop back in the third. Now, currently in second spot, still trying to hang on to Rivard.
And this is one of those distances where if you go out too quickly, you'll have nothing left coming home. It's a very demanding race that way. And There's usually a lot of strategy and tactics involved in a 400. Early Rivard of Canada, well in front, now 2 body lengths up on Ruby Cristino, the 18-year-old from Mexico, who is swimming to her right. Serafina King currently in 3rd spot, and Samantha Ryan of Canada swimming in lane 6 is sitting in 4th, but it's still a battle between Ruby Cristino of Mexico and Orly Rivard of Canada, an 18 and 19-year-old.
Well, I like the way this is playing out. Cristino's not backing down. She's doing a great job. Kind of lost a bit on that turn, actually. Cristino did. Rivard had a very good turn, but look at it. She's looking right at her. Look at that. I like it. She's looking forward, trying to see how much she's got, and she can stay close to Rivard. The national coaches for the Canadian para team have said all along that Rivard is part of the changing of the guard. The previous event to this, we saw Benoit Huot, the 31-year-old, 19 para medals to his credit. He is retiring after this quadrennial. They need someone else to step up to the podium and step up to lead the team. And they're basically saying that Orly Rivard is certainly going to be one of those athletes that comes to the forefront and leads this team for the next probably two quadrennials.
Cristino and Rivard battling it out for the gold medal in the women's 400-meter freestyle. It looks as if Rivard has just taken it up a gear or 2 here in this race over Cristino of Mexico.
And it's exactly what's happening. Cristino probably overextended herself a little bit on the front end.
They're coming to the wall. They'll touch, turnover, and have less than 100 meters to go now. The women's 400-meter freestyle, and it's been a good battle between Ruby Cristino of Mexico and Orly Rivard of Canada. Rivard in lane 4, Cristino in 5, but right now Rivard has opened up about a 5 or 6 body length lead in this battle for gold in the women's 400 free.
What a difference 100 meters can make. Cristino was in less than a body length behind at the halfway mark after 4 laps, but now after 6 laps, it's extended to about 5 body lengths. No question, it's all Orly Rivard. Can she get to her best time that she set when she won the World Championship? That's really the goal that she set coming in. She wants to try to establish that.
Less than 50 meters to go now. The women's 400 free. Rivard all alone in front. That World Championship time is 4:34.06 for the Canadian. And right now she is about 15 meters away from a 3rd gold medal at the Parapan Am swimming event here in Toronto. 5 meters to go for Rivard. Rivard gets the gold in the women's 400 free. Coming in to touch for silver will be Ruby Cristino of Mexico. And the time for Rivard, 4:33.40. That betters her time in Glasgow when she won the World Championship. Coming in to pick up the bronze medal, Serafina King of the United States, the 17-year-old from Santa Monica, gets the bronze in the women's 400 free. Samantha Ryan of Canada will touch for 4th place in lane 6. And coming in to touch for 5th will be Maria Barrera Zapata, the 13-year-old from Colombia, still in the water. And at the top of your picture, Javiera Figueroa of Chile, the 21-year-old. She turns and has less than 50 to go to make this race official, the women's 400 free.
Well, Rivard at the halfway mark, you commented, was right with the swimmer in lane number 3, lane number 5, 6, Cristino, and it was a question really of would she pick it up, and did pick it up, and did what's called even splitting. The two basically split that race right in half, just the way Benoit Huot did. The second half was the exact same speed as the first half. You've got to be incredibly fit to be able to do that. As we watch in lane number 7, Figueroa from Chile, coming into the end with her teammates cheering her on, walking down the sidelines, getting her all the way to the end of this 400-meter freestyle.
Javiera Figueroa of Chile touches to finish the women's 400-meter freestyle S10. There's your gold medalist, Orly Rivard of Canada. Her 3rd gold at the Parapan American Games in Toronto. Silver to Ruby Cristino of Mexico, and bronze to Serafina King of the U.S.
Beautifully tactically committed race, go out very feel light and easy getting out, come back incredibly strong. Look at her picking it up, no doubt. Head down, right to the wall. Third gold medal for Orly Rivard, this time in the 400-meter freestyle. Superb swimming. This is the fastest swimmer in the world in her category, S10, in this race, the 400-meter freestyle. Orly Rivard.
4:33.40, record time for Orly Rivard of Canada in winning the women's 400-meter freestyle, S10. A third goal for Orly Rivard of Canada. And this kind, it comes in the women's 400-meter freestyle S10. Mexico picks up the silver, and the United States get the bronze.
Let us know what you think of the start of tonight. 3 gold medals back-to-back. A clean sweep in the men's 400. What an evening.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise de médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the men's 100 meters breaststroke SB8 final.
This is the victory ceremony for the men's 100-meter breaststroke, SB8. Medal presenters and athletes on deck.
Les médailles seront présentées
Presenting the
par
medals, Ms. Sophie Kuala, Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister responsible for the
Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister responsible for the Pan Am and Parapan Games,
Mr. Peter Gondelay, Medical and Scientific Director of the International Paralympic Games. Represent the
accompanied by Executive Board Member of the
souvenirs
Foundation for Global Sports Development, Mr. David Dulwich.
médaille de bronze.
Medalla de bronce.
Bronze medal winner representing Brazil, Carlos Lopez.
Carlos Lopez Maciel of Brazil gets the bronze medal in the men's 100-meter breaststroke.
He's a 2012 Paralympian, so he has experienced international competition, but this is one of his first ever medals at an international competition, and he's pretty happy about it.
And that is Mr. David Dulwich, Executive Board Member of the Foundation for Global Sports Development, who is presenting the military mascot souvenir.
Médaille d'argent.
Maciel of Brazil.
Medalla de plata.
Silver medal winner representing Mexico, Armando Andrade.
Mexico's Armando Luis Andrade picks up the silver.
It's his third medal of these games. He had 3 medals 4 years ago. He's got 3 medals already here, but he's got another event to go. So he could easily end up with another outdistance that total from 4 years ago. 21 years of age, Mexican swimmer, one of the strong members of an incredibly strong Mexican Parapan team.
Médaille d'or et champion Parapan American.
Medalla de oro y campeón Parapan Americano.
Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Argentina, Facundo Lasso.
Argentina's Facundo Lazo, who's at the top of the podium in this event in 2003. Here in 2015, he's back on top as a 32-year-old gold medalist in Toronto.
Unlike some of the other swimmers, we saw Andrade, who was already in his 4th event here. We're talking a true specialist. Lazo came in to swim the breaststroke, swim well, and he's certainly
Mesdames et messieurs, l'hymne national.
first race at these games.
Damas y caballeros,
And
el
in honor of that
himno
win,
nacional.
Ladies and
the
gentlemen,
national anthem
national
of
anthem
Argentina.
of Argentina.
platas para Pan Americano.
Gold to Argentina, silver to Mexico, and bronze to Brazil in the men's 100-meter breaststroke SB8.
More tears on the podium. Manus, we've seen a few of those this week, haven't we?
Yeah, I just love the overwhelming emotion that people are having receiving their medals. It really, truly shows that this is extremely special to them.
Well, that's how much it means, and it means more to them because you guys are here cheering them on and applauding their achievements at every step. The noise inside here tonight, I have to say, we're on day 4. I think this is the best crowd so far.
By far, you guys have been absolutely awesome. You should give yourselves a hand.
The bad news part of that is we haven't got medals to give to all of you. That would just be madness. Well done. You've been absolutely brilliant. Keep it going.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the women's 100 meters breaststroke SB8.
Set now for the victory ceremony in the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB8. Serena Roxon, Gabriela Tagalo.
Médaille de bronze.
United States.
Medalla de
1, 2,
bronce.
3.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing
There's
Brazil,
Tagalo of Brazil, 23-year-old. Bronze in the 100-meter breast back in 2011. That's the color of her medal this time around.
Nothing wrong with repeating getting to the podium, that's for sure.
Miss Sophie Koala, parliamentary assistant to the minister responsible for the Pan and Parapan Am Games, presenting the medals and the miniature mascot, presented by Mr. David Page,
Médaille d'argent.
executive board member of the Foundation for Global Sports Development.
Silver medal winner, representing the United States of America, Ana Johannes.
Anna Johannes of the United States gets the silver.
Her second medal, and she has a few events to go, including one of the American relays, so she could get up to that total that she had 4 years ago in Mexico. The Parapans there, she had 5 medals, albeit 4 years ago they were all gold. So far she's got a silver and a bronze to her credit.
Médaille de championne Panaméricaine.
Medalla de oro y campeona para Panamericana.
Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Canada, Katarina.
At the World Championships a few weeks ago, she was bronze. Here in Toronto, solid gold, Katarina Roxon of Canada. The winner in the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB8.
Katarina attends Memorial University in St. John's, Newfoundland. She's coached by her dad, Leonard. Now she's got a gold medal to go with the 2 silver medals she's already won at this competition. It's only one of the best competitions of this young lady's life. Katarina Roxon, 22 years of age. Just to listen to the Canadian national anthem for her gold medal effort.
Ladies and gentlemen,
in the women's 100-meter
national
breast
anthem
SB8.
of Canada.
medalists in the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB8. The gold to Katarina Roxon, the silver to Anna Johannes of the United States, and the bronze to Brazil.
So the medal ceremony there for the women's 100-meter breaststroke. Katarina Roxon, that was the second games record of the evening. Tonight it was 4 so far, and it was the first of the 3 back-to-back gold medals for Canada here in Toronto. 3 golds in a row, and we're going to see the other 2 medal ceremonies in a little while. We've got plenty more action to come. We're going to kick back off in a moment with the women's 100-meter breaststroke final. We've got men's 50 meters and women's 50 meters breaststroke action in the SB3 category as well. We've got quick-fire men's 50 freestyles, the S11 and S12 finals coming up in a little while. Do stay tuned. And don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us, send us a tweet. Hashtag TO2015. Try and read the best ones out. You can put swimming in your message as well. That'll be even better. So if you're on our big screen, no matter where you're from, here's our friends from America. Bit of flag waving in unison.
Here we go. I was going to say, that's the most casual flag waving I've ever seen.
Yes, get your feet off those chairs, young man.
Ooh, person in the striped shirt definitely wants to be on that big screen.
Again, if you do send us a tweet, you can end up on the big screen as well. Make sure you put swimming into yours. Know you're in the building. Three goals tonight takes Canada's medal tally up to 13 goals. 6 medals in total. These people are happy to be here. Another American flag. That's it, just barged that other lady out of the way. Well, that was nice. Oh, yes, we're all friends, really, aren't we? He's back. The man that keeps the apples in his pocket is in the house.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 100 mètres brasse SB6 pour les femmes.
The swimmers are coming on deck for the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB6. Brazilian will have the middle of the pool. In lane 4, she'll be challenged by Riley Boyd and Sophie Herzog of the United States in 3 and 5.
And in lane number 2, there is no swimmer in lane number 1, so lane number 2 will be the first woman we get to see. Naomi Samoyera from Mexico, only 16 years of age. She swam in the 2013 Youth Parapan Games. Get ready for this and already has a silver medal. Sophia Herzog, the 18-year-old from Colorado, will swim for the United States. She won a bronze medal in the 50-meter freestyle earlier in this competition. She'll have lane number 3. Next to her in lane number 4, not 18 years of age, 47 years of age. First Parapan she ever swam in was back in 1995. She's done 13 Ironmans. Very fit woman, a 2012 Olympian. She's 47 from Brazil. Riley Boyd, the other American in the field, lane number 5, 19 years of age, from Fort Collins, Colorado. Attended school at the University of California, San Diego. She won a pair of medals 4 years ago at the Parapans in Mexico. There's this Canadian in the field, Nadia Langell, 21 years of age, from Mississauga, which is a suburb of the city of Toronto. Her coach is Craig Mortimer. The first teams were last year, 2014, from and the final swimmer in the field, Cassandra Schaffer, 15 years of age, from Bend, Oregon, newcomer to the national team for the United States. She's finished in 6th and 7th place in the other 2 races.
This is the women's 100 meters breaststroke SB6.
2 lengths of the pool. We're getting set for the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB6. Susanna Schnarndorf of Brazil will have lane 4. Not sure she's come to the Parapans here in Toronto in great form. She was 6th in the 400 free and 7th in the 50 free, but she is in the middle of the pool for the women's 100-meter breaststroke. Flanked by 2 U.S. swimmers, Riley Boyd in 5, Sophie Herzog in 3. The women's 100-meter breaststroke SB6 down and back.
Well, and as you say, the fastest swimmer is always given lane 4. That's the one in the middle, coming down from the bottom. You have someone in 2 and 3 and 4. But Schnarndorf has definitely been outperforming what we've seen her in the past, so I'm not so sure she'll be able to get to the podium. And right now, at this point, it's actually the Canadian in lane 6 and Voigt, the American, in 5 that are really taking charge.
That's Langell in lane 6. The Canadian, Riley Boyd, is on her right, and Sophie Herzog is in 3. Schnarndorf of Brazil, who has lane 4, struggling a bit. As Riley Boyd leading the field to the wall. She'll touch, turn over, and have less than 50 meters to go in this final, the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB6. Riley Boyd, followed by her teammate Herzog, and then Langell of Canada.
Very interesting that the Brazilian is so far off the mark at this point, but we have seen that earlier. The United States has split their team between the World Championships and these Parapan Ams. This is a little bit more of a developmental team, so we haven't seen them on the podium that much, but I think there's going to be 2 of them on the podium here, Steve.
Riley Boyd is leading the field, followed by Sophie Herzog. Now Somalera of Mexico has come up and challenging Langell of Canada for that bronze medal. But I don't think anybody's going to catch Riley Boyd. She had a silver in the mixed relay. She was 5th in the 400 free, but it looks as if she's going to get gold in the women's 100-meter breaststroke. Her teammate Herzog is in silver medal spot right now. It is Riley Boyd of the United States getting the gold. The silver to Herzog. And what a great battle for the bronze as they come to the wall. It looks as if Somalera of Mexico, she picks up the bronze. And still 1 swimmer to come in. Cassandra Schaffer of the United States in lane 7, about to touch and make this race official. The women's 100-meter breaststroke. Gold to Riley Boyd of the United States, 1:45.69. Silver to Herzog of the U.S. and bronze to Somalera of Mexico.
There's Boyd. And congratulations from
But ladies and gentlemen, big round of
woman
applause
that's
for
actually
your
almost
winner
old
of
enough to be your mother.
That's
That's a difference in ages you have in this competition, 47 to 18. Right here at this point now, they're coming down the home stretch. At the very top, you've got Langille, the Canadian, back in third spot, but she's going to labor a little bit at the end, and two swimmers are just going to go past her. Nobody's going past Boyd, the American, 19 years of age, out of Fort Collins, Colorado. She comes in for the gold medal. Then Herzog. Now watch this battle. All three went right to the wall, and at the bottom, it's going to be Samuelera over Langille, the Canadian, who fades to fifth. The Brazilian Schnarndorf, the veteran, gets fourth, but Samuelera comes in for the bronze medal. Great swim, but a really nice swim for Riley Boyd, United States, gold medal.
And Herzog will join each other on the podium a little bit later on.
The U.S. are 1-2 in the women's 100-meter breaststroke SB6. The bronze to Mexico.
Amazing stuff. Keep sending those tweets in. Santanu says it's the place to be at. Stunning atmosphere all around in the arena. Absolutely right. Hashtag swimming. Hashtag TO 2015.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 50 mètres brasse SP3 pour les hommes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Hombres, 50
The athletes are making their way to the starting blocks for the
SB3.
men's 50-meter breaststroke SB1 through 3. Jonathan Dielman of Canada will have lane 4 in this one. Jonathan Dielman in 4. Did a 54.57 in the prelims, 2 seconds
Dans le
better
couloir
than
1,
anybody else.
représentant le Mexique.
Carril 1.
Lane number 1 will be Jesus Hernandez from Mexico, 23 years of age. He's already got a bronze medal to his credit at these games. And if you're wondering, it's only one lane from the pool. That's why you're actually going to swim from right to left instead of what we've been watching before, left to right. Adolfo Castorina, this is his 4th Parapan American Games, 2011. He won a gold in the SB2 50 breaststroke. This is the SB1, 2, and 3. The lower the number, the higher the disability. So he will be up a little bit tougher category to be able to win here. Cordero, the Brazilian, 35 years of age, 2012 Olympian, 2 medals, 4 years ago. There's Jonathan Dielman, the Canadian, 30 years of age, a former rodeo rider who broke his back in a dirt bike accident and is a paraplegic competing in the S3, S4 category. Lane number 5, Gustavo Gus Sanchez, 21 years of age from Mexico, won a pair of gold medals at the Paralympic Games in 2012. Lane number 6, Omar Osorio from Mexico, 38 years of age, was a bronze medal in this event 4 years ago. And he swam in the 2003 Parapan Am Games as well in Argentina. This is his first race at this competition. Chris Tronco from Mexico, 29 years of age. 3 Paralympic Games to his credit. This is also his 4th Parapan Am Games. He won silver in this race 4 years ago when it was an SB2 race. Finally, in lane number 8, Ignacio Martinez from Mexico, 20 years of age. There was actually an interesting development in the start this morning. It didn't go off smoothly. They allowed a few swimmers to re-swim it. He was one of them, and he earned his spot into the finals with that re-swim in the morning preliminaries. That's Martinez way up in lane number 8. Lane 1 at the bottom. The athletes can start in the water if they choose.
One length of the pool. This is the men's 50-meter breaststroke SB1 through 3. Canada's Jonathan Dielman will have lane 4, but he'll be challenged in lane 5 from Gustavo Sanchez of Mexico and Ronestoni Cordero of Brazil. One length of the pool.
Best dive, of course, is going to be a little bit better if you're able to get off the blocks instead of pushing off in the water. But it is 50 meters, so we'll have to see how it develops from this point on. As we mentioned, Dielman did have the fastest time in the preliminaries. The Canadian in lane number 4 out in front of him is Gus Sanchez, the man who won this event at the Paralympic Games. So he really is going to be able to give Dielman a good run for his money.
Gustavo Sanchez of Mexico in lane 5 with a slight lead on the Canadian Jonathan Dielman swimming in lane 4. This could be a great battle to the wall between Sanchez and Dielman. Dielman's trying to pick it up. Put on a bigger challenge for Sanchez. Sanchez and Dielman very, very close. Less than 5 meters to go in the men's 50 breaststroke. Here they come. Sanchez may outtouch Dielman at the wall. It is Sanchez for gold. Dielman the silver. And Cordero of Brazil gets the bronze.
There's Sanchez. He's a pretty happy guy. Gold medal, a really, really tight finish. Dielman was a little bit slower than he was in qualifying in the morning. There he is right there. From northern British Columbia, now living in Vancouver. And there's your bronze medalist, Cordero, from Brazil. But it was an extremely tight battle between the two gentlemen in lanes 4 and 5 for the gold medal. Watch as they come stroking to the finish. Here we go. Look at how close this is right now. Dielman starts to sink a little bit of the wall right at the end there in his last few strokes. He's just a little bit too far and has to take one more half stroke, and that's the difference between winning the gold and winning the silver. Sanchez was able to lunge there a little bit quicker. Watch again. Dielman's going to have to take one more little stroke at the end there, and that really kind of cost him. Sanchez gets the gold medal. Good race for Dielman, but he has to settle for silver. Cordero gets the bronze.
And how close was it? Well, in the end, it was Sanchez with the gold medal, putting up a time of 55.37. The silver to the Canadian, 55.68. And the bronze to Brazil, 58.92. Good race.
Beautiful. Glad he's here. We're glad you're here as well. Keep tweeting us as well. Marlena, I think he's just called me a DJ. I'm only slightly offended. DJ's that end of the table. I'm in the middle. But so the shout out to the DJ at the swimming venue for keeping the crowd pumped. Maybe it is you. Maybe it is the DJ. I don't know. Maybe it's not me. But you're taking the credit there, my friend. Keep your tweets coming. Hashtag TO2015. Hashtag swimming. I can't believe that anybody that plays the Out Here Brothers gets any praise, so it's not yours. Definitely not happening. If you know the words to this, do join in. Let us hear you say way-o. Hey, not bad that, not bad. There's definitely some party goers from the late 90s sat in this crowd. On a top evening so far, with so much yet to come. A sport that just keeps on giving.
The America's record in the women's 50-meter breaststroke SB 1 through 3 is held by Nelly Miranda of Mexico. There will be 5 Mexicans in this race. A Brazilian, Canadian, and a swimmer from the United States.
50 metros pecho, SB3.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the women's 50 meters breaststroke SB3 final.
Here come the swimmers for the women's 50-meter breaststroke SB 1-3. The Mexicans have 5 swimmers in the event, but most eyes will be focused on lanes 4 and 5. Patricia Valle and Nelly Miranda. Miranda gold in the 50 and 100 free in Toronto. Trying for a 3rd gold medal in the women's 50 breaststroke.
Dans le couloir 1, représentant les États-Unis.
Lane number 1 will be Kyla Wheeler, 19 years of age. She won a bronze medal in the 50-meter breaststroke 4 years ago. It was category SB2 at that point. Now it's SB3, and most of the athletes in this race are SB3, so that will be a little bit tougher for Wheeler to be able to get to the podium. Canada's Tammy Cunnington, an S3 swimmer, 39 years of age, from Red Deer, Alberta. Coach Mandy Smith. Lane number 3, Fonseca from Brazil, 40 years of age. Has yet to get to the podium. This is her first race at the Toronto Parapans. Lane number 4, there you have your past world champion, not the recent world champion, your past world champion, past Paralympic champion. Carried the flag at the opening ceremonies for Mexico in 2012, the 46-year-old veteran, Trisha Val. But the woman that might be able to take over, her teammate, Nelly Miranda, has the America's record now, faster than Val has ever been. 43 years of age, already a pair of gold medals here, and a pair of gold medals at the Paralympics back in 2008, 8 world titles. Heidi Aceves from Mexico, 22 years of age. She is an S2 swimmer, Paralympian from 2012. Won this race 4 years ago. Guadalupe Meja from Mexico, also from Mexico, an S3 swimmer, 24 years of age. She's had a couple of races here already in Toronto, finished 9th place both times. And the 5th of 5 Mexicans in this field. They're in lanes 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Virginia Hernandez, 47 years of age. She's had a pair of 11th place finishes in Toronto.
One length of the pool. The final of the women's 50-meter breaststroke B, 1 through 3. Nelly Miranda of Mexico in 5. Her teammate Patricia Valle is in 4. Eudine Fonseca of Brazil is in 3.
As we've said before, the athletes have a choice of starting in the water or on the blocks, most preferring to get into the water. Right off the bat, lane number 5, Miranda is going out very quickly. This is the speed that we saw in the 50-meter freestyle when she broke the world record on the opening night of these Parapan Ams. And this is certainly a change in the guard. And interesting, a 43-year-old taking over the guard from a 46-year-old Mexican. And it is the past Paralympic champion in lane number 4, but on her left, out in front already, Nelly Miranda.
Nelly Miranda of Mexico with about a half a body length lead on her Mexican teammate Valle, and Fonseca of Brazil was challenging Valle for that silver medal, but it looks as if Miranda, if she can keep it up, will get the gold, and this will be her 3rd, but Valle has turned it up just a bit. She's gaining on Miranda. We could be in for a great finish as they come to the end of the women's 50-meter breaststroke. Miranda and Valle, stroke for stroke. Valle just slightly in front. It's going to come down to the touch, and Valle takes the gold. The silver to Miranda, and Fonseca of Brazil picks up the bronze. Terrific finish. Great battle to the wall between Miranda and Valle of Mexico.
Bit of a surprise there, actually. Valle was way out in front. Now you got in lane number 2. Coming in, you got Tammy Cunnington, a Canadian. Up in lane number 6, Aceves from Mexico. There we go. We've still got another swimmer still to finish. A couple of them, actually.
In lane 7, that's Virginia Hernandez of Mexico still to come in. And in lane 1, Kayla Wheeler, who is really an SB1 in this 1 through 3 event for the women. The 50-meter breaststroke still to come in to make this race official. Hernandez and Wheeler still to touch. Wheeler will out-touch Hernandez. Fans really getting behind and bringing these swimmers home, and well they should. Great effort. It's official now. The women's 50-meter breaststroke goes into the books. Patricia Valle, the veteran, the 46-year-old from Mexico, takes the gold. Nelly Miranda, 43 years of age, picks up the silver. And a 40-year-old Fonseca from Brazil gets the bronze.
Watch what happens now. You've got at the top there, you've got Miranda. Miranda's actually slipping in the stroke. Watch her hands. They break the surface. She's getting air bubbles. She's not getting a good pull. Whereas Valle, the veteran breaststroker, past Paralympic champion, she's keeping her pull under the water. So you can see at the top there, slipping water is Miranda. Miranda's no more for the freestyle, taking her to breaststroke now. She's making a little technical error at the end when she got tired, and that cost her the gold medal. Coming in for 3rd down in the bottom, one of her first ever podium performances is Fonseca from Brazil, but interesting, a small little technical error like that will give this woman, the veteran, the ability to go right by the early leader, Miranda.
In event number 15, 52 in your schedule. There was a disqualification in lane number 8. That's event 52. A disqualification
Mexico are
in lane
1-2 in the
8.
women's 50-meter breaststroke, SB 1 through 3. Brazil take the bronze. Tammy Cunnington of Canada is 4.
There you can see some of our winners value. Perhaps can't believe it herself. And again, that's every race tonight. One record has fallen. Minimum. Give us a wave if you're on our screen.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you the victory ceremony for the men's 400 meters freestyle S10
The
final.
athletes are coming on deck for the victory ceremony in the men's 400-meter freestyle S10.
Les médailles seront présentées par
Las medallas serán entregadas por
Medals will be presented by President of the Americas Paralympic Committee,
Mr. Jose Luis Campo, the president of the Americas Paralympic Committee,
accompagné par
will present the medals.
acompañado por
accompanied by Executive Board Member and the Foundation for Global Sports Development, Dr. Stephen Ungerleider.
Stephen Ungerleider. Dr. Stephen Ungerleider, the Executive Board Member of the Foundation of Global Sports Development, will
Bronze
present
medal
the
winner,
medals.
representing Canada, Alexander Elliott.
Alec Elliott gets the bronze. The 19-year-old from Kitchener, Ontario.
I'm sure his coach Mike Thompson is happy, as is Alec Elliott, and his entourage is here to cheer him on, as so many of the Paralympians have had their families come in for this effort. Already a pair of bronze medals before this race. Now he's got three bronze medals at the 2015 Parapan Ams for Alec Elliott.
médaille d'argent.
medalla de plata.
Silver medal winner, representing Canada, Isaac Barkley.
Isaac Buckley gets the silver. His second silver at the Games in Toronto, silver in the 100 breaststroke.
And it is interesting the versatility of the pair of swimmers.
Médaille
A
d'or,
lot of the
champion
able-bodied swimming, you would not have
Paralympic
a 100-meter breaststroke or also going into a 400-meter race, but here you do, and very successful.
Parapan American.
Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Canada, Benoit Huot.
He's got a trunk full of medals, but I'm sure this one is special for Benoit Huot of Canada. Wins the 400 free in front of the hometown fans here in Toronto.
He's such a busy guy. With all of his comings and goings and the things that he's doing for parasport
Mesdames et
and
messieurs,
himself, I just didn't know if he did enough time to get in good enough shape. But he
Damas
sure
y
showed you
caballeros, el
tremendous
himno
swim.
nacional.
Ladies and
For
gentlemen,
Canada,
national
for
anthem
a swimming
of
legend,
Canada.
Benoit Huot. firmly ensconced in the rafters here at the CIBC Pan Am Aquatic Center and Fieldhouse, which means a Canadian sweep, and it came in the men's 400 free. Benoit Huot, Isaac Buckley, and Alec Elliott. 1, 2, 3.
Well, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. One more chance to give them a round of applause. It was Canada gold, Canada silver, Canada bronze, the clean sweep. The janitor's cupboard has been opened and all of the brooms have been taken away. That's three times in this competition that Canada have won all 3 medals in one race. Can we do it again?
Like I said earlier, anything is possible.
Anything is possible. So you see yourself on the big screen? Want to give us a bit of a dance? This lady loves a bit of Elvis. First time round.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is the victory ceremony for the women's 400-meter freestyle, S10. And presenting the medals and the miniature mascot, Patchy the Porcupine, will be Mr. Jose Luis Campo, President of the America's Paralympic Committee.
Bronze medal winner,
Dr.
representing the United States of
Stephen
America,
the Executive Board member at the Foundation for Global Sports Development. And there's the bronze medalist, Serafina King from Santa Monica.
Learned to swim at age 7, competed last summer at the Parapan Pac Championships. It happened to be in California, her home state. Nice way to get your feet wet in international competition. Now she's parlayed that into a major games, the Parapan Games here in Toronto, and found herself on the podium. It's her second race at this competition. She was 5th in her earlier race, the 50-meter freestyle. Likes the longer distance, obviously. 400-meter freestyle, bronze medal.
Medalla de plata.
Silver medal winner, representing Mexico, Ruby Cristino.
She had a good open. Cristino, the 18-year-old from Mexico, she gets the silver in the women's 400 free.
Very good meet so far for Ruby. She also has a silver medal in the 50-meter freestyle, so now she's got a pair of silver medals at this competition. Really, the first time she's ever been to the podium. Bright young career ahead of this woman. Ruby Cristino didn't back down, even though she knew that Aurelie Rivard was the world champion. That went through as long as she could, stay with her.
Gold medal winner and Parapan American champion, representing Canada, Aurelie Rivard.
The cheers for the world champion and now Parapan Am champion in the women's 400-meter freestyle, S10, Aurelie Rivard of Canada.
Third gold medal of this competition, as you said. Very special competition, but something that's also very special that we learned is better than that. We learned that Aurelie, who does not have a left hand, will be getting one this fall. Her comment is that it's so cool, I've never had 2 hands. She will now.
Of Canada.
gold in the women's 400-meter freestyle S10. The silver goes to Ruby Cristino of Mexico, and the bronze to Serafina King of the United States.
People up in our stand, look, they're enjoying themselves, they've got their banners. He's jumped up on his seat, he wants a bit of the action. Checks and stripes, sir, checks and stripes. Have a word. Or maybe you haven't seen nothing yet. Maybe you ain't seen nothing yet, eh?
Good one.
It's a good one, yeah, I know. When you become a father, those sort of jokes just fall out of you. Brad Lawrence says, swimming, great evening tonight. Thank you very much for getting in touch, Brad. Keep the tweets coming. Hashtag TO2015. Hashtag swimming. Keep waving. Keep jumping up and down. These ladies are so happy. It's unbelievable. What she doesn't realize is $40 in change has just fallen right out of her purse. Somebody's lucky day. Ryan Albright says, not something you see every day. Clean sweep. Well, if you come 2 days ago, you've seen 2 of them.
Yeah.
Sarah says gold, silver, bronze. What you really want to see. Hashtag Go Canada. Hashtag swimming. Hashtag TO2015. Tweet a picture of the medals. I've tweeted as well. Me.
Yes, there's a tweet from you.
I got in trouble as well. Don't tweet whilst you're working. Effie also is tweeting in. Clean sweep. Seems like sweep is the favourite phrase at the moment. Daniel Otis as well. Dr. Ian. Dr. Ian's happy with the amount of people here. Thank you very much, Dr. Ian.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve de 50 mètres libre S11 pour les hommes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Hombres, 50 metros, estilo libre, S11.
The swimmers are coming on deck for the men's 50-meter freestyle,
Please welcome the athletes for the
S11.
men's 50 meters freestyle S11 final.
Yunarki Ortega of Cuba will be the defending champion in this event, but he'll be challenged by the Brazilians in 4 and 5.
Dans le cours de représentant El Salvador.
Lane number 2, the first person we'll see. There is no swimmer in lane number 1 or lane number 8. 6 people are competing in the race. Carlos Cortez from El Salvador, 19 years of age. Started swimming at age 6. This is his first race at this competition. Yunarki Ortega, there's your defending champion. Already has a pair of silver medals at this competition here in Toronto, the 2012 Paralympic. He has lane number 3. Lane number 4, Matthias Ryan from Brazil, 22 years of age. This is also his first race at these Parapan Games.
Representing Brazil, Matthias Ryan.
And his countryman is in lane number 5, right next to him. There he is, Alex Polaris from Brazil, 24 years of age. He has had a previous race that just missed the podium in the breaststroke. He was 4th spot, so he'll be vying to get on the podium in this one. In lane number 6, Brian Urbano from Colombia. He was a silver medalist in this race 4 years ago. His mother also competes as an athlete with visual impairments. this competition so far, 3 medals, 2 gold and a silver. And there's your final competitor, Kevin Friere from Ecuador, the 17-year-old who just missed a medal in the backstroke earlier in this competition. I should mention that the visual impairments are classes S, 11, 12, and 13, with 11 being the most visually impaired, and they're actually mandated they must wear goggles that are blacked out. So all these swimmers here have goggles that are totally blind.
One length of the pool, men's 50-meter freestyle, S11. Palhares, Brazil in 5. Reiner, Brazil in 4. Ortega, the defending champion from Cuba, in 3.
Off the blocks, the start obviously very important. Best start in the field by far was lane number 5, Parapan from Brazil. However, you can't count out lane number 3 because he is the defending champion.
This is a good race, just over 20 meters to go. It looks as if Ryan has the lead, a slight lead on his teammate Palhares. It is Ryan in 4. They're coming strong, but a great battle for silver. It's Ryan at the wall. He takes the gold, and we've got a tie for silver. Palhares and Urbano deadlocked to 28.91, 27.32, the winning time for Ryan, and a tie for the silver medal in the men's 50-meter freestyle S11.
Well, yeah, that's the first tie we've seen so far for a medal at the Parapans here. I've seen them before. Obviously, you see that pole that's extending right there? That is actually what the bonkers, as they call them, the team official uses to tap the swimmer when they've got about a stroke and a half to go, so they actually know that they should be leading to the wall. And now they're tapping them and say, okay, it's time to clear the pool and get out. Off the start, it was lane number 5. He was able to translate his early lead off the start. You can see him slightly ahead, and then a 50 meters just slightly is very, very important. Now, it'll help him to get the silver medal way out in front, but watch the touch here at the top. The top 2 are going to come in right next to one another, Palhares and Urbano. Watch, you can see them getting tapped. Watch the tappers tapping them. All right, right at the top, you're going to get 2nd and 3rd. Tap them right there. 1 stroke to go, 1 arm pull to go. Boom, and they lunge for the wall when they get tapped. Lane number 3, your defending champion, just out of the medals this time, had to settle for 4th.
Brazil win the gold in the men's 50-meter freestyle S11, and we have a tie for the silver between Palhares and Urbano, a Brazilian and a Colombian.
Brazil.
See the confirmed results being displayed on the screen. That time of 27.32, giving us yet another Games record here. Still, that run continues. Every race tonight has given us a minimum of 1 Games record for a classification. Stunning.
Now, I've said this almost every single night, but there is definitely something in this pool.
That is our first joint medal, I believe, as well.
That is our first joint medal of the meet. Some very happy Colombians.
Colombia, Colombia.
Hats off to you as well. Lots of Colombian football shirts being worn here.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve 50 mètres libre S12 pour les hommes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final.
The swimmers are coming on deck for the men's 50-meter freestyle S12.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the men's 50 meters freestyle S12 final.
CIBC Pan Am Aquatic Center and Fieldhouse. Here's the start list for the men's 50-meter freestyle S12. Diego Cuesta of Colombia will have 4. 2 Brazilians will be in 3 and 5.
Dans le couloir 1, représentant le Cuba.
First swimmer in this 8-person field, Ostani Madrigal from Cuba, 17 years of age. This is his very first race at the 2015 Parapan Ams, only 17 years of age. Major international competition. Lane number 2, Yorberg Jimenez from Venezuela. He's already had a couple of races here, finished 7th place in both of them. He's 20 years of age, he'll have lane number 2. Next to him in lane number 3, Renato Nunez from Brazil, 27 years of age with silver medal in this very race 4 years ago. This is his 3rd Parapan American Games. Bronze earlier at this competition in the 100-meter breaststroke. Diego Cuesta from Colombia, 29 years of age, the oldest man in the field. He will have lane number 4. Just missed the podium earlier. He's had 3 other races, a 4th, a 5th, and a 5th. Can he get to the podium on this one? Philippe Diabro from Brazil, the second Brazilian in the field, will have lane number 5, 24 years of age. He was 6th place in his only other race in Toronto. Jonas Simon from Argentina, 26 years of age. He's at a 5th place and an 8th place so far in Toronto. We'll have lane number 6, lane number 7 will be Darvin Baez, 19 years of age from Puerto Rico. Just missed the podium in the 100-meter breaststroke where he finished 4th. And the 8th person in the field, Stefania Hankers from Suriname, 25 years of age. He's a newcomer on the international major game scene. He was 8th in the breaststroke earlier in the competition.
This is the men's 50 meters freestyle S12 fight.
A couple swimmers in the middle of the field, both went 27s, but about 4 of them went 29 seconds. Could have a real battle for the bronze.
8 swimmers competing for 3 medals in the men's 50 free S12. 1 length of the pool. Diego Cuesta of Colombia in lane 4. Brazilians in 3 and 5.
Let's see who gets the best start, because it can obviously translate into a gold medal if you got the lead. It's a pretty dead heat. Almost everybody other than way up there in lane number 7, Baez from Puerto Rico, really got out like a shot.
Great battle between 4 and 5. Diego Cuesta in 4th, the Colombian Diabru of Brazil, but in lane 7, Darvin Baez of Puerto Rico putting out a challenge, but I think Cuesta's going to touch first. He does. He gets the gold. Diabru of Brazil picks up the silver, and 3rd place goes to Darvin Baez in lane 7. Another great finish in the men's 50 free S12.
There's your winner, Diego Cuesta. Solid off the dive, not as amazing as we had the early leader, Baez from Puerto Rico, but very solid. And watch up at the top now. You're going to see way up at the top, second from the top, where he is right there. Boom, look at that. The first 6 strokes that Baez takes, he's got a great lead, but he runs out of gas at the end. You can see his kick. He's got no kick at the very end of the race. Baez at the top. He's got no legs. Watch his legs. They're just dying out. In the middle, you got major power, major splash by Cuesta, then Diabro first and second. Baez, the early leader. A little more training under his belt, a little more strength. He's going to win next time around, boy. He had a lot of pure natural speed.
Excellent swim from him.
Cuesta, the experience that came back home on was that winning goal.
It's our first race of the night where a games record hasn't gone.
Oh my. That must be some sort of record in itself.
That is a record. Keep your tweets
Diego Cuesta of Colombia wins the men's 50 free. The silver goes to Diabru of Brazil. And Puerto Rico pick up their first medal, bronze. Darvin Baez.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici les athlètes pour l'épreuve 50 mètres libre S12 pour les femmes.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la gran final. Femenina, 50 metros, estilo libre, S12.
Here are the competitors for the women's 50-meter freestyle, S11 and 12. Raquel Ville of Brazil, the 32-year-old, will have the middle of the pool, lane 4. She'll be flanked by Argentina's Anabel Mora, Belkis Mota of Venezuela.
Argentina.
In lane 1, representing
8
Argentina.
women in the field. Flora de la Vega, Argentina, 19 years of age. Competed at the 2011 Parapan American Games. 2013 youth competitions. Nadia Diaz from Argentina, 26 years of age, will have lane number 2. Won a bronze medal at the Paralympics in 2012 in the breaststroke, not the 50-meter freestyle. Elkis Mota won a gold medal in this very event 4 years ago, so watch for her. She also won the 100-meter freestyle. 32 years of age from Venezuela. Challenging her right next to her from Brazil, Raquel Biel. 2012 Paralympian, physiotherapist by trade, 32 years of age. Won a silver medal 4 years ago in the breaststroke, so she is used to getting to the podium. Annabelle Moro from Argentina, 36 years of age, 3-time Paralympian, 4-time Parapan swimmer. She has 10 medals to her credit. Came in with 8, she's already got 2 here, so a total of 10 career Parapan medals for Moro. Pelotero from Argentina will be in lane number 6, 18 years of age. She's a newcomer to the senior national circuit, competed at the Youth Parapans in 2013. Won a silver medal earlier in the competition in the backstroke. McLean Hermans from the United States, only 14 years of age, out of Atlanta. Detached retinas in 2010, that's when she started to swim in para-swimming. Nelene Benitez from Argentina, a 19-year-old, will have lane number 8. She said she also likes to compete in the shot put and track and field events.
Representing Argentina.
She was 8th in the only other swimmer here in Toronto, 100-meter backstroke.
This is the women's 50 meters freestyle S12 final.
One like of the pool. The women's 50-meter freestyle, S11 and 12. These are the visually impaired athletes. Marco Viel of Brazil is in 4. Moro of Argentina in 5. Mota of Venezuela in 3.
So this is a problem, and the reason this is a problem, unless the referee feels something happened that was untoward to get a fair start for everyone, you are not allowed any false starts or any movements on the blocks. So therefore, in theory, as long as we find out, the swimmer in lane number 8, Benitez, probably should be disqualified. However, if there was a problem in the referee's see, she goes. She breaks off the block. The swimmer in lane 7 really should not be disqualified because she was drawn in by the swimmer in lane number 8. So the referee should have released everybody else, including lane 7. So the question now will become, and it does look like they are going to disqualify her. Yes, they are. So you're not allowed to move. There's no false starts allowed in the sport of swimming. Unlike track and field, where you're allowed false starts, you are not allowed them in the sport of swimming. So the referee is now going to walk over and explain the situation to the swimmer. There's the referee there. She's coming over now. Unfortunate circumstance, Benitez from Argentina has been disqualified in a women's 50-meter freestyle.
Women's 50 meters freestyle S12 final.
7 swimmers in the women's 50 free S11 and 12 will have a false start. Benitez of Argentina is out of the race.
Off the blocks they go. Good clean start this time, and the only one that really looks like a little bit of an advantage might be in lane number 5, lane number 6, Amin Pelotero, but really nothing in it between all 4 or 5 of the top swimmers. This is going to be a wagon race right to the medals, right to the wall.
Just over 20 meters to go in this women's 50 free S11 and 12 final, and it looks as if Moro has taken the lead, but Mota is coming on strong. They come to the wall, and it is Mota of Venezuela who picks up the gold. Moro gets the silver, and 3rd place in this one goes to Raquel Viel of Brazil. The winning time for Mota, 30.60.
So Mota defends her title. Took it right down to the wire to be able to do it, I'll tell you. It was very, very close. She never led until about the 49.9 meter mark and got her hand on the wall. Just been able to win that gold medal by the narrowest of margins. At the start we mentioned, it was pretty even for everybody. Lane number 5 had a little bit of a lead, more maybe, but number 6 now at the end. You've got the two of them going to the wall. Watch at the bottom. She's going to come over quicker with her right arm. Just that little bit of quickness is the difference. Now watch again. Watch the two swimmers. At the bottom, you're going to see more. I'll come around. And now, right, real quick, much quicker. See, she comes around. Her right arm started the recovery behind the swimmer in lane number 5, Moto, with a very fast last right arm. That gets her the gold medal. That's the difference. That's the veteran. That's the defending champion. That's why she wins.
The athletes congratulating each other.
Gold for Venezuela in the women's 50-meter freestyle S11 and 12. Argentina pick up the silver, and Brazil take the bronze.
Separating Mota and Moro.
First up on the track here on day 2 of athletics competition at the 2015 Toronto Parapan Am Games, the men's 5,000 meters in the T12 category. This category for the athletes with visual impairment, and in the T12 classification, they can be accompanied by a guide runner, but that's just up to them. There's no requirement for that in the rules. And we will see two athletes, two favorites actually in this race. Ortega Jacques of Brazil and Serna Moreno of Colombia using guide runners. In fact, Ortega Jacques has listed 2 guide runners here today. So it'll be interesting to watch how they do the exchange when they decide to do the exchange in this 5,000 meters. There's Yeltsin Ortega Jacques of Brazil, was a silver medalist at the World Championships in the 1,500 meters in 2013, and a bronze medalist at 800 meters. So moving up in distance here to the 5,000. The American Charles Davis with a best of 16:09, so about 21 seconds slower than the Brazilian. From Colombia, Herman Angarita Otero, 25-year-old, making his second appearance at the Parapan Am Games. From Ecuador, this is Sisto Moreta with a best of 16:51.11. Moreta with a silver medal in the T12 1500 last year at the Paris South American Games. Running in lane number 5, this is Roger Rodriguez from Venezuela. He'll be accompanied by a guide. A best of 15:44.12. And out in lane number 6, this is Elkin Alonso Serna Morena of Colombia. He is the defending champion in the T12 5000 from the 2011 Parapan Am Games in Guadalajara, and was Colombia's flag bearer at the 2012 London Paralympics opening ceremony. So 12.5 laps of the track, men's 5,000 in the T12 class.
These athletes are dealing with visual issues, of course. Less than a 5%, or between a 5 and 20% field of vision. And they would be recognizing objects at 6 meters that people with 20/20 vision would be seeing at 60 meters.
So 3 of these athletes, half of the field, choosing to run with guides. Davis of the USA, Angarita Otero of Colombia, and Serrato of Ecuador running without guides.
And interesting to know, we often see guides running on either the left or the right. There is an advantage to having the guide on the outside, because the guide ends up running the longer distance. The further outside you are on each turn, the longer the distance, of course. So all of these guys running on the inside, or sorry, all of these runners running on the inside of their guides.
Now, in terms of the Brazilian, Yeltsin Ortega Jacques using 2 guides here, and we'll be waiting to see how he makes that changeover. The America's record holder in this event, Odair Santos, was disqualified last night after winning the T11 5000, and Jason Dunkerley of Canada was promoted from second to gold, and that was because Odair Santos declared he was going to use 2 guides, and then in the end decided not to and stayed with his original guide.
Yeah, a bit of an obscure rule. The rule does state that if the guide is, or if you nominate 2 guides to be used, if you declare that you're going to use 2 guides, you must use those 2 guides. And if you don't, the rule is very, very clear. If both guides are not used, the athlete must be disqualified. So there's no discretion in that rule. You know, it's just, it is what it is.
Right now, in a rather pedestrian pace, it is Colombia's Elkin Alonso Serna Marino in the lead, just ahead of Charles Davis, the American. And then back in third, one of the favorites, Jacques Ortega Jacques of Brazil, running with the guide.
And Serna Marino takes the field with that Charles Davis, the athlete running second.
And, you know, looking at these guides running with their athletes, I can't see them using tethers here, Jeff. We often see tethers that will connect the guide with the visually impaired athlete, but it looks like they're using verbal communications running side by side here.
And there's nothing in the rules that makes a tether mandatory. It is the norm. Most athletes will use that, but we see in some of the winter events, like cross-country skiing, where a tether would be very, very difficult to employ. We see guides that are using either verbal cues or you know, some other form of some other way to make sure that they're guiding their athlete through the proper course.
Actually, the Brazilian Ortega Jacques has a fine tether. I can just make that out now with his guide. And it is Ortega Jacques who has declared that he will use 2 different guides. What's the purpose of that?
Well, I guess we've seen in the past where an athlete, a very, very strong Paralympic athlete, may have difficulty finding a guide who can keep up with them. And there's been examples in the past where, you know, we've seen athletes who are really being slowed down by their guide. And so they brought that rule in a number of years ago to allow for an athlete to bring in a fresh guide halfway through a race, particularly on these longer ones. And it's used most often in the marathon event.
So still a rather leisurely pace, championship racing here today in this men's T12 5000. On a 3:06 1,000 meter pace right now.
It will be interesting to see if the athlete knows of that rule, because if the guide doesn't feel like he needs to be switched out, we may see a similar situation that we saw last night.
So right now, it is Serna Marino of Colombia in the black vest leading the way, just ahead of the American Charles Davis, and behind him Yeltsin Ortega Jacques of Brazil. Jacques has the best time in the field coming here this season, 15:39.24. Serna Marino has a personal best of 15:27.97. And if these athletes were going to be on a pace to be in the 15-minute range, they'd have to be running about 72-second laps and maybe close with a 32-second 200 meters.
You know, given the pace, it really does seem odd that the Brazilian athlete would have chosen to nominate 2 guides, and I wonder whether they have, you know, they decide which guide they're going to use on the day of, depending on which guide is feeling better. But, you know, with a season's best in the, you know, high 15s, and given this pace, it seems odd that they wouldn't be able to find a guy that could endure this kind of a race pace.
So Ortega Jacques now of Brazil deciding to front run, trading places with Serna Marino of Colombia. The American Charles Davis right behind him. Serna Marino is also a road runner. Won the silver medal in the T12 marathon at the 2008 Beijing and the 2012 London Paralympics. As I mentioned earlier, he is the defending champion at the T12 5000 from the 2011 Parapans in Guadalajara. But a two-time silver medalist in marathon competition at the past 2 World Championships as well. So mainly a road runner. Right now, leading the way on the track.
And making the decision to either lead or to run in the pack, you know, it's a decision that each athlete makes for different reasons. Leading is more difficult because the wind affects you more. But running in the pack can sometimes cause problems. So the pace is being dictated to you if there are surges and if people are speeding up and slowing down.
Look at the pack here, Jeff. I mean, this is a situation where bumping and pushing can be a factor as they got very tight.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that when we're in a situation like that and you're running in the pack, as it slows down and speeds up, you get contact. And if you can't see that contact, if you can't see the person speeding up and slowing down, it could really affect these athletes much more than an able-bodied.
Venezuelan athlete Roger Rodriguez now taking turns leading this pack, just ahead of Serna Moreno of Colombia. 6:15 through 2,000 meters. Right now on a projected pace of about 15:42 in this T12 5000.
The other sport-specific, I guess, or disability-specific thing that's happening here is that you've got a pack that's very tightly bunched, and you've got a bunch of guides mixed into that pack. So you've got additional bodies in there that wouldn't normally be there, and these athletes are essentially twice as wide as an able-bodied athlete would be. So if you're trying to block or you're trying to, execute a strategy and you have an extra body there to help you, it really can play into the results.
Now the American, Charles Davis, moving up. He's just 21 and coming here to Toronto with a new personal best of 16:09.71. Based on his times, he is not one of the fastest runners in this field. Serna Morena moving up in behind him with his guide, and at the back of the pack now it is Ortega Jacques of Brazil. So clearly a championship type pace here as these athletes prepare themselves in what should be an interesting finishing kick. Nobody yet willing to put a surge into this race. Pretty well everybody's had a chance to front run here, Jeff.
It's hard sometimes to get everybody to share the pace making, but it's nice to see a pack step up and do the work that they should be doing.
The defending champion from Colombia, Serna Moreno, leading this pedestrian pace now through the bend. Davis, the American, just outside of Serna Moreno's guide's shoulder. Blocked along the rail is Germán Angarita Otero of Colombia. Now a bit of a surge being put into this race as Yeltsin Ortega Jacques and his guide take off with 5 laps to go in this men's T12 5000. So tactics employed now as Ortega Jacques says he's had enough of this, and he opens a 10-meter lead on the rest of the pack, and really no response from the defending champion Serna Moreno or the American Charles Davis at this point. That lead has been built to 20 meters. 9:32 through 3,000 meters as that last 1,000 meters slowing down, and the projected pace down to 15:55. With the surge now being put in by the Brazilian Yeltsin Ortega Jacques.
And honestly, he really isn't, he doesn't have his foot fully on the gas. He went through the 200 after that initial surge, his first 200 meters of acceleration in 34 seconds, which isn't, he's not breaking any records at that pace.
And no response from the rest of the pack as Ortega Jacques' guide, Nascimento, has a shoulder check and looks back 50 meters to the rest of the group behind them.
That was a 1:10 lap.
So nothing spectacularly fast, but enough to open a big enough gap, which shows you just how slow this pace is, with the rest of the athletes here trailing by about 40 to 50 meters through the bend.
The pack really didn't seem interested in responding at all, which is unusual given that at least one, you'd think that at least one of them could have chased for a little while. But they may have decided that they're conceding the gold and they're all playing strategic games looking to win a silver medal.
Well, this might be all part of Yeltsin Ortega-Jacques' plan, as he has indicated he will switch to his second guide in this race, and there's been no indication of that guide yet, but a big 50-meter lead by the Brazilian on the rest of the field. So it looks like the Brazilian has a guide who will have a pretty powerful kick, a shorter distance guide to give him that finishing kick, as Ortega-Jacques is about to lap the Ecuadorian Sisto Moreta. But again, no movement from the rest of the pack. Charles Davis leading this other group of 3 athletes and the guides.
Ortega slowed down on that second lap with a 1:15 clocking.
The defending champion, Serna Moreno, sitting in 3rd place, second man back in that chase group, as Brazil's Ortega-Jacques continues to hold that 40 to 50 meter advantage.
The pack's beginning to split up now. A little surge being thrown in there.
Yes, as Serna Moreno is now falling a little further back from Roger Rodriguez. Rodriguez now showing a sense of importance in this gap and trying to move back into the race, as the Brazilian Ortega-Jacques runs down the straight with 2 laps to go. Still no indication of a change in his guide, but the rest of this group now has picked up the pace. The defending champion, Serna Moreno of Colombia, with his guide running in behind the Venezuelan Roger Rodriguez. And looks like we've lost a guide. Roger Rodriguez started the competition with Jordan Camejo Martinez as a guide. And that looks like his guide way back around the bend as they head down the back straight. So Rodriguez running without his guide now. Looks like his guide is out of gas.
It doesn't look like he's injured. That would be another reason for the guide to not be able to keep up, but he really does look like he's just gassed out. I don't think I've ever seen this before. The guide is basically jogging along the home straight.
Down the straight comes the Brazilian, Yeltsin Ortega-Jacques. And that is the guide, Roger Rodriguez's guide, who's about to be passed by the front runners, Yeltsin Ortega-Jacques. And we've yet to see this guide change for the Brazilian as he runs past Rodriguez's guide through the bend on the bell lap.
And there doesn't seem to be a guide on the back straight, which is that you must exchange guides on the back straight. And I don't see one available.
Well, this could be interesting if there's no exchange made of guides. Remember, last night in the T11 5000, Odair Santos indicated 2 guides on the start list and didn't change and was disqualified. And the other rule in this event is, like for Rodriguez, the guide has to finish or they're disqualified. So maybe that's what's happening. This guide is no longer able to keep up with his athlete, and so he's going to finish it in a jog. Great race for second and third now, as Rodriguez has been passed by the American Davis. Davis with a great finishing kick, but nobody's going to touch Yeltsin Ortega-Jacques of Brazil, as He strides across the finish line first, 15:42.77. A flourishing finish for Charles Davis of the United States for second. And then it's Roger Rodriguez of Venezuela without his guide, the defending champion. Serno Moreno does not have it today as he pulls in fourth. Back behind, you can see the guide for Rodriguez laboring well behind his athlete, but must finish in order for Rodriguez to get credit for a medal here today. The day belongs to Yeltsin Ortega-Jacques of Brazil.
It's very difficult to believe that these athletes would be doing this on purpose, nominating two guides, and it's clearly they're ignorant of the rule. They don't know that it's that it exists. I mean, this is me taking a guess, but I would bet that they're nominating both guides in case one doesn't feel good on the day of. And this is an innocent bureaucratic mistake that these athletes are making. It's very unfortunate if that's the case.
Based on what happened last night in the T11 5000, I mean, he'll be disqualified if that's the same situation, because Odair Santos, also declaring two guide runners, didn't change and was disqualified based on that rule. As you mentioned, Jeff, a bureaucratic mistake. Right now, Ortega-Jacques is ignorant of that situation as he celebrates his victory. And the Ecuadorian athlete, Sisto Moreta, labors down the straight. Crowd here with a round of applause to help lift his spirits as he crosses the finish line, sixth. But Yeltsin Ortega-Jacques first at 15:39.24.
And like I said earlier, it seems at that pace, it seems odd that he would feel it necessary to switch guides. I mean, it wouldn't be difficult to find a guide who could run that pace. So again, all things seem to be pointing to an innocent and unfortunate mistake. Here we see some of the action.
He got tired of the pace and just took off with his guide. And down the straight he came to victory here, but again, we'll have to wait and see if there will be a ruling on not using a second guide.
And it will be interesting to see. We don't know at this time whether there was a protest put in by another country that resulted in the disqualification, because sometimes if there's no protest, the judges will not take it upon themselves to enforce rules. Other times they will. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
At this point, the gold medalist is Yeltsin Ortega-Jacques of Brazil, the 23-year-old double medalist in World Championship competition. As we look at these unofficial results, 15:42.78 is his time right now, ahead of Charles Davis, who had a great kick over the last 200 meters to run by Rodriguez without his guide. A personal best for Davis of the United States at 15:48.87, then Rodriguez of Venezuela at 15:51.93. The rules state that your guide has to finish, and his guide did finish, but well after the fact, as obviously he could not keep up with the pace set for Roger Rodriguez.
And maybe the strangest thing about this situation with the guide and the switching of the guide is that Ortega's teammate last night was the one who got disqualified. So you would think that the coaching staff or the management would have realized what had happened. Maybe they don't even realize why the disqualification happened. If they do and they did it again, it seems like
it's a shame.
Yeah, well, abdication of their responsibilities as managers.
Yeah.
But in the alternative, if it's an innocent mistake, it's just so unfortunate.
Look at this field. Very big field here, Jeff, with 16 athletes, which means there will be a cull. They will cut the field after the first three attempts down to the top 8 as we move through the biggest field event we've seen so far here in Toronto. It's the second attempt now for Cuba's Leonardo Diaz, 40-year-old who holds 4 Parapan records in discus, javelin, 4 America's records in the discus, javelin, and shot put.
These athletes, unlike their able-bodied counterparts, when an able-bodied athlete throws a discus, he uses his non-drive leg to plant and to create a block and create that torsional velocity that gets the implement out. These athletes need to stop the motion of their body and allow their drive hand to continue to power. Look at the speed that that athlete generates. Oh, really launches that discus out there.
Tanto Campbell of Jamaica with his 3rd round attempt. So that'll move him into 2nd place as we move to the American Johnny Williams. Williams with a 32.51 so far. He's currently just off the podium in 4th place. On the field today, women's javelin throw F37 and F38. A very good looking field indeed. Field includes Shirlene Coelho of Brazil, who is the defending champion in the javelin event. The gold in Guadalajara back in 2011. Also the gold medal champion at the 2012 Paralympics and at the 2011 World Championships. So Dos Santos de Souza Coelho of Brazil, the prohibitive favorite in this women's javelin throw competition, with the best this year of 32.91. Yomara Cohan of Venezuela has the best this year of 27.27.
These athletes with cerebral palsy will deal with difficulty controlling their movements, muscles that are always in a state of stress or contraction, and difficulty with the release. And especially in field events, the timing of the release is so critical. So we watch her do run up, and while she's running up here, she's generating speed. She blocks. She allows her power arm to come through, but it's that release that is so critical. If they're off by even a 1/10 of a second, hundreds of seconds, the implement will fall outside of the sector.
There's the start list for the women's 200-meter final in the T36 classification. Running running in lane number 2 from Mexico, Sandra Fonseca. Bronze medalist in the 100 in this event 4 years ago in Guadalajara. Lane number 3 from Colombia, Hernandez, the best of 33.87. In lane number 4 from Brazil, Tacinta Oliveira Cruz. She has a best clocking this year of 31.90. In lane number 5 from Argentina, Yanina Martinez, 21-year-old, overcome cerebral palsy, a silver in both the 100 and 200 meter competitions 4 years ago at the Parapan American Games. Running in lane number 6 from Colombia, Daniela Rodriguez Agulo. Only 20 years of age and a 32.92 clocking this year. Lane number 7, representing the United States, this is Alicia Seeley. Her left foot was amputated due to complications of a congenital condition that wasn't diagnosed until 2010, when she began to have problems walking. Lane number 8 from Argentina, Marcela Carabal, 36.86 clocking. And in lane number 8 from Argentina, Milagros Nunez with a best of 37.45.
So very interesting that Seeley is dealing not only with the effects of cerebral palsy, but with an amputation as well. One of the elements that these athletes will have to deal with on a technical level based on their disability is their reaction time to the gun, difficulty controlling their muscular movements. They're affected, the starts are definitely affected.
So some athletes will start in the blocks, others standing up. The final of the women's 200 in the T36. Gunning their way cleanly, and Martinez in lane 5 with a great start, already making up the stagger and running a terrific bend as she roars past everybody else in the field. Yanina Martinez of Argentina blazing down the track, being chased by the Brazilian Oliveira Cruz. With This Is All About Yanina Martinez with a 5-meter lead, holding her form, dashing to the line first in 30.62 seconds unofficially, just ahead of the Brazilian Oliveira Cruz.
These athletes dealing with the increased muscular tension. Their muscles are always in an elevated state of tension, which causes fatigue to set in faster. So when you're dealing with a sprint race of this nature, 200 meters, and you're looking at overspending the reserves that you have, the muscular energy that you have, and those reserves get depleted much quicker for these athletes than able-bodied athletes. You can see it's a clean start. Some of the athletes get it quite well. Some of them are using the blocks, and some of them are standing, and this is, again, something that they need to address. Oh, it looks like we just saw a lane violation there in the athlete in lane 4.
But you look at Martinez trying to control her upper body, trying to maintain her locomotion and her form. All these athletes having to overcome these upper body situations.
Absolutely. These athletes have all 4 limbs affected, so not only do they have to control the rocking of their upper bodies, they have to control their muscular fatigue, and you can see the Brazilian really kind of coming apart in the late stages of this race.
Usually these T36 athletes have a little better control of their legs than they do of their arms, and that was a masterful performance by Yanina Martinez of Argentina. An America's record for Martinez at 30.63 seconds, seasonal best for Cruz for silver, and Hernandez Florian a personal best for the bronze. Fonseca of Mexico another personal best. Look at that, 6 personal bests of the 8 athletes in this event, all coming to the 4 here in Toronto.
Certainly helped by that 1.9 meter following wind, probably.
Yes, favorable following wind and legal. These winds gusting out of the northwest. To the field now in the women's javelin competition, F37 and 38. And Yomara Cohen now with her 3rd attempt in this competition. Has a best of 27.27 coming to this Toronto Parapan Am competition.
One of the additional technical elements that the disability will create is a difficulty with the release. These athletes have difficulty controlling some of their body movements, and so timing that release is so critical. She really needs to, she ran up fairly well, but really didn't block very well. So she really needs to stop that non-power side of her body a little bit better. If she wants to create the velocity, she needs to get that implement out into the field.
Her 4th round attempt, 26.03, 26.03 meters. Currently leaves her in 2nd place in this competition. Now Brazil's Santos de Souza. The current leader has a best so far of 34.70 meters. That was her 3rd round attempt. And that throw of 34.70 in her 3rd round is a new Parapan Am record. So Santos de Souza of Brazil, the front runner here in the women's javelin throw F37-38 final. And her fourth round attempt, 35.68 meters, so another improvement and another Parapan Am record for De Souza Coelho of Brazil, as she leads the way through 4 rounds of this women's javelin throw F37-38 final.
Another critical element in throws competitions is the ability to block, and what blocking means is on the non-power side of your body, there has to be a stopping moment. And so these athletes, you can see, are running up, creating speed, and using that speed and power combination to create the velocity that will get the implement out into the field. But to do that properly, the non-drive side of the body has to be stopped. And what that does is it creates a whip action and increases the velocity that the implement goes out at. These athletes have to do the blocking exercise with the most affected part of their body, because their drive side or their power side will be the least affected side of their body. So they've got not only the need to do the blocking for the throw, for the technique, but they're using the least advantageous part of their body to do it.
Now Canada's Renee Fossel. She is currently in 3rd place. Has a best so far of 25.36.
She uses a very short run-up, tries to create all of the speed using the quickness of her arm, puts it out into the center of the field. Not a bad throw for her.
Rennie Fossel of Canada, only 20, from Orangeville, Ontario, overcoming her impairment of cerebral palsy. 23.14 will not be improvement on her 3rd round throw of 25.36, so she'll remain in 3rd place in this javelin final. She was 4th 4 years ago in Guadalajara, Mexico, at the Parapan Am Games, and is the current Canadian record holder in the discus, also competing in the discus throw for Canada. So the Canadian in 3rd place after her 5th round throw. Back to Yomara Cohen of Venezuela. Currently in 2nd place. Again, point combinations here because of a combined classification of F37 and 38.
So this is interesting. You can see she uses a much longer run-up, but she really doesn't increase her speed much past her first few steps. So it seems like the last part of her run-up, she may be able to shorten her run-up and still get exactly the same velocity.
Cohen, the silver medalist in Guadalajara 4 years ago, sitting in that silver medal position right now with a best of 27.40 for 823 points. 27.40, a new seasonal best for the Venezuelan athlete. 25.77 in her 5th round throw. So she remains in 2nd place as we go back to the leader from Brazil, Santos de Souza. The best so far, 35.68. And this is another good-looking throw. 35.68, good for 1,057 points. And of course, that Parapan Am record.
That was a very nice throw. You can see her creating a lot of speed. She stops the non-drive side of her body very well. It allows that drive hand, that power hand, to whip through and really create a lot of velocity, combining speed and power to really get that implement out into the field as far as she can.
Brazil, you see the standings up on the board.
So Dos Santos and her 5th round throw of 34.37, so not an improvement on her 4th round of 35.68, which continues to lead this women's javelin throw competition in the F37-38 class. Nobody in her area code at this point, Jeff, as she continues to dominate the competition.
These athletes, of course, needing to do all of the technical elements of javelin, the run-up, the release, the block, and the recovery, but with the additional elements that are created specifically by their disability. So an increased difficulty to time the release, increased difficulty to lock properly, and some imbalance issues that can sometimes cause them to fall over the line and create a foul.
Dahiana Hernandez Reyes of Colombia was the Para South American champion last year. She's 24. And her 6th and final attempt. The Southpaw currently in 4th place. Has a best so far of 19:17 for 391 points.
It really doesn't create very much speed on that run-up. Nice release. The run-up really needs to be improved if she wants to get the distance that she needs.
La recordista del mundo y campeona paralímpica Shirley Santos de Souza, pueblo de Brasil, récord para los Juegos 35:68.
The defending champion running in lane number 4, Edson Pinheiro of Brazil, the gold medalist in Guadalajara. He is the Parapan Am record holder in this event and the America's record holder. Pinheiro running in lane number 4 for Brazil, right next to Kyle Whitehouse of Canada, who will be his chief rival here for the top of the podium. Full field of 8 lanes. Men's final in the 100 T38. Canadian Whitehouse warming up from St. Catharines, Ontario, overcoming cerebral palsy. 2-time silver medalist in Parapan Am competition in the 100 and 200 meters.
There's going to be an incredible following wind for these athletes. Winds gusting to 70 kilometers an hour.
Yes, the wind's gusting as we set the lanes. From Brazil, Pedro Neves da Silva running in lane number 1. Lane number 2, the athlete from Colombia, Delmiro Giles, holding up a sign. I couldn't quite make that out. Got to keep his mind on the race.
Well, he needs to be careful because that's a rule violation. You're not allowed to display any signs.
Lane number 3 from Colombia. This is Hooker Velasquez, who won gold in the T38 400 and silver in the T38 long jump on Monday, capturing his gold on the track 20 minutes after the long jump finished. Next to him, lane number 4, the defending champion from Brazil, Edson Pinheiro, a best of 11:53 this year, the defending champion and 2-time Paralympian. Next to him in lane number 5, Kyle Whitehouse from Canada, the St. Catharines, Ontario native, 2-time silver medalist at 100 and 200 meters in Parapan Am competition. One of the favorites here today. From Colombia, running in lane number 6, this is Wiener Javier Diaz Masquera, the best clocking of 11:87. So he'll be a factor as well in this final. In lane number 7 from Nicaragua, Luis Alejandro Prado Guerrero. His best this year, 13:36. And in lane number 8, representing Mexico, Jesus Cortez Roma, the best time this year of 13:25. And to watch the defending champion Pinheiro of Brazil in 4, Whitehouse of Canada in 5, Diaz Masquera of Colombia in 6. And Jeff, Kyle Whitehouse with an interesting device on his left hand there.
Seems to be some kind of a brace that may be helping him in his start position or keeping his hand from moving too much while they're mid-race.
Final of the men's 100 T38. Strong tailwind for these athletes as the gusting northwest winds prevail here in Toronto. Got it, a great start by Pinheiro and Whitehouse side by side. Hooker Velasquez running very well, but now Pinheiro, the Brazilian, moving away, leaving the Canadian Whitehouse second at the finish. The defending champion repeats in Toronto. Brazil's Edson Pinheiro, victorious at 11.25 seconds unofficially.
There seemed to have been a little bit of movement on the start line. And the athlete in lane 2 just didn't start. And I'm wondering if he caught something out of the corner of his eye and assumed that there was going to be a false start charge.
I picked that up as well, a real delay outside. We have another look at it here.
And he was actually the one who flinched.
It was Gelaz of Colombia. Looked like he was rolling in the blocks and then got left behind.
So we see 3 athletes wide at the halfway point, but Pinheiro really just takes over through the acceleration phase and maintains incredibly well.
Pinheiro and Whitehouse getting off to great starts, but Pinheiro with that great turnover midway through the race.
And look at Whitehouse with a very well-timed dip at the line, but just not enough.
Edson Pinheiro of Brazil, the defending champion, repeats in Toronto. 11:25 his time, with a following wind of 2.8 meters per second, so a windy, wind-aided time. Kyle Whitehouse of Canada second at 11:41. Fastest time he's run this year, although wind-aided. And Jesus Cortez Roman of Mexico. Check that, it'll be Diaz Mosquera who will get the bronze medal at 11:66 in a dead heat with Hooker Velasquez. So another dead heat here today for third, but it will, Diaz Mosquera will get the bronze medal as the Brazilians celebrate. These results are still unofficial in the T38 men's 100. Pinheiro, the defending champion, repeating here at 11:25. Kyle Whitehouse of Canada second for silver, and Wiener Javier Diaz Mosquera for bronze for Colombia in that dead heat with Dixon De Jesus Hooker Velasquez. And so they've now made that official, and so the dead heat leaves Hooker Velasquez in fourth. To the women's javelin final, F37 and 38, as we join Santos de Souza of Brazil and her 4th round attempt. The gold medalist 4 years ago in this event, looking to repeat as she defends her title, the 34-year-old from Brazil. And the leader in this competition with a 34.70 throw in the 3rd round. Here the 4th round, keeping her balance, staying inside. Oh, a beautiful throw for the Brazilian, Santos de Souza Coelho. And this looks like it's even better than that 34.7 meter throw, Jeff.
She got a lot of speed on that throw. Look at how quickly her arm comes through.
Parapan and Paralympic champion in this class in javelin as the winds continue to pick up. She's throwing right into the wind, into the northwest, and looking anxious to see this score. And it's a big one. 35.68 meters, breaking the Parapan Am record, and a point total of 1,057. The gold medalist in the women's javelin as she successfully defends her Parapan Am title. Charlene Santos de Souza Coelho with a Parapan Am record 35.68 ahead of Yomara Cohen of Venezuela with a seasonal best, and the Canadian Renee Foisel, an America's record for her in her class at 25.36 meters. Colombia's Hernandez Reyes rounding out in 4th place. Five men lining up to contest this T44 100 final, with Richard Brown, the world #1, running down the middle of the track in lane 5. It looks like he has not started. He has scratched in lane #5. So Richard Brown, the prohibitive favorite, scratching in lane #5 as we set the lanes. So lane 3 from Brazil is Andre de Oliveira, a best of 12:20 this year. Lane #4 from the United States, Jared Wallace, 10:92 clocking. And Wallace gets a terrific start in lane number 4 for the United States. Cardoso of Brazil giving chase. The Canadian Solomon's way off the pace, and what a blistering run down lane number 4, 10:71. A new seasonal best, a new personal best for Jared Wallace, a following wind of 1.7 meters per second, so it's legal. Jared Wallace also breaks the world record in the process. Tremendous start, taking full advantage of that tailwind and blasting to gold in world record time here in the men's T44 final.
He really ran away with that race at every stage. Great start. Look at him drive through his acceleration phase. Stands up now midway through the race, accelerates and just hangs on until the finish. You can see Oliveira catching him at the line, but he ran out of real estate. Great form. Look at how much he's driving with his arms. So powerful.
And his legs in perfect unison. The drive off that blade matching his able-bodied leg. Perfect symmetry down the straight. Tremendous form.
And you could see, I don't know if you noticed, but Solomon's on the outside, you could see there's a big discrepancy. There's a lot more power coming through on one side than the other. So that evening out of the power is so critical to these amputee athletes.
So Jared Wallace of the United States, a brilliant world record 10:71. First ahead of two Brazilians, Cardoso de Oliveira at 10:98 and Andre de Oliveira at 10:33. The Canadian Cody Solomons with a personal best at 12:63 with that strong tailwind, but not enough to get on the podium here today. On to the women's long jump in the T11 and T12 category, and Brazil's Simplicio will be the first athlete we'll see in this competition. Thalita Simplicio de Silva of Brazil with her first attempt in this women's T11-12 long jump. She was a silver medalist in the 200 meters in this classification last year at the South American Games. Wearing the blindfold in this event for visually impaired. Her best is 4:38, and that's a good looking opener for the Brazilian.
And unlike the track events where the guide runner is either tethered or runs beside the athlete, the guide points the athlete's hands in the direction of the takeoff board and then uses a verbal cue to help guide her down the track.
So that 4:46 put the Brazilian into second place. Now we move to the fourth round attempt for Salvatini Spadori of Brazil, the 19-year-old. Another impressive effort. 19-year-old was the 2011 IPC World Champion in the T11 long jump.
Another modification for the blind athletes. You can see that there's a much longer takeoff board, and they measure from where the athlete contacts the board to where they land.
4:45 will move her into podium position. Sixth and final round attempt for Silvânia Costa de Oliveira of Brazil. A best of 4:93 coming here, and that looks close to maybe even being better, as Brazil dominates this women's long jump competition. Silvânia Costa de Oliveira with her sixth and final round jump, and she's gonna like this, using that powerful following wind of 4.2 meters per second tailwind. So an illegal windy following wind, but a jump of 4.96 meters. And so that will confirm her as the gold medalist in the women's T11-12 long jump.
You know, we talk about the runners and the guides having to work in concert on the track, but in these field events, you've got the guide standing literally in the middle of the run-up track, giving the verbal cues or sometimes clapping and then having to jump out of the way at the last possible second.
How do they figure out, getting their foot on the takeoff board properly?
Well, the takeoff board is much longer, and so what happens is instead of measuring from the board to the landing, they measure from the takeoff point to the landing.
What a great series of jumps for the Brazilian, Costa de Oliveira, 491, a 493, a 496. No fouls in her 6 attempts, and she's the gold medal champion in a Brazilian sweep of the podium here in the women's long jump T11, T12. Sylvania Costa de Oliveira at 496. Thalita Simplicio de Silva with a personal best 446. And Lorena Salvatini Spladore, third at 445. The field featuring Michelle Stilwell of Canada in lane number 4 from Parksville, BC. Her impairment is a spinal cord injury, a childhood accident when she fell while being piggybacked. And she was originally a wheelchair basketball star, winning a gold medal at the 2000 Paralympics before switching to track, and she's won all kinds of gold medals at 100 and 200 meters in Paralympic competition in Beijing and in London, and the only Canadian to have won in 2 para sports, basketball and track. So Michelle Stilwell in 4, one of the favorites here today, with a best clocking this year of 19.61 seconds. Next to Michelle in lane number 5 is Carrie Morgan of the United States. Second fastest time in this field of 20.99 seconds. The American Carrie Morgan in 5, her impairment, transverse myelitis, at the age of 1 caused permanent impairments from her chest down. She was a bronze medalist at this distance at the 2012 London Paralympics and a 7-time medalist in World Championship competition. The second Canadian in this event is running in lane number 3. That's Becky Richter with a best of 28.31, and the second American out in lane number 6, Cassie Mitchell. The gun and they're away as Michelle Stilwell powers to a good start ahead of the American Carrie Morgan. Stilwell and Morgan now moving away from the rest of the field. It's the Canadian Michelle Stilwell now facing a surge from Morgan of the United States, but holding her off. Stillwell pumping hard to the finish line, and she'll win the gold medal. 19.62 seconds. Rounded down to 19.58. Michelle Stilwell of Canada. Golden here in the women's 100 T52.
And this was a mixed category race, combining the T52 category and T51, and realistically, the T52s have an enormous advantage. All of these athletes have all 4 limbs affected, but the T51 athletes, you can see the athlete in the inside lane there, really only have their biceps to use.
Yeah, Becky Richter and Cassie Mitchell, both T51 athletes outside in lanes 3 and 6, couldn't keep up with the T52 athletes.
And you see Michelle Stilwell's chair skating around a little bit. She's moving around inner lane a little bit, but not enough to take away from this victory for her. Great time for her, given this these conditions.
Michelle Stilwell powering to victory, 19.58 seconds ahead of the American Carrie Morgan at 19.92.
And both Morgan and Stilwell showing really good turnover, really good hand speed on those rings.
Michelle Stilwell, an amazing athlete, the only Canadian to have won medals in 2 para sports. A Paralympic champion, as we mentioned, in basketball in 2000, and Paralympic champion at 100 meters and 200 meters. And here a Parapan Am champion at 19.58, ahead of the American Carrie Morgan. Cassie Mitchell is 3rd for bronze. Becky Richter 4th for Canada. The day belongs to Michelle Stilwell, the elected member of the Legislative Assembly in BC, the Minister of Social Development and Social Innovation. Wow, she's combined a lot of great attributes, great athlete and a legislator. They call her the mastermind, and no wonder. She says, my philosophy is we all have struggles every day of our lives. We just have to have the courage to try.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes prêts pour une finale attendue chez les dames sur la piste.
l'épreuve du 100 mètres, T12. Próxima final en la pista.
Back to the track as the athletes get set for the women's 100 final in the T12 competition. Again, this competition for the visually impaired, these athletes with vision loss and can elect to have a guide if they'd like, but it's not compulsory. As we set the lanes for this women's final, lane number 1 from Cuba, Daenerys Milhans, with the best this year of 13:25, a two-time Paralympian and defending champion in this event. Milhans of Cuba. Running in lane number 3, compatriot Omara Durand of Cuba, the best of 11:65 this year, and the fastest in this field, a two-time Paralympian and the defending gold medal champion from the 2012 Paralympics in London. In lane number 5 from Brazil, this is Alice de Oliveira Correa, the best of 12:44. She'll be running with her guide, Diego Cardoso de Silva. Correa, 19 years of age, and has overcome glaucoma and cataracts as a para-sport athlete. And in lane number 7 from Venezuela, Griles Villarreal, with the best of 12:82. She's only 19 and was a bronze medalist this year at the IPC Athletics Grand Prix. But Duran is the woman to watch in lane number 3 for Cuba.
In the longer distances, we generally see the guides tethered or not, but the tether is usually fairly slack. But look to see the tethers between these athletes and their guides. They should be, in the sprints, they're much, much tighter. They're joined more closely because the movement is so much more precise.
Mara Duran of Cuba, reigning world record holder, 11:65, set yesterday here in Toronto in the semifinals, along with the America's record, running in lane number 3 for Cuba. Lane number 7, Villarreal of Venezuela, getting tethered with her guide. The final of the women's 100 in the T12 classification.
Stand up, please. Stand up.
Starter asking for these athletes to stand up, not happy with the way they've settled into the blocks. And Durand of Cuba uses that moment to work on her start.
No start.
Jeff, what are the complications in terms of the athletes that need to use the guides and getting them settled into the blocks?
Generally, the athletes using the guides would need some kind of help. Oh, there's where we see the movement.
Yeah, the guide looked up at the starter right away. He wasn't comfortable, it looked like.
He may have requested that they stand them up. So the guides can help with lining the fingers up onto the start lines, orienting the athletes. You'll see sometimes they'll point their hands down the track so that they can.
So green card and no charge as the starter asks the sprinters to stand up. The Brazilian guide Diego Cardoso de Silva looked like he was not comfortable with the arrangement with his sprinter in the blocks as they'll settle back in the women's 100 T12 final. World record holder and America's record holder running in lane number 3, Omara Durand of Cuba, the two-time Paralympian and Paralympic champion, and the heavy favorite here this afternoon in Toronto. Broke that world record yesterday in qualifying. What will she do with these favorable tailwinds here today? The gun, and this time they get away cleanly. And Durand of Cuba with a good lead, but de Oliveira Correa running very well in lane number 5 for Brazil. But the Cuban with a 10-meter victory and a time of 11:64. Unofficially, that would break the world record again by 1/100th of a second. So we'll have to wait and see for the official time. No, the wind is illegal. 3.7 meters per second following wind. So a windy time, but a gold medal nonetheless for the Cuban phenom, Omara Durand.
And all of the athletes with very good reaction times, benefiting from that following wind. The Cuban athlete taking her very well-deserved lap of victory. Gets out of the blocks very, very well. into her acceleration phase here. And at this point, she's just trying to hang on. The wind is helping her to maintain her speed right through to the finish line. Running very well, eases up a bit at the finish line, knowing that she has the victory well in hand.
A windy 11:64. And if you didn't know she was a para-athlete, you wouldn't know it by watching her form.
I was just going to say she's directly in the middle of that lane, running straight down the middle of the track. And you got to remember, these athletes have a 5-degree field of vision.
Well, that did not pose any obstacles here today, as Omara Duran accepts congratulations from a small Cuban contingent here in Toronto. Victorious in the women's 100-meter T12 final in a time of 11:64, 1/100th under her own world record, but with that 3.7 meters per second following wind, it will not be ratified. Brazil's Oliveira Correa second at 12:19, and Venezuela's Villarreal in third for bronze at 12:79. Cuba's Mijans finishing in fourth. To the field now to update the men's discus final in the F54, 55, and 56 classification. This is Mexico's Martin Perez. Third attempt, currently in second place in the silver medal position, has a best this year of 21:31. And he's going to like that as he gets a chance to go to 26:72 and hold on to that third place finish or position. So the standings after 3 rounds as they cut this field down to 8. Leonardo Diaz of Cuba in the lead at 40 meters 19. Tonto Campbell of Jamaica right behind him. And then look at this, personal bests and seasonal bests abounding in this field of 16 athletes. But these men from 9 through 16 will not make the cut, as the top 8 now will move on to compete for medals. We join the men's javelin throw final in the F11 and 12 category for the visually impaired. 6 men competing for medals, including Jose Alexis Belisario Angula, representing Colombia. Lost his vision in both eyes in 2 separate accidents. Third round attempt for the Colombian.
Decent run up, but the really big hesitation just before release. He really needs to carry that speed through and translate it into distance out there into the sector.
Sitting in third place after the third round. 36:04 will move him into first place after 3 rounds. The Colombian Belisario Angula, the only man over 30 meters as we look at the standings through 3 rounds. He's ahead of Venezuela's Bello and Colombia's Franco Contreras as they use the point system in this combined category. Back to the track, the sprinters getting ready for the men's 100 final in the T12 classification for visual impairment. These athletes are allowed to run with a guide should they wish. And in this final, Josiah Jameson of the United States elects to race with a guide. The other 3 athletes will not. Jameson running for the United States in lane 5 with the fastest time in this field, coming here 11:01. Be challenged by Lanier Savon, who has a personal best of 10:99 and did not record a seasonal best in the information presented here in Toronto, but he has gone sub 11 seconds. You can see Jameson, the big man, running in lane number 5 with his guide, a very powerfully built sprinter. Next to Savon, of Cuba. Jamieson with the America's record set 7 years ago at 10:89. He's run 11:01 this year with his guide James Slade Rowland. Jamieson the favorite in 5. Savon of Cuba, a rival in 3. Manuel Martinez in 7. Has run an 11:26 this year. And Benjamin Gonzalez of Mexico out in lane number 1 at 11:56 personal best. And they're away cleanly. The Cuban Savon has the early lead. The American Jamieson trying to reel him in, but he won't get there today. Look at Lanier. Savon blast to victory. 10.61 unofficially. The following wind, we'll have to wait for that. It was a 2.8 meters per second following wind, so illegal. A windy following wind. It will not be ratified. But nonetheless, a gold medal at 10.61, which would have smashed the America's record and the world record had it not been wind aided.
That's right. And the smaller athletes will be aided more on the tailwind and disadvantaged with a headwind more than the larger athletes. But this was absolutely no contest. No lean at the line. He knew he had the victory well in hand. He's not driving as much as he could with his arms. Oh, we have an athlete who pulled out of the competition in lane 1.
Ben Gonzalez of Mexico pulling up in lane 1 as the Cuban powered. What a powerhouse sprinter to victory in a sizzling time. Unofficially, we had him in at 10.61. And they have, yes, it is 10.61, but it is windy, 2.8 meters per second. So well under the world record with that slightly windy 2.8 following wind.
And we did see Jamieson running with his guide, untethered. Some of these athletes, depending on the type of disability they have, all of them have at best a 5-degree field of vision. But it's possible that Jamieson has good peripheral vision rather than the center, and so having a guide just running on the periphery is enough to help him down the track.
So Savon of Cuba first, Jamieson of the USA second, Manuel Martinez of Mexico third for bronze, and Ben Gonzalez gutting it out and finishing in lane number 4. It looked like he had a problem. He pulled up early, but did complete this race at 28:43. Good for him.
Great race for second there, very tight.
This is Venezuela's Anibal Bello. Third place in this competition. Bello with his third round throw. He's already gone over 30 meters at 34.25 in his second round.
Very, very difficult for these F11 athletes to know where the line is. So in their run-up, it's very, very important for them to count their steps to know exactly where they are on the field.
So second round throw of 34.25 meters leaves the Venezuelan in second place. Fifth round attempt now for Colombia's Eduardo Franco Contreras. He's been struggling to hit that 30-meter mark. Has a best of 33.66. Oh, he's going to like this. Well past the 30-meter mark. This is a big throw for the Colombian.
A very, very aggressive run up. Look how close he comes to that line. Completely blind. Such precision. That's incredible.
This is going to move him up. This is a beautiful throw as Franco of Colombia finally hits that 30-meter mark. Oh, 34.81. Very close to his seasonal best. And that'll move him into second place. So Franco Contreras indeed will be given, yes, it is a new seasonal best as he goes over the 33.66 he had coming in here. And Jordan Rojas of Venezuela, who was stuck down in 5th place in this competition, trying to get on the podium, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough. And the body language.
That was ruled a legal throw. It looked almost as if it came down completely flat.
So a final round of 1970, disappointment for Rojas that leaves him in 5th place and off the podium by a large distance. Alessandro da Silva of Brazil, currently in 4th place. His last chance to try to get on the podium, but he's yet to get over that 30-meter barrier. He needs to go past 34 meters to have a chance to move past Venezuela's Bello, and he's not happy. He knew that. He couldn't see it, obviously, but he knew right off the release that it was not good.
Yeah, he could feel that it just didn't get out of his hands correctly. Hit a terrible run-up. Hesitates here. Basically stops before blocking and releasing.
He didn't like it right from the release. The tough thing for these blind athletes too is that they don't get a chance to savor their throws, you know, to see where it goes, to watch it fly in that magnificent arc through the air. And so a fault for Da Silva of Brazil on his 6th and final round, and that'll leave him just shy of the podium in 4th place. This is Eduardo Franco Contreras, the Colombian, who had that monster throw in the 5th round, a 34.81, a new seasonal best. This is his 6th and final attempt. He's got to go better than 36.04. His fellow countryman, Maurizio Argula, with that distance and 1st place right now. Last chance for Colombia's Franco Contreras, and it's not going to be enough. Past the 30-meter mark, but the distance to beat, 36.04 meters.
Impressive run up. He gets within probably 20 centimeters of that line, but just not enough.
33.67, a good throw, but not enough. It'll leave him 2nd for silver, as Colombia is 1-2 on the podium here at this stage, with Venezuela's Bello sitting in 3rd. Back to the track, the sprinters getting ready for the men's 100 final in the T12 classification for visual impairment. These athletes are allowed to run with a guide should they wish, and in this final, Josiah Jameson of the United States elects to race with a guide. The other 3 athletes will not. Jameson running for the United States in lane 5 with the fastest time in this field, coming here 11:01. Be challenged by Lanier Savon, who has a personal best of 10:99 and did not record a seasonal best in the information presented here in Toronto, but he has gone sub 11 seconds. You can see Jameson, the big man, running in lane number 5 with his guide, a very powerfully built sprinter, next to Savon of Cuba. Jameson with the America's record set 7 years ago at 10:89. He's run 11:01 this year with his guide James Slade Rowland. Jameson the favorite in 5. Savon of Cuba, a rival in 3. Manuel Martinez in 7. Has run an 11:26 this year, and Benjamin Gonzalez of Mexico out in lane number 1 at 11:56 personal best. And they're away cleanly. The Cuban Savon has the early lead. The American Jameson trying to reel him in, but he won't get there today. Look at Lanier Savon, blast to victory. 10.61 unofficially. The following wind, we'll have to wait for that. It was a 2.8 meters per second following wind, so illegal. A windy following wind. It will not be ratified But nonetheless, a gold medal at 10:61, which would have smashed the America's record and the world record had it not been wind aided.
That's right. And the smaller athletes will be aided more on the tailwind and disadvantaged with a headwind more than the larger athletes. But this was absolutely no contest. No lean at the line. He knew he had the victory well in hand. He's not driving as much as he could with his arms. Oh, we have an athlete who pulled out of the competition in lane 1.
Ben Gonzalez of Mexico pulling up in lane 1 as the Cuban powered. What a powerhouse sprinter to victory in a sizzling time. Unofficially, we had him in at 10:61. And they have, yes, it is 10:61, but it is windy, 2.8 meters per second. So well under the world record with that slightly windy 2.8 following wind.
And we did see Jamieson running with his guide, untethered. Some of these athletes, depending on the type of disability they have, all of them have at best a 5-degree field of vision. But it's possible that Jamieson has good peripheral vision rather than the center, and so having a guide just running on the periphery is enough to help him down the track.
So Savan of Cuba first, Jamieson of the USA second, Manuel Martinez of Mexico third for bronze, and Ben Gonzalez gutting it out and finishing in lane number 4. It looked like he had a problem. He pulled up early, but did complete this race at 28:43. Good for him.
Great race for second there, very tight.
Women's shot put is next in the F56-57 classification. 7 women in this final, including Angela Madsen of the United States, the 55-year-old parasport athlete whose impairment is complications of back surgery for an injury she sustained while serving in the military. She won 3 gold medals in world rowing competition. Has a best of 7:73 coming to Toronto, and that's a good opener right there.
You can see her throwing out of her throwing chair. Her legs are strapped down and being held in place so that she can use them to her advantage, generating movement with her upper body and trying to generate that speed. That the combination of speed and power is what ends up being the velocity of the implement.
Ortiz now of Mexico, ranked number 2 in the world right now. She was hit by a drunk driver in 2008 and had to have her leg amputated. The gold medalist and defending champion from 2011. A good second round throw there. This is Brazil. Ferreira dos Santos, best of 8:63 this year.
You can see Dos Santos using that pull, that grab point to her advantage, using it for both balance and to generate power.
8:37 in the 5th round would move her into bronze medal position. The final standings are this. Ortiz victorious at 9.96. On the track, we're set for the final of the men's 100 meters in the T13 classification for visually impaired athletes. 6 men contesting this final, including a couple of Americans in Markeith Price and Tyson Gunter. The defending champion, Luis Gutierrez, running for Cuba in lane number 6. And the man with the fastest time in the Parapan Am competition this season, the Brazilian Gustavo Faria Arajo, running in lane number 5 today. Out in lane 3, there's Angel Jimenez of Cuba, a decorated long jumper, Paralympic silver and gold in long jump. In 6, the defending champion from Cuba, Gutierrez, who has clocked a sub-11 time as a personal best at 10:86. The gold medalist in this event 4 years ago in Guadalajara, and the London 2012 Paralympic long jump champion in the F13 class. Luis Gutierrez in 6 of Cuba. We challenged here by Gustavo Faria Arajo of Brazil next to him on his left in lane number 5. Tyson Gunter of the U.S. has clocked an 11:37 in 8. And they're away cleanly. And Gutierrez is slightly behind the Brazilian Arajo. Arajo with a stride and 2 ahead of him and powering the victory. Gustavo Faria Arajo in 10:67 unofficially, with a massive following wind of 4.3 meters per second.
All of the athletes with great reaction times, all at 2.0 or better.
Gutierrez pipped today, the defending champion, losing his title to the Brazilian. It is Faria Arajo first at 10:67, followed by Gutierrez, the defending champion.
And they all get out quite cleanly. You see Gutierrez just fading right there, giving it up to Faria Arajo at the finish line. Both men running very, very well, with the victory going to the Brazilian today.
Gutierrez got a good start, but couldn't match the turnover of the Brazilian Faria Arajo, using that strong following wind to his advantage, 4.3 meters per second. And once again, Brazil's on top of the podium in athletics competition.
And this is what I was talking about earlier today, is that these smaller athletes with a tailwind, their advantage is in turnover. And so they are being pushed by these big winds, and they're just able to turn their legs over so much quicker.
Faria Arajo, 10:67 clocking. Gutierrez, the defending champion, settling for silver this year. He's also sub 11. And at 11:09, Daniel Manrique of Mexico for bronze. The men's long jump in the T20 classification for intellectual impairment. 4 men in this competition. As we move to the 3rd round, and this is Jose Ortiz of Venezuela, currently in 3rd place with a best of 5 meters 83. Ortiz with a best this year of 6:37, well capable of going over 6 meters. 3rd round. Oh, and he's done it, it looks like, here in a beautiful jump. Ortiz of Venezuela looks like he's past that 6-meter mark.
Nice run up, good speed with that following wind. Gets right up on the board. And look at how much time he spends in the air. A very good jump.
Jose Ortiz of Venezuela, 6 meters 06 for that 3rd round effort. That will move him into 2nd place in this competition. So Ortiz gets past that 6-meter mark and moves up in the standings. Following wind of 2 meters per second, so a legal 6:06 as we move to Venezuela's Williams Barreto, who was Pan Am or Paralympic in World Championship competition. This is his 5th round attempt. Now he was down at 5:89 coming into this round.
Very well positioned on the board. Didn't seem to translate though. He looked like he had a good head of steam, good speed on the run.
He was sitting in 4th place entering this 5th round. Has a best this year of 6:21. The Venezuelan Barreto will get 5 meters 95. That'll move him into 3rd place by a centimeter ahead of Ecuador's Carcelen. Here is Ronnie Santos of Ecuador. His final jump is a massive one. The best we've seen here today, in fact, and he's been over 6 meters 3 times, Jeff, at 6:15 in his opener, then 6:35 and 6:25 in rounds 3 and 4, and he times it perfectly.
Yeah, he couldn't have landed that. Couldn't have launched any better. Bit of an unorthodox landing, but it's hard to argue a success.
Ronnie Mauricio Santos Iza of Ecuador with a brilliant 6 meter 49, a new Parapan Am record to put a stranglehold on the gold medal here today. Jose Ortiz of Venezuela in second, and Williams Barreto of Venezuela in third.
Omar Monterola has the American record at 11:68. He also has the Parapan American Games record.
Athletes on the track now as we get set for the men's 100 final in the T37 classification. Akil Whitehead of the United States, one of the fastest men in the field, running in lane number 3 with a 12:11 clocking this year. Lucas Ferreira next to him in 4 from Brazil. Silver medalist in this event 4 years ago in Guadalajara. Has run a 12:05 personal best, 12:19 this season. Evangelista Cardosa of Brazil running in lane number 6. The best of 11:65. It's a good start, and the American Whitehead stumbling for a moment, but now off to a good start, being challenged by Motorola outside, and down the straight comes Cardosa. Evangelista Cardosa blasting his way in lane number 6. Unofficially at 11:64 with a following wind of 3.1 meters per second. So a windy tailwind for the Brazilian as Brazil continues its dominance on the track here in Toronto.
They really are firing on all cylinders. It seemed like a very even race right up till about 20 meters. We see a little bit of movement on the line there. And then just at about 30 or 40 meters is when the race gets blown open. Evangelista just really outshining the rest of the field, winning by about 5 meters at the finish line.
His compatriot Lucas Ferrari running in lane number 4. A tremendous finish for him as he takes the silver medal, and Venezuela's Omar Monterola will take the bronze at 12:01.
So these athletes dealing with additional technical elements surrounding imbalance of strength and imbalance of weight and mass due to their disabilities.
Matheus Evangelista Cardosa first for Brazil at 11:64. The 21-year-old Brazilian who took up para-athletics at the age of 13. Inspired to take up the sport after Brazilian Paralympic coach Silvio Corsino visited his school. Second, Brazil's Lucas Ferrari, and third, Venezuela's Omar Monterola. As the athletes warm up with their guides, can you take us through the mechanics of getting out of the blocks and getting down your lane tethered to a guide?
All of the technical elements are exactly the same as for able-bodied sport, but with the additional elements that are brought in by the disability, the specific disabilities. Now, these are T11 athletes, meaning that they have absolutely no vision, and so the guide is of paramount importance. You'll notice that the tethers that the athletes are using will be usually quite strong, really joining the guide and the athlete as one, and making it possible to really make sure that all those fine movements are exact and precise down to the last detail. Guillermina had an interesting event earlier this year in Rio where she was guided by perhaps the most famous 100-meter sprinter of all time, a certain Jamaican who took her down the straightaway nice and clean.
Wouldn't that be a treat?
Yeah.
Around with the big man, Usain Bolt. All right, here's the start list. 3 Brazilians in this 100 women's final in the T11 classification for the visually impaired. The defending champion, Teresina Guillermina, running in lane number 5, one of 3 Brazilian athletes. Next to her in lane number 3, Julia dos Santos, a best of 12:52 this year. And at lane number 1, Jerusa Gerber dos Santos, the best of 12:55. She was born with cataracts and lost her vision by the age of 18. The woman to watch in lane number 5, the defending champion from Brazil. Always wears those trademark brightly colored blindfolds when she races. A year ago voted Brazil's female Paralympian of the year.
And of all the guide athlete combos we'll see here, Guillermina and her guide will be one of the cleanest and tightest team that you'll see. They run extremely well together. So you can see him pointing her hands together down the track so that she knows which direction they'll be running in. And the athletes having their hands oriented on the start line. And you see how close, how tight that strap is.
Very tight. As is the trust between the guide and the athlete here in the 100 women's final, the T11 for the visually impaired. Guillermina of Brazil, the defending champion in 5. Dos Santos of Brazil, her biggest rival in 3. Final of the women's 100 T11. And they're away cleanly, and Guillermina has a step on Dos Santos, but it's very close as the Brazilians are side by side. Guillermina now breezing away to victory, striding smoothly to the line, dipping at 12:03 with a following wind, a very breezy wind of 3.1 meters per second. So a wind-aided victory for the defending champion. Teresina Aparecida Guillermina, first at 12:02 officially. Julia Dos Santos, second at 12:40, and Jerusa Gerber Dos Santos, third, 12:51 in this Brazilian sweep.
So you can see the athlete and the guide are not the same height. And interestingly, the guide will have to shorten his stride to match. And very, very difficult at the finish of 100 meters to make sure that the athlete passes through first. In the longer distance races where the tethers aren't quite as tight, it's easy to release the athlete, make sure that they cross the finish line first. In the sprints, it's much, much more difficult.
So a Brazilian sweep of the medals in the women's 100 T11 final. A wind-aided 3.1 meters per second following wind for Guillermina of Brazil at 12:02. Julia Dos Santos for silver, and Jerusa Gerber Dos Santos for bronze. Venezuela's Rosabel Colmenares settling for 4th place at 14:73. Six women in the first semifinal. The first 3 in each heat will qualify directly to the final. The next 2 fastest will qualify. The next 2 fastest overall in the also ran category. Semifinal number 1 includes Sheila Finder of Brazil, silver medalist in the T46 100 at the 2011 Guadalajara Parapan Am Games. Finder with a best this year of 13:01, a new personal best, running outside in lane number 8 from Brazil. De Jesus Corora Dos Santos has a best this year of 12:99. She was a bronze medalist in the 200 T46 at the World Championships in 2013. De Jesus Corora of Brazil in 8. Sheila Finder of Brazil in 4. And they're away, and Finder off to a good start, being challenged. Jasmine Rowe got off to a good start as well, but Sheila Finder now finds her stride, challenged by De Jesus Corora at the line. But Finder hits her stride halfway down the track. The following wind of 1.9 meters per second, a new personal best for Sheila Finder, as she qualifies first for Brazil at 12:97. Behind her, Dos Santos of Brazil at 13:04 and Jasmine Rowe of the USA at 13:43.
reasonably good reaction times from all of these athletes, ranging from the 1.83 for Urso up to 3.02 for De Jesus. They get away cleanly, and it's Finder from the start to the finish, gun to wire. A little bit of a challenge on the outside here, not enough, and runs out of track.
De Jesus Carrera really came on in the last 30 meters, but could not pass her compatriot Finder. Nonetheless, the top three automatically moving on to the final. Finder and Dos Santos of Brazil, along with Jasmine Rowe of the United States, in personal best time for her at 13:43. Official results in semifinal number 1 in the women's 100 T47. Sheila Finder of Brazil first with a personal best of 12:97, along with Brazilian compatriot Teresina Carrera dos Santos and American Jasmine Rowe with a personal best 13:43. They will all automatically qualify for the final in this women's 100 T47. There is the field. 5 women, including 2 Americans, Amy Watt and Megan Abston, contesting this semifinal number 2 against the defending champ from Cuba, Castillo. All right, semifinal number 2 in the women's 100 T47 class. Trying to start this race a third time. 2 false starts have been awarded to lane 6, Aldana Ibanez of Argentina, and lane 5, Megan Abston of the USA. Those 2 athletes are running under protest. They have been given false starts, and under the rules, that is an automatic disqualification. The favorite in this race, the defending champion, running in lane number 3, Unidas Castillo of Cuba, Cuba's 5-time Paralympic champion. The gun and they get away, and the Argentinian is left in the blocks as the Cuban Castillo runs away from the Americans, dashing down lane number 3, opening a 10-meter lead as he dips at the line first at 12:42 unofficially, with a following wind of 2.9 meters per second. So a windy semifinal number 2 as they finally get it off after 3 tries. And Castillo of Cuba, the gold medalist from Guadalajara 4 years ago, and giving birth to a baby boy earlier this year, just coming back to the track, Jeff, in June, shows some good form here in the semifinals.
We finally get off cleanly. The reaction times are very, very cautious. Cuban athlete Castillo running away with this. Look at, just stretching it out near the end of this race.
Amy Watt of the United States second, and Megan Abston of the USA third. Now the top 3 automatically qualifying for the final. The question is, Megan Abston running under protest after being carded for a false start. Will she be exonerated, or will she be disqualified ultimately and not be able to continue in this competition?
It was interesting to see the stability in the blocks of these athletes, with Castillo more experienced, using a more central position for her hand, maybe giving her more of a triangulated position, whereas the less experienced Abston seemed to be setting up with her hand more to the right, favoring a more traditional stance that an able-bodied athlete would take.
These are the unofficial results of semifinal number 2 in the T47 100. Castillo of Cuba first, 12:41, ahead of Amy Watt of the USA, and Amanda Serna Gamboa, who finished 4th in this race, is given 3rd right now with the disqualifications on the board for Abston of the USA and Ibanez of Argentina. Now to the men's discus competition, the F54, 55, 56. You're looking at Leonardo Diaz of Cuba, the defending champion, 2-time world champion, 2-time gold medalist in Paralympic competition, with his 5th round throw. And this looks like an impressive effort here. His best so far was his 2nd attempt at 40 meters 19. And he likes this one. It's going to be even better. 40-65. And so Diaz in the 5th round captures the gold medal in the men's discus F54, 55, 56 ahead of Tonto Campbell of Jamaica and Martin Perez of Mexico. But 6 men in the top 8 with personal bests or seasonal bests. Another 3 in the bottom 8 who didn't make the cut to the final 8 of competition. In a tremendous showing here in a strong field of men's discus here in Toronto. Medals now being awarded in the men's T44 100 meters. Jared Wallace of the United States leading the way with a spectacular 10:71 and a new world record in his class here today. And what a story Jared Wallace is, the defending champion and Paralympian. He was a competitor in athletics prior to his amputation. Had his lower right leg amputated after several surgeries in an attempt to resolve compartment syndrome. But prior to that, he'd earned a scholarship at the University of Georgia, which they honored despite he was no longer able to compete with them in able-bodied competition. Tremendous gesture, and he has gone on founding the A Leg in Faith Foundation in Athens, Georgia, in the U.S. to help amputee runners by providing them with running prosthesis. All right, let's decorate the medalists here in Toronto. Andre de Oliveira of Brazil winning the bronze medal in this men's 100 T44 final. The time of 12.33 seconds. De Oliveira is a double amputee, losing his legs to infection shortly after birth. He was a gold medalist at the Paralympics in the 200 meters in London in 2012. Also from Brazil, the silver medalist Alan Fonteles Cardoso de Oliveira with a Parapan Am record at 10:98 for silver here today. Now from the United States, the defending champion and still champion in Parapan Am competition in 2015, Jared Wallace, the 25-year-old American amputee, with a new world record here today, a 10:71 clocking with a legal 1.7 following wind, 1.7 meters per second, as he took advantage, the opportunist, to clock that time and take the gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America.
Jared Wallace of the United States on top of the podium. The men's T44 100 final.
Parapan Americanos. Ladies and gentlemen, the Parapan American medalists.
Now the medal ceremony for the men's 100 final in the T52 category. The Americans dominating this race, sweeping the podium with Raymond Martin leading the way. 11:17:01 time for first. Ahead of compatriots Gianfranco Iannata and Paul Nitz. Dethroning the defending champion from Mexico, Salvador Hernandez. Medals being presented by Mr. Patrick Jarvis of the Paralympic Committee and Ms. Karen Hacker, the Advocate General.
Médaille de bronze. Médaille de bronze. Bronze medal. Representing the United States of America, Paul Nitz.
American Paul Nitz, winner of the bronze medal, the 46-year-old American, has suffered from a spinal cord injury when the nerves in his neck were damaged during his breech birth. He's a 5-time Paralympian with 3 golds and 1 bronze medal at 100 meters, adding bronze here at the Parapan Am Games in 2015 in Toronto. Paul Nitz of the United States for bronze.
Médaille d'argent. Médaille de plata. Silver medal. Representing the United States of America, Gianfranco Iannata.
Gianfranco Iannata of the United States wheels up onto the silver medal platform here in Toronto with a time of 17.39 seconds. Jeff, these athletes just savoring this moment as they receive their medals before a small but appreciative crowd here this afternoon in Toronto. Gianfranco Iannata for silver for the United States. And the medal sweep is completed as the gold medal will be presented to American Raymond Martin. Only 21. He's got a pending world record of 16:46. He clocked a 17:01 under windy conditions to capture the Parapan Am gold here today. Young man born with a congenital condition called Freeman-Sheldon syndrome, a skeletal muscular impairment that restricts the movement in his joints, his legs, his fingers, his feet, his wrists, all affected. And he is already off to a great career. 4 years ago, silver medalist in this event in Guadalajara, and this year the gold medal champion at the Parapan Am Games. And he's so versatile. He competes from 100 meters all the way to the marathon, where he was the 2015 world champion. Now the American national anthem in the U.S. sweep of the medals in the men's 100 T52 final.
Mesdames, Messieurs, vos médaillés Parapan American.
The Americans celebrating today as Pan Am medalists in the men's 100 T52, led by Ray Martin, Gianfranco Iannata, and Paul Nitz.
Live action coming up from the Ryerson Athletics Center. Final game of the preliminary round in men's wheelchair basketball tournament. Rob Snook alongside Marnie Abbott-Peter. It's Mexico against Venezuela, and the winner will avoid facing the U.S. in its quarterfinals. So that is something to play for, not to mention the pride of not finishing last in your pool. Both teams are 0-2 to begin the tournament. Venezuela going with a bit of a different looking lineup. We'll see that in just a moment. They have lost their first two games against Canada and Argentina. Mexico also playing those two teams, also losing, although the score is a little closer. Marnie, what do you expect?
I think we'll look to see both these teams come out with some aggressive defense. They've both played some tough matchups in their first two games of the tournament. Hopefully they'll have a little bit more breathing space than they had against us in those first games. Maybe look to be a little bit more successful offensively.
Eduardo Prieto, a key member of the Mexican team throughout this tournament. Keep an eye on Marchand for Venezuela. Luis Marchand, the 40-year-old veteran. Jason Betancourt, Ricardo Reyes, Juan Corrales, Ronaldo Silva, and the aforementioned Luis Marchand will start for Venezuela. The starters for Mexico: Luis Christian, Edgar Perdomo, Eduardo Prieto, Francisco Lugo, and the veteran Salvador Zavala, who averaged 18.4 points per game last year at the World Championships. And we are underway. Venezuela in blue, Mexico in white and green. First possession, Venezuela. Ricardo Reyes tries to force a pass inside and doesn't go for Corrales. And then back to steal, Morales.
Mexico doing a good job getting out on the break, but unfortunately went straight up the middle of the floor. Difficult to get a pass up that way.
Morales, no. And Prieto will calmly take a hold of the ball. Set up the half-court offense for Mexico. Flings it across for Perdomo, and he hits, and Mexico takes the early lead.
Both teams just happy to shoot from outside at the moment. Not really working too hard to get into the paint.
Luis Marchand. Ronaldo Silva.
Betancourt has a big mismatch on the offside there.
And Betancourt reaching up, but Prieto outmuscles him for the ball. Perdomo.
Venezuela's just coming back into their defense right inside the three-point line.
Zavala rattles in and out. Back come Mexico, back come Venezuela. Ronaldo Silva.
Betancourt actually doing a good job to get open inside, but they're just not getting the ball to him.
Corrales, yes. Edgar Perdomo, 33-year-old guard for Mexico. 9 points in each of the first two games in the tournament. Now Zavala. And Betancourt rebounding for Venezuela. Corrales underneath for Marchand. Corrales, no. Salvador Zavala. Only played 7 minutes last night against Canada. Flings a pass across. Francisco Lugo hits long two.
Both teams just backing in on defense, giving each other those outside shots. Once a few more shots are hit from that area, I'm sure they'll look to extend the defense a little bit more.
Reyes. Marchand, no. Christian. He was on the floor 37 minutes against Canada last night. And Zavala, maybe Mexico saving him. Playing so little last night, starts the game for Mexico.
Mexico's extended their defense a little bit now, picking up Venezuela a little bit outside the three-point line.
Silva from the foul line, no. Prieto. Christian. Mexico, 14th last year at the World Championships. Their best ever Parapan Am finish was bronze back in 1999 when the games were in their own country in Mexico City.
Good box out and rebound there. Venezuela doing a good job in transition, getting up the floor quickly.
Almost a giveaway, but recovered by Corrales.
So Marchand's got the green light tonight.
And yet he's ice cold so far. And a giveaway by Venezuela. Mexico already up by 4. Prieto goes to the hoop and does that.
Venezuela doing a good job moving around, trying to cross the court, create mismatches.
Betancourt using his size off the glass and in. It's a 4-point game again.
Great post-up shot by Betancourt there over one of the taller Mexican defenders. Shot right with his arms fully extended.
Francisco Lugo. Salvador Zavala. Puts it underneath. Christian, no. Prieto. Still time on the shot clock. Zavala. Lugo. Puts it up. No. Both teams looking for their first win of the tournament. Betancourt.
Betancourt just wheeling down to that low block, completely uncontested by the Mexican defense.
Ricardo Reyes.
6 on the shot clock now.
Silva puts one up, beats the clock. Mexico rebounds, and the foul call is against Ronaldo Silva of Venezuela. .4:11 to go in the opening quarter. It's 8-4 Mexico over Venezuela. Zavala inbounding for Edgar Perdomo. Zavala. Perdomo. Underneath, Prieto spins and shoots and hits. And Mexico has a 10-4 lead over Venezuela.
Not much energy out there tonight. I think both teams just really not working too hard in terms of trying to gain chair position, gain opportunities. Happy to shoot from outside.
You wonder if the intensity will build as we go. Reyes from just inside the arc. Nope. Prieto, ever-present gum chewer. Zavala. Hits the long two and hits the long two. It's an 8-point lead, Mexico. Lots of ball movement by Venezuela. Corrales, Reyes, Betancourt. Trying to hold off Zavala. Fades, fires, no. Luis Christian.
Venezuela coming right back to almost inside the paint, trying to force Mexico to take those long shots.
Prieto flings a pass across, but nowhere near Perdomo. A little frustration there on the Mexican side.
Tough to throw that cross-court pass with the tall height of Betancourt in the middle of that Venezuelan defense.
Only one foul so far in the game. That's sort of representative of the what's going on. Perdomo, Prieto from the Mexicans. Zavala, baseline. Yes, nothing but net for Salvador Zavala, the 42-year-old veteran of the Mexican team.
It's a glimpse of his prowess from about 20 years ago, Rob. He's been on this team for a long time.
Juan Corrales, nice little pump fake. Rebounded now by Zavala.
Simon Christian's doing a good job breaking up the court, but not going wide enough to make it an easy pass to get to him to take advantage of that fast break.
These two teams both know they're going to have a tough quarterfinal ahead. The loser will face the U.S.
And the winner will play Brazil.
Well, either way, it's going to be a tough quarterfinal.
Both teams have had an excellent tournament so far.
USA and Brazil.
Yeah, definitely.
That one's not going to count. If it did go, and it didn't anyway, the foul called and Venezuela ball. Final minute now of the opening quarter. A 10-point lead for Mexico. Reyes peeling away from Prieto. Ricardo Reyes tries the long hook shot.
Both of these teams seem a little fatigued. Not a lot of energy out there at the moment. Trying those long shots.
Clock starts when Zavala picks it up. Zavala. Lugo. Underneath, Christian. Can't get the roll. Mexico ball back and a 14-second clock, but they don't need it because Francisco Lugo goes off the window and in.
Lugo doing a good job for Mexico to try and spark a little energy in their offense.
And then he got bumped by Betancourt and goes tumbling down. Gets helped by his teammates and back up he goes. Substitutions coming here. Betancourt staying in. Somebody came out. Foul call here And Venezuela's going to go to the line with Luis Marchand.
Foul on number 7 for Mexico, Luis Kristen.
Both teams are going with older players. Both have teenagers on their benches. I suspect we'll get a look at both of them at some point tonight. Luis Marchand rattles around and finds its way into the nylon.
Just 10 seconds on the game clock now.
Christian. Zavala underneath Prieto. Nice play. And he'll go to the line, hooping the harm.
Finishes that well. Betancourt takes a ill-advised foul there. Sends Prieto to the line for an end one.
First foul of the game for the Venezuelan. And that'll do it for the opening quarter. 18-5, Mexico leads Venezuela after 1.
'18-year-old Yazo in the game for Mexico now. See if he can take advantage of that height he has.
Rumor has it that he handed something to someone on top of the CN Tower yesterday. I don't know if that's true or not, but that was the rumor going around.
Very big boy. He's got some excellent basketball skills. Once he learns to move that chair a little bit more effectively, he'll be a force.
Oh, there he goes. Eduardo Yasso, the 18-year-old Mexican. Wow. Some new players on the floor as well for Venezuela, including Nelson Solarzano, who goes across for Miguel Aragort. Back to Solarzano. In fact, it's almost a complete line change for Venezuela.
See a little bit more energy from this group. This is their regular starting lineup, also with number 11, Gutierrez.
Salvador Sandoval, Efrain Martinez to the corner for Francisco Lugo. There's the big man, or boy, almost, you want to say. He's only 18.
Doing a good job of getting open in the low post, and his teammates are getting him the ball for those shot attempts.
He almost stripped the ball from the Venezuela, who had no idea he was nearby. Salvador, or at least Nelson Solorzano. No. Martinez, good ball handler for Mexico. Good chair handler too. 23-year-old, one of the younger players on the team. Although he's still 5 years older than Yasso. Now Lugo, short, rebounded Solorzano. Garcia, or in fact it is Gutierrez, and he's the teenager on the Venezuelan side, only 19.
This is an interesting lineup for Mexico. They've got 3 Class 4s on the floor. You don't see that a lot in men's basketball at this level, with 2 Class 1s fitting into that 14-point system. And it's difficult for Venezuela to match up with that third big player on the floor for Mexico.
The interesting thing is they're Class 4s, not Class 4.5s, as you were pointing out yesterday. They don't have any 4.5s. Here's one of them, Sandoval. No. Rebounded by Aragorn. Big collision there just outside the lane.
Got a foul there on number 5 for Mexico. Sandoval just didn't quite have chair position when he was trying to block Solorzano from getting up the floor.
Timeout call, 20-5. Mexico leading Venezuela. Second quarter action at the Ryerson Athletic Center. Pool B matchup, Venezuela and Mexico. The winner will face Brazil in the quarterfinals. The loser will face USA in the quarterfinals. It's sort of a pick your poison. Either one is going to be a very tough quarterfinal.
All 4 men's quarterfinal games will be played tomorrow.
Solorzano with his first basket of the game for Venezuela.
Solorzano getting inside the paint there. Easy bucket from inside.
Efrain Martinez, just inside the foul line, won't shoot. Good hustle to keep it alive by Salvador Sandoval. Lost it. Martinez, stealed behind the back.
Not sure how they got a shot clock reset on that, but they did.
I think it was judged that Venezuela had possession. Yeah.
Yasso again in the low block, able to get position and hit that easy bucket on the baseline. A lot of contact there. Fortunately, that foul is going against number 11, Gutierrez. Not much space there to get through that lane.
(22-7) Mexico leading Venezuela. Jimenez with the feed for Sandoval, and he sneaks one in. Long pass. And Miguel Aragorn puts his hands up and says, "Who was that to?"
Not too happy with that. Trying to pass right over top of the Mexican defense and maybe create an opportunity for themselves, but instead created a turnover. Subbed out for that, and we see number 6, Ellis Chirinos, come into the game for Venezuela.
Sandoval, Lugo, Sandoval, Jimenez, short. Someone might have got a hand on it. Venezuela goes to offense. Matos. 1.5 classification player, moves well in his chair. Gutierrez underneath, and
player down in the key, so the official will blow the whistle. There was no contact there. Chirinos just trying to reach for that ball, got a little bit on his back, anti-tip, and flipped over backwards.
not enough anti-tip, I suppose.
See if Yasso has some range.
Well, it looked
pretty good looking shot from out there.
Yeah, it looked good. And a giveaway. Efrain Martinez takes advantage underneath. And Yasso, he won't miss from there very often.
Good ball movement by the Mexican teams there to get it to the open player and get an easy layup.
Chirinos, Gutierrez.
Went to the left hand there, wasn't quite able to finish that shot.
Sandoval. Here are the younger Mexican players, just 20. Now 18-year-old Yasso. Martinez, another younger player, 23, so they're getting all their younger players some minutes here, important ones for down the road. Ball out off the Venezuelan, Mexico ball. Five minutes from halftime. Substitution coming in for Venezuela is Saul Garcia, or at least
Luis Rosales.
Yes, what you said. He has his shirt all bunched up. I couldn't read the number 12, but I apologize. Mr. Rosales.
Got a quick shot off there before the shot clock, but unfortunately didn't finish.
Aragort. Gutierrez. Aragort. Yes, glassing in.
Aragort lights that shot from the 45, little angle there, bank it in off the glass.
Lugo. I think he was trying to find the lace on the ball before he made the play. And nice rebound by Aragort. Matos. Yasso just strips him of the ball.
Good defense by Yasso there.
Sandoval converts.
Push, got in front, stopped the chair, and then reached to make a play for the ball.
Nevis Matos. Chirinos. Gutierrez. Yasso just reaches right up with that big paw.
4 seconds on the shot clock.
Steal by Mexico. Yasso trying to gobble it up. Little behind the back pass. Martinez converts, and a couple of assists for the big man too.
See, Yasso has some great basketball intelligence. Definitely a player to be watched in the future.
And Venezuela responds with a hoop. Chirinos. Just over 3 minutes to play in the opening half. Yasso again. This kid's lighting it up of late.
Really tall in there. Not willing to go to the left hand. That might be part of his game he wants to develop at some point. Good defense there by Mexico at center.
Job by him, and as the steal for Mexico, their lead is already 21 points, and back they go to offense.
Yasso has position in the low block again. Lugo will use him as a screen.
Sandoval off the glass and in. Rosales. Good recovery by Matos. And Yasso again just reaches up. Good pass ahead for Martinez. Sandoval.
Oh, good rebound there.
Yasso.
Mexico getting a second chance opportunity. That shot didn't hit the rim, so the shot clock has not been reset. Just 3 seconds left now.
Jimenez. Nope. Prieto coming back into the game for Mexico, and out goes the rookie, the 18-year-old Eduardo Yasso.
Great job by Yasso. Shooting 50%, 4 for 8 from the field, 2 assists, 2 steals. He's got a really bright future in wheelchair basketball.
You can't teach size, and he's got that, but he's also got that real sense for the game, doesn't he?
Definitely has great basketball intelligence.
Venezuelan coach Homero Hernandez, very energetic here in his.
He's trying to get his team to create some space. Looks like he wants them to run a bit of a high-low pick, try to attack the baseline, turn back, curl up, and look to pick and roll from the top.
You got that from that? That's well done. Eduardo Prieto, 5th in rebounding last year at the World Championships. 11.4 per game. He is a key member of this Mexican team. Helped the Mexicans beat Canada in the quarterfinals of the Americas tournament back in 2013 and earn a spot in the World Championships. Two minutes left in the second quarter. 34-11. Mexico leads Venezuela. Final match for these two teams in pool play. They're hoping to avoid going winless. One will, of course.
Venezuela just shooting 5 for 20 in the first half here. They're going to want to look to improve that in the second half.
36-year-old Manuel Aragort. 4.0 classification player. Tall, underneath it goes for Reyes. Nice pass and nice finish.
Great pass inside to Reyes right on the baseline, open behind the defense.
Efrain Martinez. Had a bit of a screen, but no, and here comes the Venezuelan counterattack. And the foul on the play, Juan Corrales will go to the line, and he got whacked on the head as he took the shot. Juan Corrales, 43-year-old player on the Venezuelan team. His team finished 6th at the 03 Parapan Am Games. And a 6th place finish in 99 as well, as we see Eduardo Yasso back into the game for Mexico.
Surprised I wouldn't put him in the low block in a rebounding position, but I guess the Venezuelan players are all back on defense, so it doesn't really matter.
Entirely back on defense. Which is odd as well, is it not?
Yeah.
Prieto. To the big Yasso underneath. Yes, he's got a nice touch.
And a pull back, spin away from the defense there, and finishes the shot.
Final minute now, second quarter. Aragort leans back, off the glass, no. Rebounded by Venezuela, given up by Venezuela. Sandoval. Yasso. Yes, no. Prieto.
Oh, another steal by Yasso.
Wow.
Venezuela doesn't like that. From behind, over the back. little steal there.
Yeah, so just took it away from Alice Carinos. Carinos trying to respond with a long shot on the other end, and that's pretty much going to do it for the opening half. Prieto will inbound, and the horn will sound. Luis Yasso with an impressive game so far for Mexico. 10 points for the kid, and his team is up 38-14 at halftime.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause and a big thank you to our coach.
Pool B matchup, Mexico, Venezuela. Mexico striking first with the veteran Salvador Zavala. Top 20 scorer last year at the World Championships, showing why 42-year-old veteran would score 6 in the half. And got some help from Eduardo Prieto, an 8-point half for the veteran Mexican there. Converts on the pass. Collision's a big part of this one as well. Gutierrez. Nice little feed underneath for Reyes. Betancourt over top of the defenders for Venezuela. Corrales hits. It all looked good for Venezuela, those baskets, but they just didn't get enough of them because Mexico firing on all cylinders, including the big man, Luis Yasso, the 18-year-old. 10 points in the half for Yasso, 38-14, Mexico over Venezuela at halftime.
But what we like to do at halftime is we like to do a game called Half a Minute to Win It. So let's first meet our contestant. What's your name? And where are you from?
Originally from Venezuela, but
all right, so you're here to root on Venezuela. All right, Venezuelan fans. Okay, so Half a Minute to Win It goes like this. We put 30 seconds up on the clock, and we give you a topic, and you have to give us as many correct answers within the topic. The topic is, name as many Parapan Am sports that are in the Pan Am Games. You guys can help out as well too, all right? Put 30 seconds up on the clock, and let's help her out. 3, 2, 1, go.
wheelchair basketball, wheelchair rugby, sitting volleyball, tennis, archery,
Two unbeaten teams in a fierce battle at the Ryerson Athletic Center. Young Nick Gonson pouring in several early baskets to give Canada the lead. He would eventually score 18 points in the game for Canada, sinking 2s and 3s. Canadian co-captain David Eng jumping in on the offense as well.
David Eng doing a good job. 16 points, 7 rebounds, really helping his team offensively and being a tough, aggressive defender as well as on the offensive boards.
Argentina cranked up the defense, and then Christian Gomez went to work, and he would hit some key baskets in the opening half, using his size advantage to give Argentina the lead at the break. Their captain, Adolfo Verdon, so strong. And poised down the line as well. And Carlos Astache hitting from inside and hitting from outside too.
He was definitely the X factor in this game for Argentina, scoring 16 points, shooting 3 for 4 from the foul line, but it was his speed that helped break through that Canadian defense and allow Argentina to stay in the game with offensive opportunities.
They led at the half, but the second half, Canada came on, and again, it was David Eng off the glass and rattling a couple in, giving his team an advantage that they would never relinquish. Passing too, and Chad Jasmine with some key baskets for Canada.
Chad Jasmine had an outstanding game for Canada on both ends, offensively, defensively, rebounding. Just a really fantastic performance by him tonight.
Gomez went back to work again for Argentina, again using that size, and there drawing the three-point play, and then Astache with some razzle-dazzle, and then the crashes.
Astache and Hedges were battling it out all night. Lots of aggressive defense, some interesting interpretations by the officials.
Petrone and Bialoas, both coaches, were pushed as well to come up with the best strategy.
I think they both had excellent game plans going in, had to do some real coaching in the end game situations to give their team an advantage in the last few minutes of the game.
And Bo Hedges and Nick Gonson hitting some clutch free throws, and Canada pulls off the win 68-62 to claim top spot in Pool B over Argentina.
Thank you very much for being oblivious to the game.
getting set for second half action between Mexico and Venezuela. Mexico, bronze medalist at the 2013 Americas tournament that earned them a spot in last year's World Championships, which were held in Korea. Men's World Championships were in Korea last year. The Women's World Championships were held on this very hardwood floor here at the old Maple Leaf Gardens, the new Ryerson Athletic Center. Ryerson University is just, well, next door, but all around here, actually. Buildings all around that house the historic university here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. My name is Rob Snook alongside Marnie Abbott-Peter. Venezuela will inbound the ball. They're down 38-14 as we begin the second half action. Manuel Felipe Aragort will do the inbounding for Venezuela.
Veteran player Saul Garcia in for Mexico.
Ricardo Reyes.
Oh, great defensive play there.
Prieto just stole it, but Venezuela got it back again underneath and rolled in by Rosales. In fact, that was Aragort. Reyes able to rebound on that poor shot by Evis Matos.
Venezuela coming out with a little energy now.
Aragort wanted to pass underneath for Corrales, wasn't expecting it. Now Corrales has it, spins, and hits anyway. He's got 5 points in the game.
Great shot there on the baseline. Defender right on him.
Leading point getter for Venezuela.
Number 6, Fonseca in the game for Mexico now. His first minutes tonight.
Saul Garcia gets one to fall. Juan Corrales. And Prieto just steals it underneath the basket. Solid player for the Mexican team. Garcia. Yes.
Garcia in off the bench, hit a couple quick shots for Mexico. Start this third quarter. He's on the floor, his teammates are yelling at him. I don't think it's a positive comment either.
Giovanni Gonzalez popped back up again. Everyone on the Venezuelan roster has played so far in this one, and Mexico's getting close in that department as well. Winner of this match will face Brazil in the quarterfinals, the loser to face USA. USA, the two-time defending Parapan Am gold medalists. Those two teams, Brazil and US, had just a dynamite game last night that was decided with USA winning and taking Pool B. Saul Garcia, 39-year-old veteran. Edgar Perdomo. Prieto. Garcia, foul line. Yes. He called for it and got it. Sank it.
Garcia 3 for 3 in off the bench for Mexico. Showing some veteran savvy there.
And Aragort back down again.
Aragort did a good job slashing from the top of the key there to create a layup for himself.
6 points for Aragort. Underneath, Prieto. And he is 5 for 6 from the field.
Betancourt with his hands off his wheels there, reaching for the ball, and Prieto just went right by him.
Try to force a pass underneath for Betancourt. No.
One of the key things in wheelchair basketball, keep those hands on your wheels at all times so you're ready to maneuver and move quickly.
Timeout call, 46-20. Mexico leading. The teams have been a little closer here in the third quarter. It's a 2-point edge for Mexico. So we know how some of our quarterfinals are going to shake down tomorrow, but we're still trying to determine how they all shake down. As we understand it, it will be, Marty, I'm leaning on you for help here.
So in the morning, we'll see 2 of the women's placement games taking place. And in the afternoon, 4 of the men's quarterfinals.
Looks
Puerto
like
Rico.
Probably against Canada.
We'll play Canada.
Argentina, Colombia. And then one of these teams gets Brazil, and one of these teams gets USA. Long bomb and sunk by Arregard. Mexico responds as well. Perdomo tries a three-pointer.
Doesn't have the answer. There's a foul there on number 6 from Mexico, Fonseca.
Did not play yesterday against Canada. Should be well rested. Ricardo Reyes underneath for Arregard. He's been hot of late, short, and grabbed by Garcia.
Mexico coming out with some speed in transition here.
Prieto. Garcia. Perdomo. Lots of passing. Around the horn it goes again. Perdomo underneath. Prieto, no. Rebound. Fouled. And Eduardo Prieto.
4 Venezuelans surrounding him underneath there, and he still manages to get a shot off.
Has a chance to add to his 10-point game.
Got some big defense on him there. Good job to catch that pass and get a shot off, draw the foul.
Venezuela has outscored Mexico so far in the third quarter, 9-8.
So Lozano coming back into the game for Venezuela. He's been their top player this week.
Plays with his heart on his sleeve, that's for sure. What's the sound of that? Prieto. Swoosh.
Swoosh or swish?
Swoosh.
Okay.
Is that the Nike? Never mind. Prieto. Swoosh and swish. Sounded more like a swoosh than a swish.
Fair enough.
Torres.
Got position in the low block.
Arregard launches a 3, no.
He's looking for a foul there. There was a bit of contact after the shot.
Perdomo. Again, no foul. Kristen. Underneath, Prieto. Tries a little razzle-dazzle, no. And Venezuela. Corrales. Rattles out. Arregard rebounds. Mexico's got it. Took it away from Arregard. Garcia does well to hold off the Venezuelan defender.
Good box up by Solizano there to grab the rebound and get it out to the outlet.
Reyes, Arregard. 48-23, a 25-point lead for Mexico. 4.5 minutes to play, third quarter.
Shot clock running down.
Tries a prayer, no, and then something to say to his teammate.
Looking for a pick from one of his players to get a bit of space to get that shot off.
And a timeout call, 48-23. Mexico leads Venezuela here in the third quarter. Hernandez, the head coach of Venezuela, animated as always in his timeout discussions. And just off to his left is Giovanni Gonzalez, the 35-year-old, who has been at the wrong end of a few of his teammates' discussions tonight. Head coach of Mexico, Aaron Davia, he is also the head coach of the Mexican women's team. Mexico leading by 25, just under 4.5 minutes to go. Second half. Sal Garcia scoops up the ball. Big smile on his face. Zavala back in the game now for Mexico. Underneath for Garant Flores. And Flores gives to Prieto on the rebound. And Mexico has 50. So Larzano down on the floor again.
He's having a bit of a rough go of it tonight. A little bit of chair contact.
Hasn't played as much as we have seen him in some other games. Reyes. Aragort.
Oh, great check there by number 7. Kristen under the basket.
Took it away from Corrales, and back come Mexico. Zavala. Flores. Looking for a little screen. Gives to Zavala.
6 on the shot clock. Not sure if they're aware of that.
Puts it up. Nope.
Great rebound by Larzano. You can see tilted a little bit to gain the advantage and grab that rebound.
Reyes underneath. So Larzano, no. Rebound, nobody wants it. Finally gobbled up by Zavala. Garcia. Underneath, Zavala, yes.
Veteran to veteran there. Good position in the low block by Zavala to get that easy basket.
An easy basket goes the other way too.
Aragort really doing some damage in the low block. Really able to gain position down there whenever he puts a burst of speed on.
Substitution coming, Aviar. I beg your pardon, it is Luis Rosales.
Martinez also back in the game for Venezuela. Or sorry, Gutierrez.
Gutierrez, the youngster. Rosales, the not youngster. Flores underneath. Zavala fading. Can't drop it. Solorzano. Rosales. Rinos. What's one up? No. Tries for the rebound. Zavala's got it. And then taken away by Venezuela's Carinos. Solorzano. Drops it off for Carinos. Reyes, nice little fake. Now underneath, Gutierrez. No.
Good pass inside there to give Gutierrez a good opportunity.
Garcia peels, spins, shoots. No. Not great shooting here in the third quarter. Back on Carinos. Prieto does well to dodge Gutierrez. And a steal by Solorzano. Really, it was right at him.
Yeah. There's a foul there by number 4 from Mexico.
Solorzano
on the floor again.
Seems to happen occasionally. Solorzano, the 26-year-old on the Venezuelan team. 8 points against Canada in the first game of the tournament. And he'll walk his chair to the bench.
I think his chair is broken, actually. His strap is broken. Gonna have to try and repair that, or they're gonna get a sub in. So a player has a 45-second equipment timeout. Normally gives the player enough time to change a wheel or repair a strap. If it takes longer than 45 seconds, they would sub, or a coach could possibly take a timeout to give them a little extra time.
If you're new to watching wheelchair basketball, and you see, hey, he's walking out of his chair, off on a 4-point player as he is, has the ability to walk, has some sort of a lower limb disability. You can see that he has that. Reyes for Venezuela from 3-point land, no. Garcia. Gutierrez, good defense, but Zavala puts it up and in. He's still got it. He's got time.
Good pick by Zavala around the 3-point line there, and then he just rolled to the basket. Had a wide open shot.
Carinos rolling in, short, rebounded Garcia. And back come the Mexicans. Final seconds now of the third quarter. And Zavala does that and will go to the line. And to add insult to injury, the ball drops on the head of the Venezuelan after it went through the hoop.
Carinos has some great speed. Does a good job trying to get back here, but then clips the back wheel of Zavalos to put him to the line for 2.
Foul Venezuela's number 6, Daniels, his first. Team's third.
Mexican team has relied on Salvador Zavala a lot in recent years, but not so much at this tournament, but he has played a number of minutes, quite a number of minutes tonight as he goes to the free throw line to add to his team's lead. 32 points now, and he finishes the 3-point play, and then a steal by Prieto. And the pass for Garcia.
Oh, great fake by Garcia there to get Solorzano out of position.
Off the window and in, and Mexico extends the lead. Gutierrez can't get the shot up on time. It's 59-25 Mexico after 3 quarters of play.
here on the flex scan. Stay up. Let's see. Let's see who's got the flex scan.
Here we go, fourth quarter action, Venezuela and Mexico. Mexico leading 59-25. Winner of this game will face Brazil in the quarterfinals. Loser will face USA in the quarterfinals. Mexico has the teenager, Luis Yasso, back on the floor. 10-point game going for him. He misses that one. And Manuel Aragort working on an 11-point game, tries to get open.
Luis Marchand back in the game for Venezuela.
Solorzano does well, leaning, shooting, no. And Big Yasso gets the rebound. Zavala has it batted away by Solorzano, and he's going to get fouled for that. You could just kind of see that one coming. He slapped it out.
Definitely reached in there to get a piece of that. It's his first personal foul.
If he only gets ball there, it's okay, right? Or not necessarily?
It's really tough because there is chair contact as well, so that constitutes a foul because he does not have chair position.
Okay, if he doesn't hit his chair and he doesn't hit his hand,
then it, yeah.
And he smacks it out, it's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Even if it looks violent. Salvador Zavala. Yes. He's played over 15 minutes of the game tonight after playing just 7 against Canada last night. Marchand hasn't been out much. Gives to Aragort. Short.
And might have got a piece of that.
Yeah, might have got touched. Zavala. Steal, Solorzano sends Aragort in alone. Takes his time and does that.
Solorzano not able to put the numbers up offensively tonight, but doing a good job defensively for his team.
Aragort, 13 points, leads Venezuela. Yasso underneath and had it knocked away, but foul call here against Venezuela. Venezuelan player having a bit of an issue trying to pop back up again. Ronaldo Silva gets some help. He's good to go. Luis Yasso. Didn't know much about him coming to this tournament. This young, tall Mexican player. Rookie on the team. Got some real potential.
Yeah, definitely a player to be watched. Mexico's been a team that's been right on the edge, sometimes qualifying for Paralympics, sometimes just right there. So they're always sort of on that cusp.
We mentioned earlier at one point tonight they had several younger players on the floor. I guess you'd like as a coach to see them develop all of those players to a point where they can lead the national team forward.
Definitely, yeah. And they've lost a few veteran players in the last couple of years that have had a big impact on this team.
It would seem that maybe a few of them are getting close to wrapping up their careers as well. Solorzano falls a lot.
Yeah, he's getting pretty frustrated. I think he's tilting and trying to reach balls, creating a lot of those falls on his own volition. It's not really from contact. He's just trying to reach up and over players, tilting up on one wheel.
Zavala, baseline, but sends it underneath for Yasso, and why wouldn't he? Yasso finishes.
Yasso does a great job of using the glass underneath and being sure of those post-up shots.
Yasso almost tumbles down. Aragort will not get the basket to count, but will be a foul against Mexico. Non-shooting.
Foul on Garcia. His first personal.
Substitution coming in for Mexico. Here comes Salvador Sandoval. He's a 20-year-old. Mentioned some of those younger players, Francisco Lugo, and also into the game is Ivan Jimenez. His first minutes of the game. But big Luis Yasso will stay in. Mexico leading 63-27. Not quite 2.5 minutes into the fourth quarter. So Larzano took his time, but still misfires. Sandoval. Zavala. Back to Sandoval. Oh, that would have been nice.
Tough shot coming in. We'll take two from the line, though.
Sandoval.
Hits one of two there with his first free throws tonight.
Sandoval, no. Yasso rebounding, yes. Hard to believe that's only the second rebound for Yasso. Sandoval, quick return to Zavala underneath for Yasso. No! But he gets the rebound. No, it falls away. So Larzano. Aragort.
Mexico picking up the intensity on defense a little bit here in the fourth quarter.
So Larzano. Yes! He's got 4 points in the game, so Larzano. Zavala, long two, and he hits. 17 points, leads all scorers in the game. Salvador Zavala. Luis Marchand. Silva. Now Aragort again.
Looks like they have a set play they're trying to run here.
So Larzano, 2 on the shot clock. Puts up a prayer, and it had no chance.
Trying to let each other know what they were thinking there. Might be better to communicate before the play than after.
Spoken as a coach. And substitutions coming in now for Venezuela. They bring some of their younger players in. So Barzano and Aragord out, Betancourt and Gutierrez in. Both teams have now used their entire lineup in the game. Zavala heads to the baseline, underneath. No good for Lugo.
Yazo just brought that ball down a bit on that rebound, and it was tipped away by Betancourt.
That went right off the chair of Silva and right back to Mexico. Just stayed in, did Zavala, and then Yasso, he won't miss from there.
No, definitely not. Good job of getting inside and getting position to get that basket.
Yasso's got 14. Marchand. Silva. Gonzalez. Marchand underneath, Betancourt.
Tough shot, went to the left hand there, but to get away from the defense.
Never really seemed like it had a chance. More substitutes coming in. Flores, or at least Martinez for Mexico. And out goes the veteran Zavala. Timeout call, 68-29. Mexico leads, just over 4.5 to go in the fourth quarter.
Para que empieces a ganar su posición. Tiene dos postes, si te das cuenta de que tiene dos postes, a los dos grandes, ¿dónde los mandaron? ¿Ok? Si tú le bloqueas sobre la llave, Lalo se va a meter. Este es el espacio que vas a utilizar, porque van a aprovechar la desventaja también de su categoría baja del centro. Bloquéalo sobre la llave, pero en caso te metes a la. Y de ahí fintas, te regresas, envuelves y de ahí se va, te sigue. Que te hace así, a la marca y no. Arriba. Y la defensa no es hombre a hombre. Salen nada más los que están afuera. La están dejando caer y estamos dando segundas oportunidades. ¿Por qué? Porque no hay rebote defensivo. Ellos fallan, ¿no? Pero si la meten de ahí, bueno, si no la han metido otro juego de ahí, no vamos a... 1, 2, 3, México!
18-year-old Luis Yasso and his Mexican teammates with a 39-point lead over Venezuela, 68-29. Just over 4.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter here at the Ryerson Athletic Center.
Mexico will look for a strong finish here, maybe carry some momentum going into tomorrow's matchup.
Starting to look like they'll face Brazil in their quarterfinal. In fact, it looks very much like they'll face Brazil, and Venezuela will be faced with USA. Rebounded by the big man, Yasso, give him 16 points.
Yeah, so attacking the offensive boards there, giving them a second chance opportunity.
Marchand. Gutierrez. Underneath, Gutierrez fighting off Martinez. Yes, gets it to fall.
Took a little shot to the face there, I think, on that. Great focus to finish that layup.
Lugo. Efrain Martinez trying to gain some kind of an angle.
Yasso's got position inside. They don't get him the ball, though.
Sandoval hits. Ronaldo Silva. Hello, Betancourt. Call is against Mexico. It's a foul.
On Yazo. That's his second personal.
And another timeout call with 3:12 remaining in the fourth quarter. And Mexico leading by 39 points, make it 41.
Venezuelan coach really using this game as an opportunity to teach his team a few things and to work on some of the stuff that I'm sure they've been working on leading up into this tournament.
Down the stretch they come. 3 minutes and 12 seconds to go, fourth quarter. Mexico leading 72-31 on Venezuela. Venezuelans in blue, Mexicans in white, trying to finish strong, both teams, to get set for their quarterfinals tomorrow. Gutierrez had it batted away by Martinez, gobbled up by Gonzalez.
Shot clock's ticking down here.
No shot attempt even for Betancourt and the Venezuelans.
Might need a little help from their bench there, counting down the shot clock. Venezuela coming right back inside the key to start their defense. Really looking to block Yazo out of the paint.
Sandoval hits the long two, just off the glass and in. Ronaldo Silva. Betancourt. They challenge Yasso down low. Mexico back on offense. Sandoval turns the corner. Nicely done.
Good
Salvador
transition by Mexico.
Sandoval.
Getting out early on that break and taking advantage of that little burst of speed at the end there.
Just over 2 minutes remaining, fourth quarter now. Underneath. Venezuela can't get the drop on the Gutierrez shot. Sandoval has Yazo trying to gain position under the basket. Reaches for it and batted out of bounds off of Mexico. It'll be Venezuela ball. And a substitution coming into the game for Venezuela is Avis Matos. And after a strong several minutes, Ronaldo Silva heads out. Betancourt, Matos launches a long one. Not a bad shot, but he could have gotten a little closer. Martinez spinning. Salvador Sandoval, no, fouled.
Fouled by number 9, Marchand from Venezuela. Sandoval doing a good job getting to the line here in the fourth quarter.
He's been pushing. He's got 13 points now, a chance to add to the tally. Back into the game comes Rosales. Sandoval, yes, 14. Pretty good night at the free throw line, goes 3 for 4, still with 85 seconds to play.
Salvador Sandoval, another one of the young players here in this Mexican squad, just 20 years old. Bodes well for the future of the Mexican national team program.
Betancourt. Matos. And Gutierrez puts one up. No. Back comes Sandoval again. Sandoval, another 4-point player. Here comes Yasso. Nice little chair maneuver. And can't sink the first, does sink the second, and he leads all point getters now. 18 points for 18-year-old Luis Yasso.
A little shake and bake with the hips there to go around the defender. Finishes the layup.
Just inside 40 seconds to play. Rosales. Marchand, then underneath and batted away by Yasso.
Big block by Yasso there. Gutierrez is looking for a foul. Look like all ball from here.
From here too.
Shot clock's running down.
And for the umpteenth time in this one, Venezuela unable to get a shot away. Good defense all night by Mexico.
Venezuela with 27 turnovers now in this game. Mexico been able to capitalize on several of them.
Lugo. On the elbow, doesn't shoot. Sandoval underneath. Yasso. Didn't have great position there. And maybe one last chance for Gutierrez. What a move off the glass, and it won't fall. And the basket may count.
No, it doesn't look like they're counting that last basket. Great move by Gutierrez, very athletic, spinning around the defender there. Fortunately not able to finish.
Yasso and Team Mexico, 80-33 winners over Venezuela. I think they did count that last basket, indeed. Or maybe not. Indeed, Mexico had this one wrapped up for a while. They'll move on to face Brazil in the quarterfinals, and it'll be Venezuela against USA in their quarterfinals tomorrow. $18 points for that 18-year-old Luis Yasso. His team takes it 80-33 over Venezuela. Mexico gets 4 players in double-digit scoring. Prieto with 14, Sandoval with 15, Zavala with 17, and Luis Yasso with 18 points.
Throwing chairs. They're all custom made to the athlete's individual needs, based in part on their disability and part on their...
On the track now, the final of the men's 100 T42. 4 men in this final. As these men deal with prostheses to help propel themselves along this track. Some men you can see with one leg that has been amputated, running on a strong leg. Others with double amputations. Amazing that these athletes find a way to propel themselves the way they do.
Some of these athletes with above the leg, double above the leg amputations, some with single above the leg amputations. You can see that some of the athletes are also using prosthetics that have knees that will articulate, whereas we do have one athlete who's running with prosthetics that do not articulate at the knee. So we'll see some pretty dramatically different techniques.
Lane number 3, that's Desmond Jackson of the U.S. trying to work on his start. One blade and one able-bodied leg. As well as Shaquille Vance of the U.S. next to him in lane number 4. He has a best of 12:70 this year. Regis Woods of the USA was born with a congenital anomaly in his legs which prevented his tibia and fibula from developing properly, and he had both of his legs amputated at the age of 2. His mother wanted to get that done early so that he wouldn't remember the trauma of that kind of surgery. And he's running in lane number 5, Regis Woods, with the best so far this year of 13:03. And the field is completed in lane number 6. Peru's Carlos Filipa with the best of 16:06. The defending champion, though, from the U.S. running in lane number 4. This time they're away fairly, and Shaquille Vance gets a tremendous start, leaving Woods in the blocks. Vance running away now in the lead, but here comes Woods. Woods with a great finishing kick, but it will be Shaquille Vance defending his title, 12:69, with a following wind of 1.5 meters per second. So Shaquille Vance in the repechage here of the men's 100 T42, getting a second chance after slipping and falling on the first start in a Parapan Am record time.
These athletes with dramatically different techniques because of the nature of their disabilities.
Exactly, and you look at Woods, who has a harder time getting out of the blocks. He was left behind. But what a finish. He got second place.
He did look like he came through for second right there on the when we get closer to the line, we'll see it. We can see his acceleration phase here. He's running only with his hips. His arms are helping drive, but his hips are doing all the work.
That's absolutely incredible. As Vance crosses the line and Woods pips his compatriot Desmond Jackson at the line. Tremendous finish, 3/100ths of a second separating second and third, as Shaquille Vance, the defending champion, wins for the second time in the Parapan 100 at T42. So a Parapan record for Shaquille Vance of the United States as he captures the gold. Regis Woods with an amazing come from behind silver. He had the gold in the long jump one day ago, so Woods adding more silverware to his collection here in Toronto. An American sweep of the podium in the men's 100 T42. As we go back to the track and get set for the men's 400 in the T12 classification for visual impairment. These athletes, Jeff Adams, have some sight.
These athletes would have a no better than 5-degree field of vision and would recognize objects that people with 20/20 vision would recognize at 2 meters. So at 2 meters, they see what people with 20/20 vision would see, I'm sorry, rather at 60 meters.
So their focus is right down in front of them on the track, I would think, to hold their lane and keep without going outside that lane.
Absolutely, and each of the athletes gets both lanes to run in. They don't want to run in the outside lane, but just to give them the extra room to run, to give them the ability to really try and nail that line.
Jorge Benjamin Gonzalez Saceda in lane number 3 is the America's record holder, clocking at 49:21. But he is absent, so he is looks like a late scratch. In lane 3, we have just 3 men in this final. Larondo of Cuba in 1, Martinez of Mexico in 5, and Galano of Cuba in 7. this final of the men's 400 T12 classification. Through the bend, Martinez of Mexico beginning to make up the stagger on Galano, the tall, rangy Cuban who looks very fresh going through that opening 200 meters into that stiff headwind. But Martinez of Mexico really moving on the curve and on the shoulder of the Cuban Galano. Larondo of Cuba in lane 1 has lost contact with these leaders as they come through the bend. Martinez of Mexico has run right past the taller Galano of Cuba, and down the straight they come. Can Martinez hold his form? Oh, he looks powerful, striding strongly and smoothly to the line. First in 49.94 unofficially, Manuel Martinez. 49.94 ahead of Luis Galano of Cuba at 50.86 seconds. As Martinez was aggressive in this race, running hard in the opening 200 meters, attacking the Cuban ahead of him in the stagger.
And again, the stagger is doubled because of the empty lanes for these athletes. They did get lucky. The wind seemed to drop quite a bit from earlier today for this heat. And look at the difference in the height of the two men. The Cuban really on the outside, really not taking advantage of his long limbs. He needs to turn them over much quicker than that to take advantage of his height. And Martinez using that quick turnover and powerful stride to run away from the Cuban today.
Galano looked like he ran a conservative first 200 meters while he was attacked by Martinez, who just poured it on and had great form, did not tie up in the least down the straight.
And almost, his compatriot almost came through for the silver medal, just not quite enough on the inside lane there.
Yes, Valeris Larondo of Cuba, who was left in the wake of these two athletes, Martinez of Mexico and Galano of Cuba, had something left down the straight and gets on the podium third. So the Cubans with 2 medals here in the men's 400 T12, led by this man, Manuel Martinez of Mexico. Unofficially, the results of the men's 400 T12, Manuel Martinez of Mexico, a sub 50 clocking for first, followed by the 2 Cubans, Luis Galano and Valeris Larondo. These results are now official, and so the medalists from Mexico and Cuba in the men's 400 T12. On the track, the final of the men's 400 meters in the T20 classification for intellectual impairment. But a full field of 8 athletes, including the Canadian Holden Gill running out in lane number 1 from Nanaimo, BC. A member of the Dover Bay High School cross country and track team. Also enjoys easy runs and hill sprints in Hemer Park out west in BC on the island. Lane number 8, Mexico's Christian Arredondo. The men to watch are down the middle of the track in lane number 4. Luis Arturo Paiva of Venezuela. World Championship 6th place finisher in the 1500 in 2013. The starter testing the loudspeakers here as she asks the athletes to stand up. There's Paiva running in lane number 4 for Venezuela, the best this year of 48.92. Next to him, compatriot Dixon Perella, a best of 48.86. Very evenly matched. Their best this year separated by mere 100ths of a second. Again, they have a problem with the loudspeaker, it seems.
And Mark, this is the kind of thing that these athletes could be affected by. Anxiety, stress, making decisions, things not going to plan. These athletes, because of their disability, these are all additional elements that can affect their performance.
Making sure the link start system is all set to go. It looks like the speakers are working properly as the men get called to the blocks in the final of the 400 for T20 intellectual impairment. The men to watch: Dixon Perella of Venezuela in lane number 5 with the fastest time in the field of 48.86. Next to him, compatriot Luis Arturo Paiva in lane number 4. Paiva winning a silver medal in the 1500 yesterday. Lane number 2, Williams Barreto of Venezuela won a bronze in the long jump earlier today. And Canada's Holden Gill running in lane number 1. Final of the men's 400 T20. Once again, the starter requests these athletes to stand up, come out of their blocks. She is not happy with the communication system, has taken off her headset at this point. As you mentioned, Jeff, this has got to be distracting for these athletes. Can be unnerving. For many of them, this is the biggest showcase they've ever been in.
And it's, of course, something they do need to address and they do need to deal with.
So the starter happy with the system now and calls the athletes to their blocks. The men's 400 final in the T20 classification for intellectual impairment. The favorites in lane 4, Luis Arturo Paiva, 48.92 clocking this year and a silver medalist in the 1500 yesterday. Perella of Venezuela in 5. Venezuelans, the men to watch down the middle of the track, running in their white vests and blue shorts as they go through the opening bend. And they're already running away from the American Michael Murray in lane number 3. Down the back straight they go. Paiva and Perella. Perella really going hard into that back straight, into the teeth of that headwind. Dixon, Perella, and Paiva already making up the stagger on lane 8, and that's Christian Orendo as they hit the bend with 200 meters to go. The Venezuelans leaving the field behind. Now the American Michael Murray making a push as they come through the straight. It is the big man, Luis Arturo Paiva, now with a great finishing gait. Look at those long strides, those long levers as he strides, tying up at the line, 49.03. Paiva ahead of Perella. And collapsing in lane number 7 looks like the Ecuadorian athlete. Yes, it's Damian Carcellin who goes down just past the finish line as the Venezuelans celebrate the victory. Paiva adding the gold medal here today to that silver he won in the 1500 yesterday. And the Ecuadorian athlete is still down and getting some attention along with his compatriot Santos Isa. So Carcellin and Santos Isa exhausted and down past the finish line as these young men congratulate each other. The Ecuadorians just look like they're absolutely gutted as the champion helps them to their feet. How about that for sportsmanship?
Classy. We see them running into the headwind here. The bigger man will have the advantage. He's carrying more weight. He's more powerful. And the smaller man on the outside, Perella, is certainly working hard.
He went out so hard on that first 200 meters.
He really did. And he's running a very, very good turn here. He's tight on the line, but just no match for Paiva, who powers through this home straight on his way home for the gold medal and the victory here in Toronto.
Paiva ran a conservative first 200 and then came out of the headwind and used the tailwind to his advantage down the home straight, running past his compatriot as the Ecuadorian Damian Carcellin dipping at the line, losing his balance and going down in a heap.
And Paiva has the luxury of taking a relaxed approach to the back straight, using his mass and his power to run through that wind, whereas Perella really had no choice but to go out and go out hard because the wind would affect him more as a smaller athlete.
Luis Arturo Paiva of Venezuela, victorious in a 1-2 Venezuela finish ahead of his compatriot Perella, who paid a dear price going out so hard in that opening 200 meters as he did not have an answer to the big man Paiva's great gait down the finish.
Long jump, called
Unofficially, the final results in the men's 400 meter for T20 classification. Luis Arturo Paiva first at 49.03, followed by Venezuela's Edixon Perella at 49.69, and Ecuador's Damian Carcellin third for bronze at 51.58. Very close finish, just ahead of Michael Murray of the United States. The Venezuelan, Barreto, who won that long jump medal earlier in the day, finishing up the track in 5th place. On the track, the final of the men's 400 T11 for the visually impaired. All of these athletes are blind, running with their guide runners. 4 men contesting for the medals, including Canada's Dustin Walsh running out in lane number 7 with a best this year of 53.82. 2 more powerful Brazilians, though, locking horns down the middle of the track in lane 3. It's Daniel Mendes da Silva, lane number 3. Da Silva, tremendous athlete, whose visual impairment the result of an accident while working in a sawmill in 2002. All these men with the high block glasses on. Da Silva, a silver medalist in this event 4 years ago at the Parapan American Games in Guadalajara, has plans to become a lawyer when he retires from sport. So Daniel Mendes da Silva running in lane number 3 for Brazil. Next to him and ahead in the stagger in lane number 5, Brazil's Felipe de Souza Gomez. Gomez, a 2-time Paralympian with the best this year of 50.59, the fastest clocking in the field. Lane number 1 from Venezuela, Jesus Diaz, with the slowest time in the field at 55.46. The final of the men's 400 T11. 4 men tethered to their guides. 1 lap of the track.
We see the guides putting the final touches on lining up. Interestingly, we see Dustin Walsh out in the outside lanes. Normally we would say that the inside lanes are the better lanes to be in for a 400 because you can see where your competitors are both on the inside and the outside. But in this case, being able to run a more shallow turn may not be such a disadvantage at all. And the wind has almost dropped.
And they're away in the men's 400 T11 final. Bursting through the bend, 4 men tethered to their guides. And Gomez running fast along with Silva as Silva runs up now on the shoulder, pulling in behind Dustin Walsh, reducing that stagger, and now about 4 meters behind as they go through the headwind of the back straight. Da Silva making up the stagger, running through the bend strongly. A conservative first 200 meters for him, along with Gomez, as they pass the Canadian Dustin Walsh. The Brazilians heading now for the straight. It is De Souza Gomez with the lead, but here comes Da Silva. Da Silva with a finishing kick. Gomez trying to hold him off, and Gomez looking very fresh. Hearing instructions at the last minute from his guide. It is Gomez across the line first at 51.11 unofficially, ahead of Da Silva of Brazil. The Brazilians 1-2 at the finish line. And Dustin Walsh of Canada, 3rd for bronze at 54.72.
And all of these men choosing to run on the outside of their guides, so running a little bit further distance than the guides that are guiding them around the track. We'll take a look at when we see the replays, but none of them ran the curves very well. They all tended to fade a bit wide on the curves. So we see Dustin actually running almost into lane 8 there, and the athletes on the inside making up the stagger on him. Jesus Diaz seems to have had an injury just here.
So he pulled his hamstring there as he pulled up and left the race, leaving these 3 athletes to contest the podium, and the Brazilians shoulder to shoulder with Gomez holding off Da Silva down the stretch.
And Gomez and his guide running very, very well together, very tight.
And Dustin Walsh of Canada finishing 3rd for the bronze medal. Walsh, the Canadian record holder in the 400, the native of New Westminster, BC. In behind these 2 dominant Brazilians, and Gomez, the champion, still recovering after one of the most punishing sprints in this sport, the 400 final. Dustin Walsh, three-time Paralympian, was blind by the age of 5, suffered glaucoma at the age of 2. You know, his father used to be his guide until the age of 15. And running here today with Dillian Williamson to bronze behind the two powerful Brazilians. So these are the unofficial results in the men's T11 400. Gomez ahead of De Silva for gold and silver, and Dustin Walsh of New Westminster, BC, the Canadian third for bronze. Jesus Diaz of Venezuela pulling up what appeared to be a hamstring injury, and the young man hobbled here as he tries to make his way along the straight in front of the grandstand back to the finish area. We're all set for the final sprint of the night. It's the women's 400-meter T54 wheelchair race featuring Canadian Deanne Waugh racing in lane number 3, native of Sherbrooke, Quebec. And then three very powerful Americans, Sherry Madsen, Hannah McFadden, and Kelsey Lefevre, in a 4-woman race for the medals in the women's 400 T54. Deanne Waugh, the native of Sherbrooke, Quebec, a 5-time Paralympian, a 6-time world champion. Her grips ready to go, running in lane number 3. Next to her in lane number 4, Sherry Madsen of the United States. Madsen with the best this year of 58.61. Returning to competition in 2013 after taking a 13-year break. McFadden in 5 for the USA with the fastest time at 57.16. And Lefevre of the United States, the 102.58 clocking this year. Women's final 400 T54. And they're away cleanly in this 400 final in the T54 wheelchair category. And already Hannah McFadden has rolled right past Kelsey Lefevre in the opening bend in a brilliant start to this race. Deanne Waugh lagging back in 4th place as Hannah McFadden storms down the straight ahead of Sherry Madsen, the other American, one of 3 Americans in the final. Now Waugh moving into 3rd spot, and outside Lefevre has been left up the track as they make the turn through 200 meters and around the final bend. Hannah McFadden with the fastest time in this field this year, 57.16, building a healthy lead now ahead of Madsen of the United States. But here comes Deanne Waugh with a push in 3rd place. Nobody's going to catch Hannah McFadden of the United States as she pumps and thrusts her way to victory. 1 minute, 0.30 seconds ahead of Madsen of the United States and Waugh of Canada in that order. And Kelsey Lefevre a distant 4th for the USA.
A little bit of retribution from last night when Hannah McFadden tried to run away from Deanne Waugh and was caught, ultimately having to settle for silver. Rewarded with a gold tonight, showing some really good pure sprinting form. They all get off very cleanly. Deanne Waugh actually gets off to a very good start. Hannah McFadden running a little bit wide in her lane. And right here you see Deanne may be getting into some trouble. She looks like she may have been touching that inside line with her inside wheel. We'll see if the judges catch it or not. This is the back straight where the wind has dropped significantly since the early morning and afternoon. Hannah McFadden really powering through this though, looking really good heading across the finish line.
So Hannah McFadden, the powerful American, only 19 years of age, has competed nationally for the U.S. in para swimming competition. Her older sister, Tatiana McFadden, is a multiple winner of Boston Marathon wheelchair division races and also holder of the world record in this event at 51.90. So McFadden of the USA prevailing ahead of Madsen of the USA and Deanne Waugh, who won the 800 gold last night. turning the tables on the Americans, taking the silver, or rather the bronze medal here today.
And both McFadden sisters adopted into an American family.
Yes, adopted from their home country of Albania. Hannah, the 2014 Female Para-Track High School Athlete of the Year. Enjoying the parade of champions as she takes her lap of honor here at the CIBC Parapan Am Stadium, along with the other medalists, Sherry Madsen of the United States. Amazing she returned after a 13-year break. She's 39 now, 20 years older than McFadden. Madsen of the United States taking the silver medal ahead of Diane Waugh of Canada for bronze. These are the unofficial results, and Diane Waugh with a seasonal best for that bronze medal at 1:02. McFadden at 1 minute .15, and Sherry Madsen at 1:01.51 for silver. The medal ceremony now for the men's T20 final in the 400 meters. As Venezuela dominated this event, there's Luis Arturo Paiva strutting in front of this small but appreciative crowd in Toronto, along with Edixon Perella and American Michael Murray. Murray promoted to the podium in third place for the bronze after the disqualification of Ecuador's Damien Carcellin, who was charged with a lane infringement and was disqualified. So some controversies, some emotional feelings at the end of this race, but it was Paiva paved the way with a great finish. Went out easy in the first 200. Perella stormed through the first 200 and then right into the teeth of that headwind down the back straight. It paid a dear price as he was passed by his compatriot Paiva, left him in his wake down the straight. There's the bronze medalist Michael Murray of the United States. Bronze medalist today after the disqualification of the Ecuadorian athlete Damien Carcellin. 24-year-old Murray, who deals with autism, was 11th in the 1500 at the Paralympics in London in 2012. Competitor in 2011 and 2013 at the World Championships. Michael Murray of the United States, the bronze medalist in the T20 400.
Medalla de plata. Silver medal representing Venezuela, Edixon Perella.
Edixon Perella, the silver medalist, has to be shooed onto the podium by his teammate Paiva as he's enjoying the limelight here. Perella came into this race with the fastest time in the field, a 48.86 clocking this year, slightly off his personal best. But again, his exuberance in that opening 200 meters cost him in the back half of the 400, as it so often happens in the one-lap event. Edixon Perella of Venezuela, the silver medalist in the men's T20 400. Now the champion. This man's been waiting a long time to step to the top of the podium. Luis Arturo Paiva from Venezuela, the gold medalist and champion of these 2015 Parapan Am Games in the men's 400 T20. 49.03 clocking and a tremendous finishing kick in the finish to run past his fellow countryman Edixon Perella down the straight to victory.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Monsieur l'hymne national. Damas y caballeros, el himno nacional.
Now the Venezuelan national anthem.
The national anthem of Venezuela.
The Parapan American champions from Venezuela, Pava for gold, Perella for silver, and the American Murray for bronze. But just loving this moment on top of the podium, savoring every second. And again, the fraternity and fair play that we witnessed so many times in the first 2 days of athletics competition.